Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motang, hakuna kogabu.
Sunday, And there it is right there. There it is. Oh, it's so dark. I've got all the lightings on, but sometimes you get that sort of it's the UK. What do you expect? It's the weather. So there it is right there. Let me remove this from the screen. So there it is right there, and there you are right there, and here I am right here, and here we are. So here we are. Good to see you again. Good to have you again. A real delight in your company. So it's been I had to skip yesterday for reasons for domestic reasons. But we're back ever stronger with the bank. So a lot has happened, and we shall go through them in sequence. But before we go through the sequence, you know the protocol. Just click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. The subscribe button, if you've not clicked on that, then please correct that right now. So click on like and subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to the studio. So there's still quite a few spaces. If you want to come join us, then this will be the opportunity to do that. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, I always present it, you always ignore it, but I present it nevertheless. So there it is. Avail yourself of it if you feel inclined. So avail yourself of it if you feel inclined. So to it and immediately to it, what are we contending with? So this actually broke when I took yesterday, it did not come on. So let's go immediately and straight to this. Immediately and straight to this. Tinubu Obasanjo host consensus speaker, deputy speaker, hopefuls, Abbas Kalu. Tinubu hosting the incoming probably speaker of the House of Representatives, that not essentially news by itself. But hosting that person then in the company of Obasanjo, that is big news. So that is big news. Actually, let me bring you it from this space because it probably makes more sense from this space. So that is big news. If he's hosting the incoming in the presence of Obasanjo, then that is big news. Because Obasanjo, of course, as you all know, one of the primary champions of the Peter Obi narrative. So if he has a switch, because that's essentially a switch side, isn't it? Him having a parlay with the incoming Speaker of the House of Representatives is an endorsement of the incoming administration. So what does this then mean for the Obi narrative? So this is what we're looking to discuss. What Tinubu Obasanjo told Abbas Kalu over Reps Speaker race. So that's quite a seismic move right there within the political trajectory. So a seismic move within the political trajectory, but everything really in the politics of it is going just as normally as you would expect. So nothing has really varied in politics, and everything is sequencing in the order that it should. What am I talking about? So this is what I'm talking about. Handover process. Buhari moves into glass house ahead of May the 29th. So the incoming, the outgoing, the never the twins shall meet. So as Buhari moves into a guest house within the Aso Rock compound, the actual villa itself being spruced up now for the incoming administration. We also saw that clip, of course, of Aisha Buhari introducing Remi Tinubu to the lay of the land. So for all of the hula baloo and brouhaha that is going on in the cheap seats, the sequence of events are flowing as they should normally. Handover process, Buhari moves into glass house ahead of May the 29th. So there it is right there. everything changes, but really it remains the same. Everything changes, but really it remains the same. We've always had the anticipation that this guy will cut and run. And cut and run, it looks like that is what it's just about to do. Who am I talking about? The looter in CBN. Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE reportedly granted study leave by Buhari to flee Nigeria before Tinubu's inauguration. So I wonder if this is one that we're going to get back, and I wonder if we're going to get the Nnamdi Kanu treatment for this guy wherever it is that is escaped to. I'm sure he would have secured a passport for himself in some safe haven somewhere. But what we have seen now with a lot of people that cut and run within the Nigerian space, that call of home always beckons to their hearts, and they look then for a way to ease back into the Nigerian space. So this guy is going to make his escape and then try and negotiate his return. That's the usual sequence of events. Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE reportedly granted study leave by Buhari to flee Nigeria before Tinubu's inauguration. So nobody can claim that caught them on the hop. That is absolutely categorically no surprise to anyone. So no surprise to anyone. The story as well. Let me bring you this story as well. So now this probably the news of the day. The decision then by the court to grant. I wonder if this is. Let me share it. The decision of the court. I don't quite have it in a headline. Let me see if I have it in the headline. I have it in a video clip though, so that we have to do. But the unmistakable face on your screen, of course, Lamidi Apapa, who now the court have asserted as the interim governor, or not the interim governor, as the interim chairman of the Labour Party. So he moves very quickly then to assert his authority. But how is he asserting that authority? You have to hang around to find out. So that hopefully generates a lot of conversation. But now the writings are on the wall and the language is starting to get ambiguous. So pay attention. The writings are on the wall and the language is starting to get ambiguous. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. I must be Nigeria's president today or in the future. So embedded then the language of stepping down. So this is what we're hearing from Peter Obi now, who has now seen clearly now that there is no pathway and all of the noise making has reached its natural crescendo. I must be Nigeria's president today or in the future. So I must be Nigeria's president today or in the future. Let me bring you one more. Let me bring you this one. This one is hold on, I had it lined up. Where is it? Right. Yeah, right. This one is a back to the future sort of a narrative. Back to the future sort of a narrative. So now this now speaks to the fact that nothing really new is happening within the Nigerian political space. Nothing new. There is nothing to see here is what this headline tells you. This is what I'm talking about. Flashback. What court said when Buhari tried to stop Obasanjo's inauguration in 2003. So all of these narratives now that somebody has gone to the High Court to try and prevent the swearing in of Tinubu is nothing new, especially to the Nigerian political landscape. We've been here before and we have danced this dance before. This is what that tells you. What court said when Buhari tried to stop Obasanjo's inauguration in 2003. So rinse and repeat and deja vu. So rinse and repeat and deja vu. So there it is, and there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. It's a rich mix, a potpourri. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us on the screen, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is ever ready. So do all those. As you do all those, let me take a micro little musical intermission before we get straight into the conversation. You know where we're going, of course, the Kegites, Egbelemu.
Water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I was going to kick it off with this readout, but let me kick it off actually with this micro little clip. So now this now speaks to probably the most seismic thing that has happened within the landscape today. So watch and listen to this. I suspect you've heard it already.
I am so pleased that justice has taken place today. Because under normal circumstances, we begin to doubt. But today, we are happy that the judge has acted promptly and reasonably. There's no doubt that I am now in charge. It has now been confirmed by the court that I have the right to be in charge until another order is taking place. As of today, I'm the chairman, acting chairman of the party, and anybody who parades himself, apart from myself, is acting legally. Yes. And I want to tell the whole world that come next Friday, the real suit will start when the issue of a forgery, conspiracy, and so on and so forth will commence. And from there, we know if actually that offense has been committed or not. I want to use this opportunity again to tell the whole world that the tribunal that is going on, I want to invite all the lawyers that are in charge, that are representing Labour Party, that they should come for briefing. They should come and give me updates of what is happening in that tribunal within the next 48 hours. Because right now, I'm the person on the driver's seat and I'm fully in charge. I'm giving this opportunity for them to know that this is the order.
The acting national chairman of the party was in court, Alhaji Bashiru Apapa Lamidi. And the court today pronounced very clearly that when a political party is in peace, they do not need the intervention of court. But once there is a crisis in the political party, a crack that makes it impossible, that makes the center no longer to hold, that invitation by any of the interested party for the court to intervene will be entertained by court. So contrary to their position that the court lacks jurisdiction to entertain the matter, contrary to their position that the matter is not justiciable, my Lord in its infinite wisdom today said no.
So there it is. That is Lamidi Apapa, as somebody is now correcting me in the comment section to pronounce properly. So Lamidi Apapa there, or Apapa, as Jimmy is saying, whatever his last name is, he's certainly landed a seismic, because what he is pursuing is more the illegality within the within the Labour Party than any really mandate for Peter Obi. So that is his pursuit. And he's ordered then that the lawyers representing the party at the tribunal should report to him within 2 days in order then to acquaint him of how they are positioned and how things are progressing. So that guy, not at all anything to do with Peter Obi, and he's really looking to probably withdraw that case, is what I suspect, because he made threats that anybody calling for an interim president should be arrested. And he's saying that anybody saying that Tinubu should not be sworn in should be locked up. So there it is, a chairman of a party not at odds with the party's candidate. So that is what we have in the Labour Party. So that's what that introduces to us. But let's now go on to what this now introduces, because it's raining cat and dogs on the Obi narrative. What Tinubu Obasanjo told Abbas Kalu over Rep's speakership race. The President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Thursday in Lagos met with APC's anointed candidate for Speaker, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Kalu. Recall that the National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress on Monday zoned the positions of the Senate President of the 10th National Assembly to the South-South, Deputy Senate President to the Northwest, Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Northwest, and Deputy Speaker to the Southeast. The ruling party also agreed on consensus that the former governor of Akwa Ibom, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has been anointed as the next president, Deputy President Jubrin Barao, whilst Honorable Tajuddin and from Kaduna State, and Benjamin from Abia State are anointed Speaker and Deputy respectively. According to the statement issued by Tajuddin Ben Kalu's Movement for National Stability, Fairness and Inclusive Parliament, the Abbas, the House of Representatives Speaker designate, met with Tinubu in Lagos alongside House of Representatives elected members. The statement reads, At the meeting, the president-elect promised to work harmoniously with the duo if elected to ensure he achieves the objective of his renewed hope agenda. Also, and this is the pertinent bit, also former President Olusegun Obasanjo met with Speaker, Deputy Speaker designate Abbas. Obasanjo described both leaders as promising with a noteworthy track record to man the affairs of the House. The Deputy Speaker designate Benjamin Kalu had taken to his official Twitter handle to announce the meeting with both leaders. The lawmaker also on his official account wrote, Today I joined other candidates nominated by our party APC for the leadership of the 10th House of Representatives in a meeting with the president-elect. In another tweet, Kalu wrote, a moment of respect and shared vision as the former president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, warmly received the nominated candidates for the leadership of the 10th House of Representatives. Both consensus candidates have since returned to Abuja to continue their campaigns and consultations. So there it is, and there it is. So unmistakably, then the two faces that is the Abbas fellow and that is the Kalu fellow, and sandwiched in between them are the majesty that is Olusegun Obasanjo. So now there was nobody that propelled the Obi narrative more than Obasanjo. So now this meeting binding them over to good conduct and vesting confidence in their capacity by Obasanjo, this is an endorsement. And endorsing the parliament of an incoming administration is an endorsement of the incoming administration. And the endorsement of the incoming administration is the jettisoning of the erstwhile stolen mandate narrative. So Obasanjo abandons ship. Obasanjo abandons ship. So there is no equivocation on that. That is quite clear and to the point. But what does this mean? It's a cardinal blow, isn't it? A cardinal blow. So a cardinal blow, but how does Peter Obi respond? He responds in typical manner. I must be Nigeria's president today or in the future. So embedded in that, of course, the language of surrender. Those words, of course, are from Peter Obi. Let me speak through it. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said he must be the president of Nigeria either today or in the future. Obi said this while speaking on Friday at a book presentation titled Peter Obi, Many Voices, One Perspective in Awka, the Anambra State capital. He recalled how for 3 years he was in court to reclaim his governorship mandate in Anambra despite discouragement from people. Anyone who thinks I am on transit is wasting his time. Let me tell you, I must be the president of this country. I am sure of that. If not today, it must be tomorrow. And so those are quite cryptic words. Other people who want to be should come and tell us what they want to do and how to do it. I think that was already explained in the campaign process. This is my country. I don't have dual citizenship. If anyone thinks I'm going to run away from Nigeria, they are lying. So on and on it goes, but I will leave that there because, of course, predictability and Peter Obi are Siamese twins. But somebody that is looking to run away from Nigeria, tickets booked. Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE reportedly granted study leave by Buhari to flee Nigeria before inauguration. So nobody gets any prizes for realizing that EMEFIELE is going to cut and run. This is probably the most predictable of all of the things that is going on within the political space. This guy has done so much harm, almost impossible for him not to cut and run. So he cuts and run. I'm just looking for it in a different format. Okay, let me give it to you here. I won't give you the fullness of it, just a few paragraphs. Godwin Emefiele, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, has reportedly been granted study leave by President Muhammadu Buhari. This opportunity for Emefiele to flee the country before Buhari leaves office on May the 29th, 2023, comes amidst corruption and terrorism financing allegations against him. However, correspondents learned that the country's secret police, the Department of State Services, which made futile attempts to arrest and detain Emefiele in the past over the damning allegations against him, is not happy about the prospect of seeing the CBN governor evade justice. This DSS has kicked against the study leave reportedly granted to Emefiele, as it means he will flee the country before May the 29th, when another government comes in. Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress will be sworn in as Nigeria's new president on May the 29th, barring any court judgment to the contrary, as his election victory is being challenged at the court. Background: our correspondents exclusively reported how the DSS accused Emefiele of sabotaging the economy, financing terrorism, and committing other economic crimes. So we won't go into the backdrop. We all already know the backstory to that, but there it is, Emefiele on the run. Nobody gets any prize at all for predicting that Emefiele. We all knew he would run, so that's somewhat quite predictable. So that's somewhat quite predictable. Let me give you just let me give you this one, just to tell you that everything changes, but really nothing changes within the Nigerian space. All the hooplas and the hula baloo that we've been hearing over the last few days and weeks is not new to anybody that is long-toothed in politics. Flashback: what court said when Buhari tried to stop Obasanjo's inauguration in 2003. So we've danced this dance before, essentially what that means. Ahead of the May the 29th, the opposition had urged President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwoola, not to inaugurate President Tinubu. They argued that the president-elect should not be sworn in until the Supreme Court decides the winner of the 2023 elections. Though the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared the candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the election winner, at least 3 parties are challenging the outcome of the poll at the tribunal. The Labour Party vice presidential candidates alleged that Tinubu failed to satisfy the requirement of Section 134, subsection 2A and B of the Constitution for the election to the office of the president. Speaking further, Baba Ahmed urged President Muhammadu Buhari and the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola, not to proceed with Tinubu's inauguration, argued that it would be unconstitutional. A similar situation occurred before in Nigerian politics. In 2003, the incumbent president Muhammadu Buhari filed a lawsuit to block former President Olusegun Obasanjo from assuming the presidency for a second time. Buhari was then the presidential candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party. Buhari was then the candidate of the then All Nigeria's People's Party. After losing the 2003 election, After losing the 2003 election, he claimed that Obasanjo was ineligible and that his re-election was rigged and illegal. He proceeded to court and tried to stop the former president from being sworn in. However, the court unanimously rejected Buhari's attempt to stop Obasanjo's inauguration. I do not see how the swearing in can interfere in the strength of the case. The court will still be able to fairly and effectively adjudicate on the merit of the petition, Presiding Judge Umar Abdullahi said in an unanimous verdict. So we've been there before, we've danced this dance before, and there it is right there. Let me just give you 3 paragraphs of this one, and then we come into the room. This is Adamu Gaba doing as we know he does. So this is Adamu Gaba doing as we know he does. So quickly to this one then. Adamu Gaba reacts as court affirms Lamidi Apapa as Labour Party chairman. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC has congratulated Lamidi Apapa on his alleged affirmation as the authentic national chairman of the Labour Party. According to reports, a federal high court sitting in Abuja on Friday affirmed Apapa as the acting national chairman of the party, pending any other court order. In a fresh ruling, the court asked Julius Abere to stop parading himself as the national chairman of the party and immediately vacate the office. In a tweet via his Twitter handle, Gaba hailed Apapa for his confirmation as the Labour Party national chairman and described his affirmation as a victory for democracy. He also urged the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, and his supporters to hasten and queue behind Apapa as the new national chairman and wait for further instructions. He wrote, "Congratulations to Alhaji Lamidi Apapa, the authentic chairman of the Labour Party. I urge Peter Obi and his obedient supporters to hasten and queue behind the new national chairman and wait for the instructions. This is a victory for democracy." So predictability and Adamu Gaba Siamese twins. So predictability and Adamu Gaba Siamese twins. With us then the majestic Hassan, the Ikemba of Abeokuta, the first lady of wherever she is, the majestic Zita. World Peace joins us from Japan, and Anna Bishop is here as well. So good to have you. Good to have you, everyone. Let's kick it off then with you, Zita, to get the conversation going. Zita, are you ready to go? Zita. Can nobody hear me? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Anyway. All right. I'll kick it off with you then because your mic is on. So let's kick it off then. So now, what Tinubu Obasanjo told about Kalu over rep speakership. So nobody especially cares what Tinubu had to say to them, and nobody really cares what Obasanjo had to say to them. But Obasanjo binds them to good conduct and told us that they are trustworthy people. So is this then the pivoting of the man from Abeokuta from Labour back to APC? Hassan.
Good evening, everyone. One man, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to have you.
Yes. It seems I don't think it is even now that Obasanjo is, coming back to reality. I mean, this is a done deal already. However, trust OBJ, to do what serves him. And this pandering to the OB movement. I think what Obasanjo was calculating was if Obi was as popular as he thought he was. But I mean, the election, will open everyone's eyes. Obasanjo had thought Obi could do it probably, and part of Obasanjo's reason, at least on the surface, it seems, for supporting Obi is, his little beef with Tinubu. So that little beef with Tinubu, it's all over now, and I trust, Obasanjo's mind is the mind of a soldier, a general for that matter. Yeah, they are very, very tough negotiators, but they are the most realistic people on this earth. You see, for all the macho the macho personality and all that, the general is the first that will know that, okay, this is what victory looks like and this is what defeat looks like. He in fact senses it miles away from ordinary people like you and me. So because no good general, will reach that position without understanding what victory is like and what defeat is like. And Obasanjo already has seen the handwriting on the wall that Obi, in whatever kind of discussion you're going to put him on, whether it is on pure votes, whether it is on technicalities, whether it's in, arguments or his policies or his minds, whatever it is, Obi has fallen short. He has fallen way, 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 way short. So there's nothing wrong in him, realigning and then trying to protect his own interest going forward. Because what is Nigeria really? It's just a, coming together of several interests, and that is the way the country has always been run. Everybody has a godfather. A godfather has another godfather. So it's like that. You reach the pinnacle like OBJ, you have plenty godsons. So uh, it's a signal. It's a signal. Obasanjo will need to have some kind of working relationship with the incumbent government for his other activities, for him to continue to be relevant. So I don't really fault Obasanjo. This is how Nigerian politics is being played, and he's just only playing his part. So kudos to
But,
him
but
and and all
how
that.
do you think, Hassan? How do you think the OB space would digest this? Because this is quite a real blow. Because Obasanjo is one of the key pillars of their narrative, and if he is saying that a good boy to the rep speaker and deputy, that tells you then he has abandoned shape. So are we expecting then an onslaught against Obasanjo from the usual quarters?
To be truthful, I will not be surprised if there is, if there is that repercussions coming. But we know what it's like now. The problem with the OB space is that is not the kind of space you want to commit to. You don't want to fear the space. You don't want to love that space. I salute people who use that space as a wave. If I was a politician, if I was calculating like getting some form of me, if I'm for some form of influence, people who are easily, hoodwinked based on emotions like that, I'll also ride the wave now. Who doesn't like cheap money, cheap popularity, and all that? You know, I would also use that space. So for me, one way or the other, it's there. There's always going to be a point because people like that, they keep agreeing with you, and on the first time that they don't agree with you, it's as if you had never said anything good about them. It's as if you had never said anything, positive about them. It's like you have never agreed with them. It's like you have never been a friend of them. From that day, you just become, from an angel, you just become the devil. That is their typical modus operandi. So why should anybody who is, a political master, a general, cunning, who understand this country in and out with that kind of depth, be even remotely thinking of, that space? No, it may only appear like that on the surface, but come on, the space is just a pawn, on the chessboard for somebody like OBJ. That's just the reality, really.
All right, Hassan, they say when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. So it's pouring pellets on the Obi narrative now. So I suspect that this is an orchestrated judgment that Lamidi Papa got, because his body language certainly against that petition ongoing, and he has now seized full charge of that party and giving direct instructions to the lawyers to report to him within 2 days for a briefing. He's also speaking the narrative of all those illegalities, forged documents that forms the backdrop of the labor narrative, and he also inviting anybody calling for an interim government to be arrested. An enemy within, would you say, Hassan? Oh, we lost Hassan. So who? Bishop, are you there? That was connection issues there. So yeah, Bishop, come in. Hassan lost connection somewhat. So from that build up, pick it up.
Yeah. Well, you are very spot on, even though it's very difficult to predict. Sorry, my manners. Good evening, everyone, wherever you are listening to us. Please remember to remember to click the like button and share. And if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. Thank you once again. So as I was saying, it's difficult to predict Obasanjo. Most times it has always been easier to predict him on the negative side of history. I won't hold his meeting with those people. I won't treat it with any degree of importance. It's just one of those things. Play safe. Sometimes he wants to be a father. Everybody that comes to him, they get his blessings. But I won't want to read anything extra into Obasanjo meeting with Kalu and the likes. Even though for any discerning person, I think it's pretty clear where the pendulum is likely to swing in the coming days and weeks. So a smart person will want to kind of be balanced. Don't tilt onto one side too much, so that you not end up with eggs in your face. So for me, but I won't take anything past OBJ. It's just plain, it's normal, So.
All right. Hold your thought on that space. I still want to push you a little bit on that. But Hassan rejoins us, connection problems. Okay. These are some of the things that we're hopeful that Tinubu will fix. But Hassan, yes, from that build-up, then an enemy within, Hassan.
Yes, ever since all this brouhaha started about going to court and things like that, I think this is the most interesting thing for me. This just speaks of this is APC's hand. This is APC. This is Tinubu in action. This is the master political strategist. When you are being attacked on a chessboard, sometimes the attack is multidimensional. It's not as if it's frontal. It can be. This kind of attack, the obedience are really getting attacked. It's no longer about them looking at, what they are facing on the field. When you are in a war, usually you if you have an infantry, you position them. All you are trying to do is not to get flanked. If you get flanked, you may end up in an ambush, and that is where you lose it. Then it's looking like a complete 360 kind of ambush. It's already been done on that obedience.
It's so obvious, isn't it? It's so obvious what is going on. Anybody can see what is going on. It's happening. People are wicked. People are wicked, though.
Wallahi, this is good to see, man. I like the undertone, the dramatic undertone. Just sweeping the carpet off of their feet from within. An enemy from within. That is what is happening to the obedience space, because this order that all the lawyers in that tribunal need to report to him within the 48 hours. There are implications for them not reporting to him, and them not even carrying out the directions that he want them to carry in that tribunal. Of course, he's talking about forgery and things like that. I think the game is over. It's been over for long, but if they push
yes.
it from here, it's just going to be embarrassment after embarrassment after embarrassment.
There are two parties in this lawsuit. There is Peter Obi, of course, and then there is the Labour Party as well. So it is not beyond the realms of imagination. It's not beyond the realms of imagination that if they don't report to him within 48 hours as he instructed, because Labour Party is the primary party in the suit, if they don't report to him very quickly, then he can withdraw the case. He can withdraw the case,
Yes, he can sack the lawyers, because you cannot go as a lawyer and be representing Labour Party without the endorsement of the chairman. If he sends another lawyer to the court and seeks the praise that the court sack all other lawyers, you have to go now. You have to go. You cannot represent a legal entity illegally, so you have to go. And the instructions, mind you, that the person who is coming in will be completely different. And he is talking about forgery and things like that. We already know that there are problematic things about some of the forms that St. Obi submitted, and there are problems about the timing of his interest in running for president within the Labour Party space. And we know that because we've had complaints from the original Labour Party members about some people being twisted into creating a space for Obi to come and run. A lot of the things that were done behind closed doors, if the Obi people keep pushing it, and they're going to let the cat off the bag go, and we're going to hear a lot of the embarrassing things. So this case may be over before it even begins, really, because this is a master stroke. This is how the difference between
this is politics.
People who are already. Yeah, it is politics, but there are, even in politics, there are novices, and there are people who are already legends in the game. You cannot compare. This is how you differentiate them. The way they play it in real terms, man. Because this is just like a trap. There are some traps that when it's set for you, the moment you fall into it, you cannot, if you stay still in that trap, because you're already injured, you bleed to death. And if you keep moving and try to free yourself, the more the trap will, get into your flesh and keep squeezing at you. So you feel more pain by wiggling, trying to get out. And then if you still stay down, you're still going to die. So I don't see any way. There's no comeback in this kind of political trap. This is a masterfully laid trap.
Hassan, it's quite delicious. Just as an outsider, a non-aligned person, it's quite delicious, really, watching this play out, isn't it? Because you can see the hand of it's so sweet. When you see politics in its rawest form, you can see the hands of APC right from when Abure was sacked, and because this is a well laid out plan. And that case might not, it won't get a hearing, but I wanted to get a hearing, though, just to remove all the noise. I don't want him to withdraw the case, do you?
Yeah, it will depend on how, but I think, yeah, the morale has already fizzled out from the OB space. You listen to the people that even have confidence, to come and talk on and the Labour Party and their chances of making any impact even on the tribunal, and you get the sense of that these people are not confident people. They try to show some form of bravado, but their body language, betrays them. And you know that they already know deep down inside that this game is over, or this game is over. And that is the problem with, when you overpromise. Because when you overpromise, and then you fail, to deliver, the kind of uh, failure that you represent forever, it's a task that is a sign you're going to carry on your forehead for the rest of your life. Because anytime people remember see you, they will know that, okay, this is the guy that lied to us about so and so. And the problem is, okay, I don't know why. Anyway, let me just say that, if you've seen, because I'm a fight fan, if you've seen fights between novices, say an amateur who is just starting, and a pro boxer, or say a pro Muay Thai, or a pro, the difference is clear by their endurance, by technique, by strategy. It's not the same. The fight is even usually over before it begins, because you see the amateur begins to palpitate, and he usually just surrenders within very, very, very early into the fight, or he may end up just finding himself in dreamland and may not understand what really even happened. When you are hit on the temple and lights out and you go to sleep, you don't know what really happened. You don't know what kind of technique your opponent used to finish you. You just go to sleep, to dreamland, and then you wake up and start asking, hey, what happened? What happened? So I believe that this is the stage that that OB space is in now, that confusion of not really understanding what is going on. They are going to wake
The
up
the
soon
the the
after
the,
the
the
inauguration, and they will still ask us what happened. How did this
yes,
happen? Don't worry, we'll be here to explain everything
the
in detail, all the moves that were done. I just like the way it is happening, man. It's really, really
yes.
this drama and excitement, and I was not expecting that it will turn out this way, but I really like that it did.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So the ugly stench of defeat, or just hopelessness, the ugly stench of hopelessness. So stay with us, Hassan, just for as long as you can. I want to hear your thoughts on the window that Buhari has opened for EMEFIELE to make his escape, and then the sense of deja vu about what is going on. I want to hear from you on all that. But as the room starts to populate, Hassan, I want to form the habit of quickly documenting
Mm.
everybody's, just so that people are not kept hanging. But hang around. I want to hear more from you. I want to go next to Ogbeni, who after
Mm.
a period of hibernation, he resurfaces only at the most dramatic moment within this now political journey. So, Ogweni, did you see this coming? This is the end of Solomon Grundy, is it not? Ogweni, good to see you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everybody. I seem not to get the exact gist of what is happening now. Can you just brief me 1 minute of what exactly?
Okay, the court today have affirmed Lamidi Akpapa as the substantive interim chairman of the Labour Party, and he has moved very quickly to hold a press conference inviting all of the lawyers participating at the Presidential Tribunal to report to his office with immediate effect. It's giving them no longer an 48-hour window. And in the course of his press conference, he was talking about all the forged documents that forms the backdrop of the Labour space, and he's saying anybody calling for an interim government should be jailed, and anybody that is saying Tinubu should not be sworn in will be kicked out of the party. So do you see then that as the shaking hands of Tinubu pulling the strings of this man? Baba, we know well.
Like the last speaker talked about, there's a very great difference between when a veteran is playing his game and an amateur is just entering the game playing. So I can't say that I saw this coming. I cannot say so, but I know that even apart from, do you know the way everybody think? Oh, maybe Tinubu's hand is in what is happening in labor and all this. Do you know I don't see it so? I don't see it so. I see.
You are not naive now. Okay, come on. Go ahead.
No. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. I think I've said it before in this on this platform. I was privileged to handle some cases during the reign of Oshiomhole, and sometimes you think, oh, there was somebody actually sponsoring this kind of case. But as a lawyer, you get all the facts eventually before you handle a case. And I realized that no, it's just a matter of some people being greedy, some being greedy for money, some being greedy for power, and some not know how to play their politics. And also sometimes some being so tribalistic that they are so blinded in seeing the effect of what they are doing. Okay. And all these play together sometimes to work against several interests. That's the way I see this. Okay, take for instance, see what Arabambi. Do you know this CEO of Arabambi is not today? Arabambi has been fighting since, so don't think, that's why I said, many Nigerians are just this sensationalism, this news will come, we just grab it, we shoo it, just like chicken chewing, taking corns, and shortly after, another news will come and distract us with that. Then we don't follow up on that again. Then we jump on another news, and then life goes on. That's the kind of thing we do in Nigeria. Even the so-called outlets that say they do investigative journalism for us, how many of the stories do they really follow up to the logical head? Arabambi case is not today. Arabambi case has been over time. When Road Vivor and this other guy were fighting, I remember Shane kept interviewing Arabambi, and the man kept telling them that he believes in Peter Obi, but he doesn't believe in Peter Obi's style of leadership. That guy kept, if you watch what he said in his last interview, and you go back to what this guy said almost 2 years ago, it was the same thing he said. It's not new. He's not just saying it. Okay, what did he say? He said, Peter Obi crossed to their party. You get to the party. You started regionalizing the party. And that's the truth. Coming from somebody an insider. In a few months before election, months ago, we used to say it on this platform. You are just a regional leader. You are just a regional candidate. And many obedient to come and say, no, how will you say it's a regional candidate? It's a university. This guy now he's coming from somebody within his own political party. And the man mentioned major roles that you snatched from other space and you give to your own people. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, look at Obi'S legal team in court. I was discussing with one of the senior counsel today, and I said, is it that they can't get people from other tribes and try to mix the legal team? Must you gather people from
sorry, Benny. There was commentaries that Obi'S legal team mirrors Nnamdi Kanu's legal team. Is that true?
That is true. Whoever said that thing, it's so perfect. That is true. Let's look at it. Let's look at it from this way. Let me quickly. Libby Uzoku, senior advocate, that's the guy leading, right? Where is he from? I don't need to mention it. By that name, you know the region is from Nigeria. Awakalu is there. Where's Awakalu from? Oyenshi Ikpeazu is there. Where is he from? Patrick Ikweto is there. Where is he from? Bembela Anashebe is there. Where is he from? Otto Obi Okafo, Ikechukwu Ezechukwu. These are the names. So, then this mommy, Dr. Azinge, Valeria Ageze, I know that one is better. But see the Midwest, the East region. Can you see that? Emeka Okoko and all of them. The only guy you will see around that place is Jubril, JS Okutepa. And then I don't know if ST Horn is still part of them. It's actually part of them. I think it's part of them. Those are the only two lone voices you can find in that space. And I asked, why? Why is it so? Now, what do you call this guy? This activist, the activist that was that defended Olisa Metu and is still telling us he's an activist. Michael Zekome. He's the one who defended Olisa Metu, who stole our money. Now, Michael Zekome is okay. Michael Zekome is not in Obi'S team. So I may be wrong to agree that.
No, he is on Obi'S team. I saw him in court.
I think it's on Atiku.
Atiku, okay. All right.
It's on Atiku's team. Atiku's team is the only team that is so detribalized. It's led by an Igbo person, Chris Uche-san, and then God Uche-san, and then all those guys, Michael Zekome and others, you see them there. But my focus is on Obi, and I kept asking, I still keep asking that question. Is it that you are so much, you don't believe in other region, and like you have asked before, so which space do you really want to govern? Your people will be saying everything against Sultan, you come out and justify it. Adeboye, you come out and justify it. Oni of Ife, you come out and justify it. There's hardly anyone, and you come out to justify it. And we know these people, we know what is the common denominator in all these people. I mean, so for me, what is happening in Labour Party, it's been long. It's not just now. That Arabambe has been there over time, and the guy has been shouting. Now their hand has come back to the roast. I think they will come back now to have a rethink. I was arguing on the platform today, and I said, see, no person, even if they are bought, even if they give them money. Arabambe said something. He said, Obi did not sponsor Labour Party. He said it today. We are still owing, what do you call them? Those ones are the polling agents. The man said we are still owing agents. So you don't even sponsor your party. So for me, that means you don't even believe in the vision of the party. You just think the party is just a vehicle for you to just use and dump. You don't believe in the party. If you believe in the vision of the party, you will know. And that is why even the electoral heart even peg how much you must spend on your election. Because the electoral system in Nigeria understand that you must spend money anywhere in the world where you practice democracy. You spend, except you don't believe in the vision of a political party. So now, Obi is not in control of his party. That is obvious. Both financially or in terms of the power game. Then you are not in control of your party. So how do you want to proceed with your petition? Let me tell you, they won't withdraw that petition. But see, the moment they change the legal thing there is the beginning of the end to that petition. If they come out to withdraw that petition, yes, it will be too obvious that, oh, you guys have just come to hijack the party in order to achieve XYZ, right? The Obi space, that's because Obi has already pinched his head with Aburi and Tanko and all those guys, Okonko down that play Nollywood and others. Now, the Obi space, that faction now will go on appeal. Now they'll be on the defense and they will start fighting, stay of proceeding, stay of this, stay of execution. Let me tell you, that's what they will fight till this election petition will end. So where does it stand them to? So for me, as far as I'm concerned, when you look at it, I don't even know why people even think there must be crisis within Labour Party before they will lose this election petition. I've said it from the day one. Go and check that election petition once again. There is nothing in that petition. Nothing in the petition. The almost 60% of the petition is based on preliminary points. It's a drug, this is this, is this. The major space paragraphs they use to make point on the major claim is like 35 to 40% of the entire thing. And what is he saying? It was only specific on two states. and the other state they left it so. So how do you achieve that? So for me, what is happening in Labour Party is good, but I think they should tread with caution. The Obedient guys are still outside there, and they are washing. So they should be very careful in whatever they are doing in that party. But I believe they should take over their party back from the hijackers who have come to hijack their party and regionalize it. They should take over their party and nationalize their party back to what it was before Obi came to pollute that party.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space of Ogweni. It looks as though everything is collapsing around the Obi petition and the alleged stolen mandate. What Tinubu Obasanjo told Abbas Kalu over rep speakership race. So there it is. So it's almost unbelievable, really, the way this politics is playing out. Because this is a story of abandonment. It says also former President Olusegun Obasanjo met with the Speaker, Deputy Speaker designate Abbas and Kalu. Obasanjo described both leaders as promising, with a noteworthy track record to man the affairs of the House. So, what does that mean? You tell me, because it's unbelievable what we're saying now. You know, people realigning is what I am saying. What would you say to that? Obasanjo endorsing then Tinubu's choice for the House.
You know, Obasanjo now in Yoruba, they call people like Obasanjo Asheburuku Shere. Is it's something you have in your mouth that you can't swallow and you can't spit it out. That's Baba Obasanjo for you. So yeah, for me, Obasanjo has tried to push. He has realized that his candidate carries no weight. And let no one forget that this is not the first time, or that was not the first time Obasanjo would try to push. Obasanjo was the one who started this third force thing in Nigeria. And it wasn't in 2023. Remember, Obasanjo started his third force in 2015. He collapsed it and supported BUHARI in 2015. In 2019 again, Obasanjo raised that third force thing. When he couldn't work, he endorsed Atiku Abubakar. It failed. In 2023, he believed the third force now will be Obi. But now that the third force has failed, in his normal way, Obasanjo will go back to his normal sense. And what is Obasanjo's normal sense? Wherever it's raining, Obasanjo will try to align. If with time, he discovered that it's not working, Obasanjo will start writing letter and then be watching what will happen. So I'm not surprised at all. This is not the first time. Obasanjo will always come out, go back to his shell and re-strategize. So it's part of him re-strategizing. And maybe he's taking clue from.
Do you think he's trying to realign himself back into, because we all know where things are going, and he better than anyone would know. Do you think he's trying to realign himself back into relevance? One, and do you think it's too late for him? Because I don't think Tinubu will have any time for his open letters and whatever.
I don't think it's too late for Obasanjo. Don't forget, before Tinubu even before Tinubu even started going around for his campaign, Obasanjo was one of those guys he went to meet. You can't disregard Obasanjo in Nigerian political space. He has his weight, both at the national level and international level. Obasanjo may not be able to pull weight in terms of the electoral system in Nigeria and who becomes Nigerian president. But in terms of your success as the president of Nigeria, if Obasanjo is somebody you can avoid, try to avoid him. If it's somebody that if you satisfy, it will not affect your political ambition, then try to satisfy Obasanjo, because Obasanjo is a figure. You can't disregard Obasanjo. You disregard Obasanjo to your own detriment when you are serving as a leader in Nigeria. Jonathan did so, and we all saw where Jonathan ended. So for me, I don't see Tinubu disregarding Obasanjo. Don't forget, even throughout Tinubu's 8 years in office, when he had it with Obasanjo, he never disregarded Obasanjo. He kept fighting in court. Don't forget. I remember those days, Obasanjo would be going to Abeokuta and he would fly down to Lagos, or Tinubu would still go and meet him in Lagos. Sometimes Tinubu would see him off to Abeokuta and then went back to Lagos. That's why the fact that they were in court and they were fighting, Obasanjo seized the local government revenue and others. He still gave Obasanjo his respect, So Obasanjo is a few. Obasanjo, yes, he's realigning gradually, and he has understood that the third force didn't work this time around. He will try later. God spare his life.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ogbeni, because I still want to hear from you regarding EMEFIELE's window that Buhari opened, and then the sense of deja vu to the politics that is going on now. But as I said to Hassan, I want to make sure that every voice is heard. So let me move the conversation on then and take it to Zita, who joins us. So Zita, are you ready? Madam Zita has the... all right, let's go to War Peace then. I think Zita needs a moment. War Peace, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, War Peace. You're just waking up, as I know, but so good of you. So let's then hear your waking thoughts then on now this new chairman of the Labour Party, Lamidi Apapa, who has no truck with the Obi narrative or this ongoing court case. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, one man, good morning. This is Politics 101, and in politics, it's winner take it all, and you try to demarcate your opponent or your enemy in any shape or any means. Well, this is what I always say: if you're not ready to do anything, don't complain about it. If the obedient or the Obi is not ready to play politics, why using labor and not taking it serious? You're supposed to understand that the opponent will come against him now in any shape or form. They will try to plant him more, derail him from inside. That's the most important part of it. So what is happening now, I'm not surprised. My only anger is that if they say they're formidable, you should be ready for all these things. Of course, if they're going to take his head off from inside, they will do it. So they should not complain. It's politics. So you prepare for the worst, and the worst is just about to start. If Lamido pull up the case is half gone. So it's propaganda against propaganda. So there's nothing new. Like Ogbeni said, there's nothing new in one man. There's nothing we really talk about this case. To me, or from my own point of view, one man.
All right. And to the space, Obasanjo endorsing then the incoming Speaker of the House of Representatives and his deputy. So he cannot endorse them in isolation of the incoming administration. So this endorsement then just by extension an endorsement of the Tinubu administration. So is this now Obasanjo jumping ship? And what does this mean for the Peter Obi narrative?
Oh man, this is one example. They say there's no permanent friend in politics. There's no permanent enemy in politics. Until we Nigeria understand the way to play politics, we will not be playing points of settlement. What Obasanjo is doing is clearly, clearly political. There is no sentiment about it. It can be fighting Tinubu in one place at the same time, and dozen people that will be in Tinubu cabinet. For him is how you see the country move forward. That's the picture outside, but we know he has a personal interest. Until we learn from what is going on, we should not be dying for all these leaders. See Obasanjo that is fighting Tinubu, that is writing to whether UN that should not swear Tinubu in. He's the one now fighting for speaker. So we should understand that it's politics, one man. It's actually confusing to me. So I can't really speak much about it than just what was going on. And I advise people not to play politics.
Sorry, War Peace, how do you think the Obi space will digest what clearly is an endorsement of the Tinubu mandate? How do you think they will digest it? How Obasanjo fought so hard for Peter Obi, and now the picture tells you the story. So how do you think that space will? Because they are becoming increasingly isolated, and the language is sounding more gibberish by the moment.
Yeah, I think those of them that don't have heart will have heart attacks. First of all, that's why I said that I cannot play politics because you don't know who is your true friend, who is your true enemy. I hope they don't go on rampage against insulting Obasanjo on this. If they do, they will lose their last stand. They should understand it's politics. Like it or not, winner take it all. The game is not for the weak. The game is the game is for the strongest. Either crook or hook, you win it. That's just it. Till people understand it, it's just game. Obasanjo just endorsing who is endorsing right now. It's for his own political gain, under the interest of his Nigerian interest. We also supposed to understand this. We should stop this bitterness of politics. Like the other day, if this energy they have, they stand behind Kalu. I think Kalu will be getting the president. Rather, they are saying they don't need him there. You don't need him there. That you want people to stand by you. Do the needful. Fight for what is close to you, not what is so far from you. You know, so what should I say? Should I start insulting Obasanjo or what? If it's my brother that is about this, I will not fight for him to, even though I'm from Labour. So these are the things they have to understand. They should drop sentiment and get prepared for the 2027 one man. Please go to the next question.
Talking about sentiment, War Peace, Ogbeni was just highlighting just how much the Obi legal team mirrors the Nnamdi Kanu legal team to about 70-80%. So essentially, it's to your tribe, isn't it? Really, what we're seeing playing out right across the board, not just the Obi space. Yeah.
Yeah. These things are still going on in Nigeria. I think we still not move past that trust issue. Look at Obi's legal team; it's all filled up from one side. It's one-sided. Even the Tinubu team we can say 60% or 70% is one-sided. And you look at the people fighting the Labour Party right now, 70% or 60%, it's one side. So you see the tribal stuff that we see suspecting each other. Until we look past that and see it the way it is, this tribal issue will not stop and will not help us. It will always take us back. We will be retrogressing instead of progressing. If you see the way it is and take the best stand and let the best stand for us, it will be things that only statistics can trust. It's the same thing that is playing out in 1960 election, when one side is filled up with Southeastern and the other side is filled up with Westerner. So nobody trusts nobody. So it's a very bad thing, and we are seeing it. So we should try and see how we can look past that one man. It's not good for us.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Just like I said to everybody else, still plenty of topics for you to speak on, but I want to document everybody's voice. The next voice I'd like to document is Zita, if she's ready. Otherwise, we go to Bishop. Zita, do we have you now?
Hey, no, one man.
Oh, now we do. So I came to you. So there it is. You would have seen this coming, of course. Good to see you, Zita. You would have seen this coming, of course. Tinubu now, the picture tells you the narrative, and there is a caption to go with it. He speaks in glowing terms about the consensus House of Representatives leader, Tajuddin Abbas, and the incoming Kalu as his deputy. He is telling us, recommending to us that they are worthy men. So this was Obasanjo, of course, that fought tooth and nail for Peter Obi. Has he seen the writing on the wall, and is he going with the winning team? The former Baba Yabo.
One man.
Yes.
Good day, everyone. Before I register my voice on your hooks, I would like to take a monologue on something that caught my attention within the week. Do you mind?
Carry on.
Okay. And another thing I want to say is that I notice that most times when I want to speak, I get interjection. Sometimes I will be asked for evidence. Sometimes it lowers my thought, and sometimes I see it as a kind of shishing, and I don't like it. Can I do my monologue as a soliloquy?
Okay, do your monologue, and then if there's questions to come, it comes after you land. So carry on. The floor is yours.
My monologue, I'm going to title it 2 men left the country. It's something that caught my attention some days ago about 2 men that left the country. Those 2 men, one, I'm sure both of them must have left from the usual place, either Lagos or Abuja. One landed in Paris and the other one landed in somewhere in the United States. The one that landed in Paris, physics was dumped on him. In all the channels, in all the TV stations, a lot was said, he's sick, he's checking, he's this, he's that. But the one that landed in the US, that one, because they have somebody in our platform that hosted him, he made a little video about him. And there was like, oh, we get him to speak in our platform? According to what they said, for the traffic, he didn't come. But nobody noticed anything. As long as everybody is concerned, he's well and healthy. I want to say, are we supposed to see our mechanics? Yes, we should. Are we supposed to go to our mechanic when we are supposed to travel on a rough, long road journey? We must. Firstly, most people will say, why would you try? You can't. Why tell somebody the person can't when the person has not tried? Most times in our life, we feel we are healthy, we are okay. I want to let those listening today, in as much as I pretend they are not listening, that whether you are old, young, or small, big, healthy, sick, checking, retarded, there is what they call health triggers. Have you questioned yourself? Can I stand for 3 hours talking, even when I'm 17 years? Can I do a back-to-back meeting for 3 days, having just few hours of sleep in 24 hours, even when I'm 26? Yes, you've not questioned yourself because you have not found yourself in that position to test your ability. Yeah, some people will say, he's sick. Why would he be there? He can't. He's checking. He has not told you that. And you don't have any right to stop somebody and tell somebody, don't try. You cannot succeed. Leave the person to try and see whether the person will succeed. I want to say this by saying that in the course of my life, I'm a very tall woman. Tall for a woman. I'm almost 6 feet. But I love wearing heels. I'm trying to tell you a little about my life experience. I love to be on heels. I never knew in my life that I cannot stand for 30 minutes until I was launched into a job where I have to stand for 30 minutes talking to people. The first time, I thought it was my shoes. I went to the hospital, I came back. The second time, I wore flat, I went there. The same thing happened. That was when I was diagnosed of vein issues. What am I saying in essence? I never knew I have such conditions, but that triggered it. So when people come running around in the internet, in their media houses, in their platform, in their social media, in their YouTube channel, throwing physics at somebody because the person went to see their mechanic. Yes, of course, they have to see mechanic. If you are a public figure, you need a mechanic. Most of them you see today, they go with 10, 15. Some go with 5. Why? Because they don't want to disturb people like us who are their smooth roads. They don't want to let us down because they have to come out, speak and span. Then we want to hear those things they want to say. We want to see those actions they want to take. But for the bumpy road, the rocky roads, the hills and the valleys and the miry clay, Those are the ones they try to avoid so that they will not shame them. So they need a mechanic. Traveling in a wrong road for 4 years, you need a mechanic. If you are a nice person, you are a good person, you are smart, you need a mechanic to massage your leg, massage your hands. I must say that now, I still have a job where every once in a week, once in 2 weeks or once in a month, I have to face the gurus in that area. We do what we call 2 hours workshop presentation. I stand 45 minutes talking, bombarded with questions. I didn't do the surgery until I left Nigeria, but the doctors in Nigeria kept me going. All the time I was in Nigeria, perfect. Ranging from the time I went for tonsillitis to the time I have that issue, Nigerian medical system has improved dramatically. They were the people that diagnosed it anyway. And those doctors were the doctors that kept handling it till I decided to do the surgery. I want to tell people who are listening today, these are the narrative they want to push with their facts. Because if they push the truth, nobody will believe them. Every public figure must go with mechanics. That's why sometimes you see them jumping out of the stage as if they're running out of the stage. Why? Because their mechanic has given them time. Otherwise, they get embarrassed. They embarrass their fans, they embarrass their supporters, they embarrass people that are leading. I remember, some time ago, a president in Africa sadly messed himself up in a parade. Maybe he did not use a mechanic. Because if he had used a mechanic, they will package him well. We need a mechanic. But I will say, why do we question others without questioning ourselves? Truth works. Before you ask somebody, why would you, why should you, what can you couldn't have, you wouldn't have. Why don't you first question yourself? Can I do this? Can I stand for a long time? Can I do back-to-back meeting even when I think I'm healthy? I noticed something going around in Nigeria now. People have decided to be questioning others instead of questioning themselves. And when you question others, you lose your peace. But when you question yourself, you have your peace. I will conclude by telling all Nigerians today that are listening to me, every public official uses a mechanic. If you don't use them well, you get embarrassed. I'll give 2 examples before I close. There is somebody, because this one day we know, called Simon of AGT. You know how many that one goes on just to come out to look that simple and sit in that seat for a long hour? That few hours. Go and find out. I remember a few months ago, one of my best actors, I will not call his name, he announced that he's retiring because his Parkinson has gone too far. And when I was reading his announcement, I saw, he said, I was diagnosed of Parkinson when I was 25. Are you kidding me? And you jump on stages, you do all this you do without me noticing. And you are my fan. And some people will say, why can't they tell us their health challenges? They won't. Because they have people like me. They don't want to bring down their spirit. They have people like me who believe in them. Somebody went to US to see a mechanic. Another person went to Paris to see a mechanic. Most people did not even know that the one that went to US left the country. And even if you tell them that he went to see a mechanic, nobody will believe you. But the one that went to Paris, because we did not have anybody in the platform that can give us a little clip of him shaking hands with somebody in the parliament in France or having dinner by one family in Nigeria that are so rich in Paris. What do? We throw physics at them. I end by saying, please question yourself. Stop questioning others. so that you will have your peace. Thank you.
Sorry, I muted myself. I didn't even realize. Just to give you the space to do all that. So well said, Zita. I think we read between the lines to have an understanding of what you're saying. And to add, even somebody, I think once you cross the threshold of maybe 35, you probably have a need for that mechanic to keep you ticking over. There is no one really that is not carrying some sort of something that they are managing medically. So yes, it's just really something to latch on to. But Zita, we will also like to hear from you on the talking points. But before we hear from you on the talking points, I was going to go to Bishop next. But Bishop, with your permission, I'd like to go to Idris Adeola, who is joining only because he's joining us for the first time. And we like to document people that are joining us for the first time, just to have an understanding of their politics. So, Bishop, I'll come to you straight away after Idris. But we go to Idris straight away and hear what he's thinking politically. So, good to have you, Idris. So, what are you then making then of the goings on within the Nigerian space? Unmute yourself, by the way. Unmute yourself so we can hear you. So, what are you then making then of the goings on within the Nigerian space, especially now this movement that we're seeing from the Labour Party, where Lamidi Apapa has seized charge of that party, and he's not at all pro Peter Obi in any guise. He openly is not pro Peter Obi. So how does this translate to the petition? And then, of course, Obasanjo now openly endorsing Tinubu's flunkies. So what are you making of all of that, Idris? Good to see you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having me in your show. I'm really appreciate. Actually, when I'm going through the news, I used to go through the news and saw about the Lamidi Apapa. You know, if you look at this, since the times of Tinubu has been doing a consultation, you know, he has some. Lamidi Apapa has been Tinubu's voice when in Lagos, and you know he's a member of the Labour Party. So, and I see the channels where he's trying to demolish, to discredit the Peter Obi's presidential ambition by going to court to try to, bring himself as the leader of the Labour Party. If you look at most of the recent interview, it's based on withdrawing of petition of Peter Obi. And then you will see that he's really working for Tinubu's agitations by allowing the Peter Obi to withdraw this case. On what ground? During the campaigns of Peter Obi all around, we couldn't see Apapa as being functioning everywhere. We didn't see him. All of a sudden, and he's trying to come around and try to demolish the entire work of Peter Obi's presidential campaign. And if you look at the court case and look at what is going on in the issue of Nigeria, I've never seen where the courts have suspended the president, even it's come through backdoor or whatever. Right from the Obasanjo regime, all the court cases, it has been just going on adjourn. Only the governorship election that I can see that tribunal that I went to a Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court stopped giving it a judgment based on the court ruling. But I've never seen whereby Supreme Court have stopped or maybe condemned or try to cancel the election of the presidential election, which I've never done, and it have never happened since 1999. So what I'm saying now, Tinubu will be assuring, and that's what they're trying to do, because they don't want to have a vacuum. On the 29th, whether they like it or not, they want to be there must be a sworn-in based on the law. But right now, Buhari is trying to do that extension.
Just to pause you for a moment. In extenuating circumstances, there can be a window for the swearing in to be deferred for 3 months and to hold Buhari in situation. Somebody was explaining that the law facilitates for that.
Yeah. When let's see how it goes. It's good to go. But the most important is about the Lamidi Papa and the Labour Party have to do their work very well. And I don't know the camp of Lamidi and the camp of the other side, and they really need how to know, because people are really wondering, and the majority have seen the Labour Party as that only avenue whereby the youths can able to show their interest, and people are tired of APC, they're tired of PDP. But right now, the issue of this Lamidi Papa, and they need to work on that, and let's see what's going to happen before the May 29. So thank you so much for having me in your show, and I'm quite appreciate for giving me the audience to.
How long have you been following the platform?
Actually, I used to be following your platform. I don't used to come into the live, but normally I used to listen to your program like more than 6 months. I think so. Yeah, we even went talking doing the kind of your program at this Yoruba Nation and all those stuff. So.
Okay, are you a Yoruba nationalist? Are you sound like a Yoruba nationalist?
No. I'm just being neutral. No.
All right. Well, I'm not. I'm somewhat Yoruba nation anyway. I don't object to Yoruba nation. But give us brief thoughts on Obasanjo meeting with the consensus candidate for the House of Representatives of the APC and giving him and his deputy his blessing. What does that signal to the politics?
It's a very strong signal to the politics because they knew Obasanjo have it's a stakeholders, and it's someone that everybody have respect for. So I knew that this was going to happen because they knew they need the Obasanjo influence in APC. And what happened is that Tinubu has a kind of a program that he doesn't want to expose to the public space, and he has it, and that's the reason. It's just unfortunate that he has an election challenges, but Obasanjo has been supporting Peter Obi directly or indirectly, which everybody knew, and all of a sudden, when I saw the news that the APC caucus are trying to meet up with Obasanjo, because Tajuddin, the guy from the emerged as of right, he has been Obasanjo's camp before. He's one of the Obasanjo's boys. So they are the people that are
hold on. I never knew he was an Obasanjo boy. So do you think that they purposely selected him to pull Obasanjo back in? Do you think it's some Machiavellian move?
No, he cannot. He can't. He cannot. I'm not seeing it so, because he's been a PDP before. During the 1999 election, they are the one that are the campaign during the this Saraki's enter at that time. They moved from, these are the people that are moved from PDP to join APC. So they have been a PDP and have been working for Obasanjo during the time of 1999, 2000, 2001, Obasanjo's regime. So it's still but the way I'm looking at it now, I'm not really seeing. They wanted to use him to. I'm trying the Tinubu have purpose. Why is choosing Tajuddin? So he knew that they wanted him to stop the Obasanjo influence, and that's the reason why I think they wanted to use him, because he knows that he can be able to meet with Obasanjo and try to explain to Obasanjo the purpose of it. Because when I saw it, I was very annoyed that why Obasanjo could now come in at this point of time and try to endorse the candidacy of, the APC. at the crucial time. But I'm not still have 100% believe in that, because I know Obasanjo has a strong program. Anybody can come to him. Anybody can. His house is very free to everyone. But I've never heard Obasanjo doing a live program that is supporting APC or try to endorse APC candidacy. But it's a father of the nation, whereby all political parties can go to him for a consultation, or for anybody, even if it could be an APC, they can go to him that, oh, this is our platform, we want to do this and do that. So Obasanjo is welcoming everyone to his house as father of the nation. So I'm not really saying that they will be influenced Obasanjo's in this program.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Stay with us. One final question: where are you based? Are you back home?
No, I'm in Dubai.
Oh, Dubai. Yeah, one of our Dubai guys. Is your wallpaper? It looks familiarly Nigerian. The wallpaper on your back, but yeah. So stay with us, Idris, because we'll come back to you for your opinions on other talking points. But as I said, taking the conversation round so every voice is documented. Taking it now in the direction of Bishop, who patiently.
One man.
Yeah.
Please, can I put just 1 or 2 points on what Idris just said, and then
carry on
to correct some impression, because he talked about the law court. So I think I home in the duty to straighten some issues for him. First and foremost, it is not true that Nigerian court has not removed major political figures from offices, elected position in Nigeria. It has happened and happened over and over and over again. I'll just give you some few examples. Oyinlola was a sitting governor for Osun State when he was removed by a court. Segun Oni was a sitting governor of Ekiti State. A court removed him from office, Court of Appeal.
Sorry, please, I will just come in, don't rewind. I'm not talking about the governor, I'm talking about the presidency.
Don't worry, I will escalate it to presidency. I'm just telling you, it's Nigerian court. You see, when you talk about judiciary, Supreme Court is not the only court in the hierarchy of judiciary. Supreme Court is the last court of the land. You don't expect Supreme Court to remove anybody. What Supreme Court simply does is to review the decision that a tribunal has made. You don't go to Supreme Court to tender evidence. You don't go to Supreme Court to start calling witnesses. We don't do that in the Supreme Court. What you do in Supreme Court is whatever the tribunal has done, you take it to the Supreme Court to review for you. So I'm telling you now that at that level where you tender evidence and you prove your cases, Nigerian judiciary have been so bold enough to remove major political guns in office before. And I'm trying to give you some instances. And don't forget, these instances I'm giving you, they were ruling party when they were removed. They were not in the opposition, right? Oyinlola was removed in Osun, was a ruling party. He wasn't in the opposition. Segun Oni was removed, was a PDP governor. PDP was in the government. Osumbo in Edo State was a governor. He was removed for Adam Oshiomhole. He was a sitting governor. Olusegun Agagu, now late, was removed from Ondo State. He was a sitting governor. And some other few examples like that. So it is not correct that Nigerian judiciary has not been bold enough over time for us to now draw a pattern. Now, let me now take it to the space of presidency. Since the Second Republic, we have had how many elections? Think about 6 elections now, right? Out of the 6, there was no election petition in 2015. Jonathan decided not to file anything, and everybody dropped their guns. Now, which are the ones we have had? Just 5. It is not enough for you to use those 5 to draw a pattern. Why? First reason, Supreme Court is not the court to remove. They only review. Secondly, the first one, 1999, was between Falae and OBJ. I will implore you to go and read that judgment. You see, most times Nigerians don't go and read all these judgments. They are written in plain English language. If you go back and read that judgment, What was the case? And that's why I keep asking this Peter Obi, because I know it will still get there. When the obedient will come and say, God has not done justice because Peter Obi has lost out. Try and take your time to read that petition. What is there? Is there any meat in this petition? What was Olufalaye case? First ground, Olufalaye said Obasanjo belonged to Ogboni fraternity. Therefore, Obasanjo shouldn't even have contested because the Code of Conduct for Public Service in Nigeria, where is your evidence? No evidence to show that Obasanjo belonged to such secret court. The court said, we cannot remove a president on this basis. And the remaining cases went flat. Can you use that to draw pattern? My answer is no, except if you have not read the judgment. Move to 2003. 2003 was between Buhari and Obasanjo. We all knew what was the cross of Buhari's case. And I don't want to bore you. And on and on and on like that. When you go back, the only one, 2019, which was between Atiku and Buhari, that could have, in my own sense, have a bit weight. But what did Atiku take to court? Atiku didn't really go for the merit of the case. If you go back to read that decision, Atiku case was hinged completely on one central server that was in INEC. And he believed that if he was able to have access to that central server, he would be able to get out and prove to the court that he won. But INEC said, yes, we budgeted for this central server, but we didn't use it for this election. We didn't have any central server. Whether wrongly or rightly, that was INEC case. And there was no central server delivered. There was no result from any central server, and the man built his case on that central server. You don't expect the court to perform magic. The court only gives decision based on what is stable before them. They must not go outside it. And the court said, oh, Mr. Atiku, there is nothing like central server here. Go back home. And he went back home. And now we're in 2023. Now in 2023, I keep saying it again, go and read what they have presented before that court. There is no substance in it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. But from all of what you said, you still went on to land where Idris was, that in the history of Nigeria, the Supreme Court has never overturned the presidential election.
Yes, but I gave reasons for it. No
yes,
case before them.
No case before them.
It's not it's not to draw pattern and say, oh, this is what they do. But go and look at what they presented before them.
And it is your opinion, it is your submission that in this instance as well, there's really no case before them.
Yeah, that's my opinion on this case. And we have dissected it here before. We pull out the petition, we started looking at it paragraph by paragraph. We have done it here before.
All right, brilliant. So that's our SAN, Ogweni, putting the legal angle on things. So our SAN, Ogweni, to our Jack of all trades, master of everything, Bishop. So Bishop, you're up next for your opening monologue. Bishop, are you there? Bishop.
Yes, I'm just trying to hang on.
We heard ourselves back. All right, take us through the talking points. Kick it off with a papa or a papa, as somebody corrected me, who has now ceased charge of the Labour Party and is speaking a tune that does not fit with the dance moves of Peter Obi. So is this the orchestration of the shaky hands of Tinubu yet at play again, Bishop?
Well, yeah, once again, good evening, everyone. I don't really think so.
Sorry, Bishop. Before you carry on.
Yes.
Mute the YouTube. No, because we're hearing back. Yeah. Mute yourself. You're on two devices.
No.
So mute one.
Give me a second. I don't think I'm on two devices.
All right, carry on. I'll just keep quiet.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right, carry on.
So, I don't want to believe so. There is no evidence to believe so. I think they did quite a few things wrong in Labour Party. I mean, you came into a party, yes, you're very welcome, you were entertained, you were given, and you want to push people that you met there that have been there for 20 years. They felt slighted. a lot of people in Labour Party that have been holding the fort for years really felt slighted by the way they were pushed around. I mean, aside. They were just kind of rough. How do they say it now? On those people, roughshod, over the likes of Apapa and Arabambi and the likes. They've been holding on this party for years. Yes, you brought in a lot of goodwill and good fortune, but at the same time, no matter what, respect is reciprocal. Give them some bit of respect. I don't like the fact that some of them kind of are fighting dirty in vengeance. Because, okay, you think we are nothing. And immediately this thing started, look at the utterances of a lot of the Peter Obi backers. I mean, they're making it about Peter Obi. It's no longer the party. It's obviously like the Peter Obi is bigger than the party. And they said so. In so many interviews, most of them granted. And it really was not fair. So I don't want to, except I have compelling evidence otherwise to prove otherwise. I don't think APC is doing. It's just that when your enemy is busy making mistakes, don't just disturb him. Just let them go on the harakiri fight, as the Japanese will say. I don't want to think, even if it is, maybe some subtle people from underground are pushing that, don't let go. But like APC and Tinubu sat down and planned and they're scheming, I don't want to believe so until I see compelling evidence to the otherwise. Unfortunately, they've not played it well in Labour Party. When Obi came to Labour Party, like I said a minute ago or thereabout ago, he brought in a lot of goodwill, but you should at least respect the people that you met there or you are meeting there. Show them some kind of respect, And a lot of the fights are not necessary. But I'm not saying this without with any kind of emphasis or evidence. But I've heard from two persons that said that, look, a lot of things played out because the rush for Labour Party tickets was really huge and people were ready to dole out a lot of funds. So the underhand scheming about replacing candidates here and there really played out. I was thinking that Abure will address the issue of the forgery of collecting money from people and forging court documents to come and deny them flatly. I said, no, nothing of such happens. Because I would not like, if Tinubu's hand is in deliberately destabilizing opposition, I mean, I will lose a lot of respect for him. So I still want to give him the benefit of the doubt that no, it's just that it's just politics. When it happens in APC or PDP, we say, oh, implosion, blah, 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 blah. But they are the same. We are the same people, the same Nigerians that are playing the dirty politics in PDP. They are the ones playing it in APC that played Oshiomhole out. They are the same people that played our seconders from Rivers out. They are the same people that rose up against the Ayu in just the recent past. So why is that of APC Labour Party different? So I don't think it's anything to lose our sleep about. So for me, let it just play out. When they get to the court, I mean, it's not the end. So when they get to the court next week and the record start, something starts, let's see how it will play out.
The feedback.
I don't know where you're getting feedback. I don't have any device on.
If you scroll back, you'll hear it. So I've muted you for a moment only to ask the question. So do you not see? Do you envisage a scenario, because this Lamidi Papa now, he has given instructions to the lawyers to report to him, to update him within 48 hours. So he's now the lead on that case, being the chairman of the party. So if they don't report to him, do you envision, because he has the testicular fortitude to do it, he has the balls to do it, do you envisage a scenario where this Papa fella, he could summarily sack all these lawyers and replace them with another set of lawyers that will do his bidding, which essentially will be Tinubu's bidding? Is this case, this tribunal thing, is it fast propelling into becoming a farce?
I don't think so. I don't think he will go that far. I think he just wants to exert his authority and relevance. And I think it would be wise for the people, the Labour Party or obedient people to reach out to him. Maybe one of the two of the senior lawyers go and sit with him, let them review and let them brief him, and he will give his support and blessing, and they will go ahead. I don't want them to dare him because that might have far-reaching consequences. I want the case to play out because it will be enriching our jurisprudence, as it were. There's a lot to learn from it because I'm shocked at the level of ignorance some people have displayed, especially some people that have a brief of legal education. These are some people that claim that they are lawyers and they are very how do I call it now? Interpretation of what the law says. So I don't want them to pull out for whatever reason, whosoever is going to benefit. I want this case to run its course. I want people to understand what it is. So I think it's better. It should be in the interest of everybody, both the Labour Party, even though I know the case has no merit. So I don't want them to go and be saying, it was because they bribed Papa. No. Let Papa get his blessing. Let them go and meet him. Let them resolve it amicably. Okay. Pending the time that the substantive issue is resolved, we recognize you as the chairman. So what's the way forward? And he will give his blessing. Let them go and fight the case as they fight the case on its merit, forgetting all these shenanigans people are playing out. Let's see how it will eventually, what will be the outcome. And that will be to the benefit of everybody, both people in the Labour Party, people in the opposition. And, because we will not start talking about 25% in Abuja in the next election. Everybody, that will have been laid to rest. Some people just bring about pre-election matters now, and they think there's going to be an issue. Some people are bringing. So let the petition run its course. I know it's not going anywhere, but I really look forward to Ababa giving his blessing and the Labour Party legal representation going to him. So, okay, now that we are here, what is the way forward? And I'm sure he's not going to change them. I don't think he's going to change them. He just wanted to exert his authority that, look, you cannot just come after we have built a party for 20 years and think you can just take it away from us. I think it's just an ego class kind of a thing. So for me,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to come in, so I muted you just really because of the feedback. So the one good thing that should come out of the petition running its course is to answer now that once and for all that vexatious question around the Abuja space. 25% or not, but give us brief thoughts on this now. With what Tinubu Obasanjo told Abbas Kalu over Reps speakership race. So Obasanjo now, glowing terms, noteworthy people was how he described the anointed incoming House of Representatives member as endorsed by Tinubu. So he cannot endorse the House of Representatives Speaker that Tinubu has a consensus without endorsing then the party that consensus is him. So that then somewhat of a tacit endorsement then of the Tinubu administration. Now, one of the most potent voices of the Obi narrative hitherto was Obasanjo. So are we now seeing now the military man take off is one agbada to wear another, Bishop?
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I really want to believe that the person of former President Obasanjo would have enough people around him, whether in the law profession or people that can just good analysts that can analyze the present situation and tell him, look, it's a lost battle, or the chances that, look, don't bet on it. Don't. So just stress on. If they have given him that advice, I think he's just trying to tread softly. That, okay, maybe don't let me throw away the baby with the bathwater. Let's see how things will go. So I think it's just beginning to soften up a little bit, having the benefit of foresight, how things are likely to swing, because nothing is cast in stone yet. I mean, the odds actually favor Tinubu in the recent of the world, except somebody was just to play some some gain, because I've listened to some people, except some people that are thinking with their heart, not their head. They think that there's going to be a miracle from somewhere, and they are throwing everything in. So I don't think Obasanjo is doing anything other than what any rational, underline the word, any rational thinking human being will do, knowing that, look, this battle could swing either way, and the chances that it's going to swing this way is far greater than swinging the other way. And there's always a limit. There's a limit he can cross. I mean, if Obasanjo could have been to prison once as a retired general, he can go to prison again. So I'm sure he's trying to, to tread carefully, softly, and with some wisdom. So it's not like he likes Tinubu, or he's changing Agbada to support Tinubu, as it were, but just trying to work with wisdom, and that's my reading of it.
All right, brilliant. And do you think the obedient space will give Obasanjo the Wole Soyinka treatment? Are we to wait for that to stream through tomorrow as the abuse starts to come in the direction of the general?
I don't think. It will not be surprised if they do. I mean, nothing is beyond them. Just some rabble-rousers will just come up with some. But I don't think they would do that, because Obi himself is beginning from one of your readouts that if I don't become, I must become president. If not today, then maybe in the future. I mean, he made a mistake. His choice of word is instead of trying to calm down the situation, kind of add some more. Why would you say you must? Who the hell are you? Permit me for that, using that word. That you must. Who are you? You must. Even your house, your family come and say, you cannot say you must become the head of the family or your village or your state. Talk less of you say you must be. So maybe that's a fox pass. That's a mistake. That's a wrong choice of word by him. But it shows largely that it's a kind of surrendering tempo, kind of, okay, maybe he who fights and run away live to fight another day. Even if I don't get it today, one day I will come back and I will get it and I will become the president. But I think it's really beginning to dawn on him that, hey,
sorry, Richard. Sorry, I'm muted you really only for the feedback. Just to put this question, if Peter Obi is saying, if not today, sometime in the future, do you see that future? Is this window a one-shot deal for Peter Obi? And if he's not going to be the president now, which is now looking unlikely that he will be, that window will never open for him again. Is there a future for Peter Obi at the presidential space? So very briefly on that, and then I'll go on to Ajanle Koko.
Okay. Good evening, Ajanle Koko. It's been a while. I did not hear you 2 days ago. That's by the way. I think realistically speaking. Thank you. Yes, sir. Realistically speaking, I think it's over for Peter Obi politics, very objectively. And because the kind of thing that happened in this last election is not likely to happen again. I mean, I have a word. I have a statement I made in 2017 or 2018, and I made it my pin word on my Twitter space, that Buhari, the demystification of hitherto some, people, some powerful. Buhari has unfortunately demystified the church leadership in Nigeria. And the last election has shown that you cannot, they roar and roar and roar and back and back and back. And when it was time for them to bite, they couldn't bite. And that was exactly where the strength or the large support of Peter Obi came from. So the next election, he might succeed in having the ethnic support, but he's not going to garner that kind of religion tsunami that happened. That's not going to happen again. So for a Peter Obi, it's over. I mean, I stand to be corrected, but my view, honestly speaking, if Peter Obi comes next election, he will be lucky to get half of the votes he gets now. He got in the last election. So for me, politics-wise, this is the best Peter Obi can throw up. is a flash in the pan, a very bright one at that. But this is the best he will ever get in getting close to the presidency of Nigeria. I really want to. I can put a bet on that. Buhari demystified a lot of people, including some of our.
Sorry, Bishop, I muted you for the echo. But is it Buhari that demystified the church, or is it Peter Obi that demystified the church? Because Peter Obi played the church politics to the nth degree, the most that the church politics could have been played. He played it, and we've now seen now what the church contributes to politics. So is it really Buhari that demystified the church, or was it P to B?
It was not Peter Obi, definitely. Peter Obi took advantage of the church. He used the church, and it was going to play out either one way or the other. Unfortunately, so we will not say it's either you fail or you pass. So the way it played out, obviously it did not pass. So some people will say, "Oh, but he got system." But was it enough to get him the victory? No, because largely he didn't get the spread. So I won't say. I won't really say that it is Peter Obi that demystified the church. He set out to people that stood their ground and said, "Look, this is our choice. Let's have it. It is politics. It is not the religion. Something." Even though we saw some aspect of religion war in it, but the truth of the matter is that basically it was not Peter Obi definitely that demystified the church. I think the people that stood their ground and said, "Look, whatever they have noticed, this is my choice of candidates, and this is how I'm going to do it." Those are these people, despite all the threat, all the noise, all the curses, all the prayers, all the night vigils, and the rest that went with it. And those that stood their ground and said, "Look, this is the way we're going to have it," and yeah, it was a gamble for them too. They could have gone either way, but the fact that they went their way shows that they took their. I mean, they calculated their risk and they were ready to go all the whole hog, and they did. So that's my view about that.
All right, stay with us. Like I said to everyone, still plenty more topics to go through, but like you guys have fed back to me, I should document everybody's voice within a reasonable waiting time. So the next voice to be documented, the voice that everybody really comes here to hear from, the mighty man himself, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you are up next. So already so is this where we are now? Any and everybody, especially the conspiracy theorists, they will have it that this is the puppet master hands of our Tinubu pulling the strings. Maybe not directly him, but certainly his political space. So now, confirmed now as the substantive interim chairman of the Labour Party, Lamidi Apapa, who, by all of his body language and his public pronouncements, is not at all on board this Peter Obi train. So is this politics now at its most brutal? Was this a Machiavellian move by the Tinubu space? So Lamidi Apapa now comes to the fore and is asking the lawyers to report to him within 48 hours. What says you, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, Waman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yes, as the chairman of the party, the operation of the party have to be directed by him. And all the power that be within the party must submit themselves to him, and whatever order that he gives surely will prevail over any other person's directive, whatever directive rather that he gives will surely prevail. And his call for the attorney that are handling the case to report to him. I think in the best interest of Obi, it is time for Obi to know that he has the chairman of the party, and as such, the chairman of the party is the number one citizen of the party. And when he talk, Obi as a party man, if you really want to put that picture out there that is a loyal party man, you have to meet with this man, because this man have a legal authority behind him now. Obi have to meet with him. Obi have to resolve whatever differences between them, and he must show leadership that he is a party man, he's a loyal party man, and the party is supreme above every individual. Obi must show that he's a law-abiding Nigerian. Unfortunately for him, he pitched tent against this man when he, as the presidential candidate, should have brought the opposing party together. But he pitched tent against him. But now that this man has gotten the backing of the court, Obi must show leadership that respect the law by meeting with him, having all members sit down, the leadership sit down to x-ray their petition with this chairman. They should bring him on board and they should do the job together. There's no other way he can do it. The party.
Do you think this man? Do you think this man is in Peter Obi's camp? Do you think he favors the narrative that Obi is pursuing? Lamidi Apapa.
I believe so. A lot of people are saying it's working for Tinubu, but it's not working for. It's working for his ambition to lead the party. He has been in the party before the OB. They are the core party members and leadership of the party before OB came in. But OB came in through, one means or the other, and these people were sidelined. And people that have been the original party leaders before Obi came in felt that, look, we have to fight back. This is our party. We built this party. And we can't allow some people with, what do you call it? Obi phenomenon to take over the party from them and sweep them under the carpet. No, it's never done. There's no way it is. There's nowhere it is done. People will fight. Even if you look at the problem that is rocking the APC now concerning the principal position in APC, it's because some leaders within the party thought they can impose some people over the others. It is power tussle game. One man. This man is engaging in power tussle game, which is normal in a political party administration. It is normal. It's not working for Tinubu. It's working for his own,
political career.
Political career. So what he's doing is normal. Obi has to show leadership. He has to meet with him. They have to go through the.
Sorry, Adele Koko. How can Obi rebuild bridges with this guy when Obi he came out to tell us that he didn't even know the guy, and the only person that he recognizes is Abure, who the court have now told us must not by law parade himself as the chairman of the party.
Look, the law recognizes this man now, and the law is the law. When the law favor one person above you, you have to respect the law. Obi must respect the law. How do you want to lead a country when you don't want to respect the law? He must respect the law. You have to meet with this man and settle all the differences. He has to let his team, the people that in opposing camp with this man, know, look, let us respect the law. This is what the law says. Let us meet with him. Let us bring everybody together, and we can go, frontally and strongly in fighting this petition against APC. That is what he's supposed to do. This man is not working for Tinubu. All this shenanigans they are talking is just the way politicians carry out propaganda against.
Okay. Hold on. You say it's not working for Tinubu, but is his politics? Does it favor Tinubu? Is politics the politics that he is the politics that he is playing to assert himself in and on Labour Party? Whether it's working for Tinubu or not, does it favor Tinubu?
I won't say that it favors Tinubu. Look, I have said it. He's fighting for his political career, and by the backing of the law, he has emerged as the chairman of the party, and all, the authority of the party lies with him now. And every other person within the party must align with him. If they don't want to, if Obi doesn't want to align with him, Obi is the one that is going to destroy his own petition. Obi will destroy his own petition because, as the chairman of the party, the law recognizes him as the authority of the party, and whatever he writes to the INEC, whatever he writes to the court, is what they will accept as official position of the party. So Obi must not hurt his chances. Obi must not destroy his chances and everything he has deployed into this petition to fight against Tinubu victory. He must not destroy it by himself by trying to engage in by not respecting the law and the authority of this man. He is the chairman. He is the chairman with the backing of the law, and you cannot go against the law. You go against the law will crush you, and that is where this man stands now. Anybody that go against him in that party, he can crush that person because the authority of the party lies with him. So it is better for Obi, in order to have, in order to show leadership that respect the law, a leadership that is good in, that can manage crisis, to align with this man, to settle everything with this man, and let them come together. Because I don't see how you want to be leader of a country when your party is going through a serious crisis and you cannot settle the crisis within your party. The party is just a small section of the population of the country. and you cannot settle the crisis with you, and you want to be president of Nigeria. It doesn't make sense. So Obi should show leadership, meet with this man, let them resolve all the differences, let everybody come together. Let what is the name of that man wearing that colonial cap, the former chairman?
Abure.
Yeah, this colonial master cap all the time. He should let him know, look, forget about the past. You have been the chairman. The chairman the law has taken it away from you.
Ajan Lekoko, when we look at the antecedents of the Nigerian political landscape, when they use some obscure something to remove a chairman from a party, it's very rare. I cannot recall an instance that he makes his way back. We saw it with Secondos, we saw it with Oshomole, we've seen it with RU. We've seen it with everyone. So this is the end of Abure, and now this guy will be confirmed as the substantive. What's it?
They didn't forget Abure. Abure is gone. The law has kicked him out. Look, any party in that country, Nigeria, that is aspiring to be big party and to control Nigerian state must surely go through crisis. Crisis and leadership tussle for position among members and leaders. And that is what APC, and that is what Labour Party is going through. So Obi should he has been coming a long way in politics. He should know that this party is going through crisis that must be well managed so that they can, continue to grow as a party. So they are going to.
Do you think Peter Obi is somewhat placed in the middle of the road in the goings on within the Labour Party? Because to all intents and purposes, he's not really a member of that party. The party, as universally known, is just a special purpose vehicle that he is straddling to run an ambition. But is not really invested in the inner workings of that party, and nobody really sees that party as his permanent home. Once this tribunal phase is out, we don't envisage that Peter Obi will be a member of the Labour Party by the end of this year. So is he sufficiently even invested in that party to really care about these internal squabblings?
Look, Obi has never shown commitment to any party if we would really want to go by his antecedent. He was in APGA, PDP force before he moved to APGA. He was in APGA. He promised Ojukwu that I would never leave this party for any other party. What did he do? He left that party back to PDP. He was in PDP. He enjoyed all the good things in PDP and maybe economic advisor to Jonathan. I don't know the position he held then. And what happened? He left PDP.
National Deputy Director for his campaign council.
Oh, okay. He left the PDP now to Labour. I won't be surprised if this guy leaves Labour for another party tomorrow or to somewhere else. I won't be surprised. Because even if you have watched many of his interview on the TV, he has never shown any commitment. No, don't let me say he doesn't show commitment. You can see him the way he pandered the obedient. He has even said it several times that the the obedient, some that are obedient are not really party member, and they are not really party member. They are just supporting him. He's a real committed party man. He should be able to speak to the obedient, to register, to be party member, to be member of Labour Party. But this man have never made any effort in that direction. You can never see him calling on obedient, or he has never made any statement, to call on obedient that if you believe, if you are an obedient, I want you to register with this party, because this is my party and we have to be here together. He has never made such call before. So it tells me that he's not a committed party member. He can leave anytime. So, but for the situation that is rocking the party now, if this man is a real committed party member and a leader for that matter, he should be able to respect the law by aligning with this man, settle all the differences between them, and let them fall ahead in their fight against Tinubu with their
Ajan Lekoko, is it indicative of Peter Obi somewhat, because he's the nominal leader of that party by virtue of being the most senior politician they have and their star boy? Is it emblematic? Is it symptomatic of his style or lack thereof of leadership that this thing spirals to the court and is ending in this way? Does this give us then another insight into Peter Obi's leadership style or lack thereof?
Look, this is a time, whatever action does this man take, either by submitting himself to this chairman or against this chairman, will tell us who this man is politically. But I don't want to say, I want to give him benefit of doubt now. I want to see what is going to, the action is going to take in respect to the situation now. I want to see if we align with this man or do it the other way around. And that is when we'll be able to know who this man is. And that this is what is going to determine his political future and membership of that party. If Obi refuses to align with this man, that will definitely tell us that this man will be leaving this party in not too long time. But if you align with him and work out whatever
sorry, Ajan Lekoko. Is it not now in somewhat of a difficult situation, because he has publicly endorsed Abure? He has made derisory comments about Apapa. So now that the court has taken a position in favor of Apapa, how does Peter Obi then negotiate himself? Because he has to abandon one of them. This Apapa guy or Apapa guy, he doesn't strike me as anybody that takes prisoners. And for Peter Obi to come back in, he would demand the head of Abure. So is it not in somewhat of a precarious position?
It's not in a precarious position. You see, when a political leader have found himself in this challenging situation, that is when he should show leadership. You see, that is when he should show leadership. And aligning with Apapa doesn't mean that he's abandoning Abure. He just wants to bring Abure and him together and let Abure and all the team that he aligned with at the moment know that, look, we have to work with him because the law is backing this guy. He has all the power with him now as the chairman of the party. So, look, every political party will face one form of problem or the other. You just have to manage it. Even in the advanced world where we live, you see problem. You see the way that, the party is rocked with problem, but it is the management of that crisis to come out with to bring out a meaningful result for the party that really matter. So Obi this time must show leadership. He must bring them. This is the last chance for him. This is the last chance for him to resolve the problem between the two opposing parties. Now that the law, the court have declared this Apapa as the man, Obi must work with him. He must tell Aburi, look, don't worry. You are not the chairman today. Does not mean you can't be chairman another time. So, but this time around, let us work together as one party and show example to other parties that yes, and to Nigerians that yes, they are a party that Nigerians should see as a reliable party that can manage the state well. They have to show to Nigerian people that yes, this is a problem, a small problem. It looks big to you people outside, but look at the way we have resolved it, and we are ready to take take on the governance of the state if you give us the chance, and that can really even help them in their the petition matter they have. They have to go together in unison, to fight this petition and not divided against each other. That will not go well with Obi in his fight against Tinubu in his petition matter. That will not go down well with it. But Apapa is the chairman. He must align with him so that they can work together for the benefit of their party and the obedient, particularly as well. They should not see this man as the enemy. Nobody should see him as a person working for Tinubu. He's not working for Tinubu. He's working for political career. Every politician does that. You can't come into the party, take over the machinery of the party from me, and you think I will go home and go and sit down, sit down looking at you to just go ahead and be running the party the way you like. No, not done.
All right. All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, a very brief commentary on Obasanjo, somewhat endorsing the consensus House of Rep leader and his deputy. So then we'll go on then from there to Prince Daddy, Ola, and then Rational Mind for their opening remarks, and then we'll really open up the space then to give EMEFIELE a good flogging. But a brief commentaries on Obasanjo, Ajale Koko.
Oh, you said he gave support. Or what did they say? What did
yes, the Tajuddin Abbas, and who is the consensus choice for the Speaker of the House, and his deputy Kalu from Abia State. Obasanjo has recommended them as being noteworthy people to steer the 10th Assembly, House of Reps. So Obasanjo is recommending them as noteworthy. He cannot endorse the House of Representative leader for the Tinubu administration and not by extension endorse that administration. So the endorsement then of the Speaker of the House and his deputy by Obasanjo, somewhat of a tacit endorsement of the Tinubu administration and a real stab in the back at the Obi narrative.
It's not stab in the back for Obi. Look, the rule in the assembly is that the majority party will surely control the principal. So when these two men went to Tinubu, for his blessing, went to Obasanjo for his blessing, but Obasanjo have no other choice as a elderly statement. He has to bless them. And this is not going to be the end. Some other people will still go to Obasanjo for their blessing, and he will bless them. So this blessing of this guy should not be as if he's giving support. As if he has abandoned Obi and he has declared his support for Tinubu. No, that's a wrong interpretation right there. I'm not subscribing to that. But Tinubu Obasanjo at one point will declare support for Tinubu, and he will do it in a shocking. You know the way he does his own thing. He will sit down in front of the camera in his library. He will read out a statement or write a very gigantic
open letter. It's almost become like a joke thing within the Nigeria. Open letter from dear Mr. President, I am constrained to have to write to you. Blah 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 blah. Okay, bye.
He's a master tactician too.
Yeah.
No, he's a master tactician. I respect him a lot. A military man that he never stopped in engaging in the affairs of the state. A private citizen, but he will talk, he will write letter, he will criticize. That is how it should be. Leaders must not sit down and watch their country being destroyed on the basis that, because I was once a leader, I don't want to criticize another leader now. That is nonsensical. Some of our people will say, look at the way he's talking against Buhari. Look at the way he went during his own time. It was worse than this. And then what? It doesn't matter. His own time, he passed his own time. You people were criticizing him during his own time. And this is somebody else's time. Somebody else's time now that is fumbling. As you said, you should not talk. He has the fundamental right to talk. So Obasanjo will come out at a time to declare support for Tinubu. You know the way he like to steal the show. The media, he will take over the media space. For some week, people will be talking about him and stuff. So I know that if the court, or let me say, when the court affirm Tinubu victory, Obasanjo will declare support for Tinubu. He will wish him well, and he will give him some advice, if possible, that these are the problems that are confronting the nation. You should look into this. You should look into this. You will look into this. He will do that. I believe that. But it doesn't mean that after doing that, after some time, he will not come out against Tinubu if Tinubu is derailing. He will. As long as God still spare his life. Obasanjo will not stop. As long as he is still alive, he will talk on any political issue that rocks the country, any matter economic, political, or whatsoever that rock the country. He will make his own contribution. So, endorsing these guys now that went for him for blessing should not be regarded as supporting Tinubu. APC is the majority party. They are the one that will form the principal that we have those principal positions, whether we like it or not. So whoever that visit Tinubu, Obasanjo for blessing, he will bless them. He will bless them. So one man it is now left for APC to manage the crisis within their party, because even this guy, Abbas, is not the majority choice.
You know, just as you're saying that, Ajanle Koko, this endorsement of the parliamentarians by the party, it doesn't have universal consensus, and there's a growing movement now against this thing that is undemocratic, even within the APC, and vested interest that are saying to the central space that it is not your place as the president to choose our leader in the Senate. So it is not fait accompli. It is not a done deal.
It's not a done deal at all. Because the other party, the opposition parties combined together have majority than APC. It is when you now split them on individual party that APC is in majority. So what play out with Dogara might play out this time around. Even within the party, a lot of people are not supporting this guy because some party members regarded it as imposition on them. They were not consulted. They just came out with the name. And Bajabe Amila is behind this guy. So a lot of his colleagues in the rep are seriously mad with him now.
Even at the Senate as well, Akpabio is not a done deal, because if you have been following the news lines, which I'm sure you have been, a lot of these voices from the APC, they are now coming in front of cameras to say, no, we will decide who our leader is, not you.
Oh, that is how it should be. They should have, I mean, if they zone it and not nominated name for those positions, that would have been better. Say, okay, if the party has zoned it, that, okay, Southwest, North Central, you have so position, Northeast, you have so position, Southwest, you have so position, and not attach any name to it. That would have been better. That then they will go and slug it out among themselves. But to attach name to it, it's an imposition. It is not done. You can't have unity in the party when you are coming out with a name for a principal position within a party that is as big as that. And if that has to be done, consultation has to be consulted widely. Consultation should have been done widely. All interest groups within the party should have been brought together, and all the leaders should have been in know of what the party wants to do. They will have agreed together on who going to go for this and who going to go for that, and then they will go and slug it out in the house. But you didn't do, even the chairman of their party, when Kalu and some other went to him yesterday, he confirmed. He confirmed it with he confirmed it that they didn't do enough consultation with leaders within the party. That is what is responsible for this crisis within that party now, because enough consultation was not done, and then you are coming out with names for so position, saying that, oh, this is it's going to happen. Everybody, they are all equal members in that House and Senate. They are all equal members. It is until when some of them are elected as leaders in one position or the other, that is when you will see some of them above the other, because of the principal position that principal position that they are elected, to hold. So, but for now, they are all equal member. Imposition will not work, and those guys will fight it to the end. So if PDP, or what do you call it, if APC does not manage this crisis well, if they don't go back, bring everybody together, what happened in 2015 will reemerge, and Tinubu, as the president-elect, he has some jobs to do. He has to do some maneuvering. He has to do consultation. He has to meet with all interested groups and make sure to bring them together so that he will be seen as a leader that is not partial, that is not impositional, that is not trying to have some people that he favor above them in the engine room of our democracy. The legislative arm of government is the engine, and they should be independent in choosing their leadership. So people have some work to do. It should not impose. It should liaise. It should dialogue. It should let them choose who they want, and advise, play an advisory role, and not be impositional, in this situation. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So that's actually of course. So anytime he speaks, the word brilliant usually follows as an applause. So a man of equal brilliance joins us, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you are up next. As brilliant as Ajale Koko delivered it, I'm not 100% that Obasanjo entertaining these two people and then in flowery language endorsing them is not him pivoting them from the Obi narrative and essentially endorsing the Tinubu presidency. So Baba Yabo turns his coat over and wears it inside out. What are you then making then of this visitation to Obasanjo, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone in the house.
Good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Baba Yabo. What can we say? That's his style. That's what he does. He's always doing stuff for selfish interest, not even self-interest. So, yeah, supporting these candidates. I mean, these candidates are, I believe, the consensus of Tinubu and the APC. So, what exactly is he adding to the equation? I mean, so it's not going against the flow of the APC leadership. So again, the man tries to be relevant all the time. If he doesn't get it on the left, it goes to the right. So I'm not sure what to make of it, but I don't see anything really significant that is supporting these two persons. Again, in regards to the obedient followers of people, I don't know. I think Obasanjo is seeing the writing on the wall. What the court is going to do in the final determination of the election. So again, trying to be relevant. I was just trying to go back. Perhaps you guys know, somebody knows on the platform, what any significant proposition as Obasanjo made over this past 10, 12 years that made a difference to the Nigerian space. Every time he's been opposed, he never had his way.
It's only been nuisance value all the way through, nuisance value.
Well, exactly to the point. Yeah, I accept that. So, I mean, I like the man, of course, being an elderly man, ex-president, a state man. I like him at his age being active, really. It's to me, it's great as he's active. His letter writing, to see his prowess in writing, it's all good. It's good for the fun. But the man is shown he doesn't have any political capital at all. He's not able to influence or sway people the other way, right? So yeah, so that's Obasanjo for you.
All right, brilliant, Prince. So now, Prince, there's a certain code amongst warriors, especially in a hard-fought battle. So the code amongst warriors is when you capture them after a hard-fought battle at the opposing warrior, your blade should be sharp and your cut should be swift. So your blade should be sharp and your cut should be swift. So is this now the beheading then of the Peter Obi petition with this Machiavellian move by Tinubu? So Lamidi Apapa seizes charge of the Labour Party, and we all know what his politics is.
Yeah, I know. Someone was saying earlier, what is going on in the Labour Party? It's something you would expect from a quote unquote a newly formed group. But Labour Party has been around for quite a while, but new in the sense of Peter Obi's dynamic in the party. What is going on is expected. You form a group of the formation till you get to the point of normalization of the group, right? The in between those two. And but the interesting thing though, Peter B is not the individual or the person that we can expect to, of course, to stick around. I've been saying this for the past couple of months or so, perhaps in your show, that hey, I expect Peter B to jackbar, to go to a different party pretty soon. It's quite clear he doesn't have the foundation and the roots in the Labour Party. And just like any other party, right? There's always money exchange. Party vehicles are opportunity for a lot of people to line their pockets and get rich, right? It's no different in the West. I mean, in fact, I heard one of the two major parties in America, for example, for every dollar that commoners like myself donate, over 70%, 70 cents goes to the fundraising organization that are linked to some candidates, some politicians. So it's politics is about making money. It's about making money. It's about, but Peter B told us clearly he doesn't pay shishi. So this guy's, see, in the Nigerian space, there hasn't been somebody that actually captured Peter B, what it stands for. I've been trying to wrap my head around it until Shehu Kuti came about, and called him an opportunist. I think I have to go back to the dictionary and look at the word in all the different forms and meaning, and wow, that really encapsulates Peter B, what it stands for. He's an opportunist. He's not a builder. I've said it before. He's not a builder. He's smart and crafty and cunning. That I give him. But he's not a builder. He doesn't have the skills or ability to resolve issues. He's always running from one place to another. We've seen this pattern. So I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm not making any jest or fun poking at him, but that's just Peter B for you. Now, given what is going on right now, this Akpakpa guy is trying to take leadership, right? But this guy always seems to be missing in the picture during Okupe. During Okupe guy, I think that guy is super corrupt. Because it was the guy that acquiesced for Peter B to take the leadership of the mantle of the Labour Party. That guy, to me, it took a lot of money. It got paid. I know Peter B doesn't pay shishi, but he set himself big time along the way, and sneaked in Peter B to take the mantle for the Labour Party. So and these guys now are trying. They were sidelined. They were sidelined. This a proper guy, and I guess quote unquote, maybe the Yoruba faction. They were sidelined, and Peter B brought some of the Southeasterners into the party, and they took control. And in fact, you can see how they talk about these people, like they know persons. One of my second favorite guy, apart from Tony Obi'S in Hollywood, because is married to my classmate, but this guy Okonkwo, I like him a lot. One of my favorite guy in Hollywood. But every time he comes on television, he's always mocking these guys as non-persons, that they have no value, and even talked about they don't even recognize these people. Even at the selection of the the party meeting to select Peter Obi officially. I think this guy, Pakpa, and some other guy, I guess you call them chieftains of the party, were there. And this Okonkwo said, no, they were not there. These people are non-person. They don't even recognize these people. So what is going on right now, maybe it's almost expected. Initially, thanks to Arise Television and perhaps some other ones, they made it sound like, it was PDP only that has issues with Weekend and G5 and APC too. They have their own issues, this and that. But Labour Party is just a great vehicle. Why? Because Peter B is just a great leader. So they don't have any problem. Of course they do. Everything was just swept under the carpet. It was just a matter of time, and things are coming out right now. So conclusion, I don't see it to be.
Do you think this has come at the most inopportune moment? If this was going to happen, you would rather either post the petition or several weeks, if not months, pre the petition, so that they can clean house and come at it with a united front. But right in the middle of the opening phase of the petition, the party starts to implode. Do you think it's just bad luck, or do you think there are shadowy hands?
Yeah, I think I heard your inference that perhaps Tinubu APC has something to do with it. Quite frankly, well, maybe they are instigating from the lower party members in the APC, but overarchingly, like Tinubu at the top, trying to influence what is going on, I doubt it. I think it's just a natural, natural display of what is bound to happen to the Labour Party. If the Abure had not been kicked out, I think this issue would not have come up. But again, there was so much underhand dealings that occurred in the Labour Party, forgery, as these guys are claiming, and I think they're pretty strong and confident about the claims, and so much dubious things that occurred in the party. So it's just a matter of time, and it's unfortunate it's happening right now when they're in courts, but this was bound to happen, and yeah, it's an opportune time, so to speak, but that's what it is.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prince. I especially want to hear your views on the narratives around EMEFIELE, who is about to bail over the fence and maybe it's going to go via this Libya route and trek through the desert. We want to know. So we want to hear from, taking the conversation around everyone and landing now with Ola, who joins us. So Ola, you're up next. So to the two spaces really, but especially what is on the screen, this seems to be the thing that will impact more than anything else on how things will pan out over the next few weeks. So Lamidi Apapa, he has instructed then the legal team to give him an update report within 48 hours because he now has the power of leverage over that party. What does this mean for Peter Obi's petition, Ola?
Hello, everyone. Hi. Okay, so the thing is coming up. Wait, may I stop you? May I not go flash you?
You do one bit. That talo.
I know. I will just play synchro system. I just so maybe just
synchro system. Lotto day. Look at that. You're old school, though. Who listens to synchro system now? Look at that. Synchro system.
School,
every school now school. Every school now school. Yeah, to it. Let's hear from you.
Well, hello everyone. To me, well, I think this one is going to add a new dimension to it, but it depends on where Lamidi Apapa wants to go. But even prior to Lamidi Apapa, like Ogbeni keeps reminding us there, I don't think Obi has any case at all, even before now. So, like, it's an opportunist. Maybe Lamidi Apapa can just revisit the fact that, okay, was this man even supposed to represent us in the first instance, considering the time he joined us? So there's every possibility that a new leadership may want to, they want to do the thing the right way. So if you want to do the thing the right way, so the issue of Obi may just be one of those things to do the things the right way. Maybe he was not even qualified to represent them in the first instance. So to me, let's watch out. I don't think this guy, just for opinion, I don't think this guy will want to wait his energy on what never happened, because I've seen so many people that were just talking of stolen mandate. And the stolen mandate up to now, I don't really understand. So will Lamidi be pursuing stolen mandates? To me, it doesn't look like someone that will be pursuing stolen mandates. So
do you think he will quickly? Do you think he will quickly want to jettison this petition so that he can get a real full grip of the Labour Party? Because as soon as this petition thing is over, with the petition goes Peter Obi and Abure, and he can then be the Lord and Czar of that party. So is this petition then, is it somewhat a stumbling block to his ambition to become the full charge of Labour Party? Does it want it out of the way?
I cannot say specifically because, you know, these guys are politicians, right? But to me, is Obi bringing the right attention to Labour Party? Will Obi help Labour Party build that momentum? Even though he may not be pursuing, he may not be running after the battle he cannot win, right? So, but it doesn't mean, I'm not sure, it doesn't mean he cannot leverage Obi's momentum and use that to promote the party. So maybe it's not in a hurry, but it may be calculative not to waste in resources to claim whatever happened. Like I said, to me, I really want. He might just be the type of person that will be a realist that will not be chasing the shadow around. So that's the thing I see there. So to me, I'm not sure if we want to get rid of Obi as fast, but I think we will find a balance in between. So to me, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think it benefits anything from trying to send Obi away in a hurry. I don't think so.
All right, brilliant. And to the politics of Baba Iyabo, the anywhere belle face is a phrase that that Fatai introduced to the platform. So, is this anywhere belle face? One of the things that you say about Obasanjo hitherto, you probably want to describe him as a man of principles. So, a man of principles. But what sort of principles is in play here? To his right is Tajuddin Abbas, the consensus candidate for the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and to his left is Kalu, the deputy consensus. In the middle sandwich, the once upon a time champion of the Obi narrative, Olusegun Obasanjo. So is this then an endorsement then of these two characters, which by extension an endorsement of the Tinubu mandate and a jettisoning of the P2B narrative?
Yeah, one thing about Obasanjo is I strongly believe that he deals with a personality, maybe person by person, maybe not necessarily the party himself. So especially since he claimed to have resigned to have retired from partisan politics. So Obasanjo is known for one thing. If you want to deal with it,
he's even more active now after retirement than he was when he was active. He's a funny man. Carry on.
No, it's active though, but the difference is like it's not loyal to a particular political party. Because if he's still in a party, it will be loyal because within the political party where he performed before, you will see that if he has a target as his enemy, he will face that enemy. It doesn't matter whether you come from his party, whether you come from his village, or whether you come from his own member or his own family. That's Obasanjo for you. He will surely face whatever he want to face. So endorsing these people, I don't see him as well. He has endorsed Obi'S. One. So if he's endorsing these people, it may not necessarily be out of his character, out of his.
Ola, how does this rhyme with the narrative that we are hearing from the Obi space, championed by voices like Pa Ayo Adebanjo, who would imagine that he was aligned politically with Obasanjo, who is within their realm? So you cannot imagine Pa Adebanjo coming out to endorse these two characters. So how does this align then with what we're still hearing from the Obi space? This endorsement.
These two characters now, who are they? They are from the camp of Tinubu, right?
Indeed.
Okay. No, see, Adebanjo and Tinubu, I think they have something to grind. That's just the way I see. You know, for Paradebanjo to even endorse article, if I'm still correct, in 2019. So that would say a lot that sometimes these people, apart from their principle of regionalism, the principle of restructuring, I think they are human too. I think they have their own weaknesses. Like Padebayo now, probably Obasanjo is what's the name? Tinubu happened to be this enemy. And even back then, even before 2023, before 2003 or now, Adebanjo, I don't think he has ever been a friend with politically with Obasanjo like that. So sometimes I know that these people they flip over to pledge their support. So to me, the candidacy of Tinubu, only God can change it at this point. So there's nothing anybody can do about it. So the politics has gone. We are now moving into governance, administration. So if they believe, I can't say so much, even though I may pretend to know Kalu and but Abbas, I don't know much. So if they have a whole reason, supporting Kalu, maybe it's still part of equity or whatever we may want to call it. So to me, Adebanjo is human too. Is switching to what they believe. They may not necessarily be supporting Tinubu, or because that's why I wanted to know if these characters are actually against or they are for Tinubu. If they are for Tinubu and they are supporting, then something.
Well, they can't be against Tinubu now if they are the consensus candidates of the party. Tinubu has to sign them off.
Exactly. So maybe something has changed. Maybe everybody has started realizing the sex for some few people, that still believe that someone in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Pacific Ocean stole Obi'S mandate. So and they are still looking inside Atlantic and Pacific to retrieve Obi'S mandate. So to me,
do you think the Peter Obi's mandate is a bit like the Loch Ness monster? Or when he would know that is from his country where he resides. Some fables, some creature somewhere that everybody has seen but nobody can identify. Is Peter Obi's mandate the Loch Ness monster of the Nigerian political space?
One man, that grammar is.
Only in Scotland, only monster Kotomakweni, Ogweni would know this. Only monster Kotomakweni Loch. There's a place in Scotland called Loch Ness, and everybody and anybody claims that they see some 7-8 foot creature that looks human, gorilla-like. So many sightings of it, but nobody has been able to photograph it, and it has never really been either video or snap. Nobody. There's a narrative around it, but nobody can say they fully identified it. So just some fabled Loch Ness monster, the Peter Obi mandate.
So that one means it's more of even fable than dinosaur, dinosaur.
Yes, yes, this is it.
We still have evidences that even that dinosaur existed, right? So
yes,
there are still some traces, but this
it's like the Bigfoot of the Himalayas. Everybody has seen the footprint, but nobody has seen the Bigfoot.
Somebody has seen this. So maybe by the time some people that know how to explore Milky Way galaxy, maybe somehow they can find a piece mandate where it's not.
Do you think we should send a probe into the universe in search of Peter Obi's mandate? Maybe they can find it on Mars.
I'm telling you, anywhere they can find it, inside the stars, on the surface of the sun, Jupiter, and then so Pluto everywhere. I think they decide for that will be. You see, someone this afternoon was telling people, say, look, there is nothing like there's nothing that can be your enemy like when you are deceiving yourself. That's self-deceit. You know the truth, but you decided that, okay, I will never accept this truth. I will lie to myself. When you start lying to yourself, and you now start believing in your lies, and you are trying to actualize your lies, then good luck. Because people that still say, okay, Obia or Tinubu will not get to that place, good. At least they can see something that happened now. You know, when this Baba, when Adi Dancer won in Osho State now, nobody is talking, right? Because they could, like when I read what Kiamu said about that, say, okay, that thing that they look at that thing carefully. When you look at that very carefully now, it's going to be difficult for even the likes of Obi now to just come from nowhere and say, oh, I will form, because you don't have evidence. You don't have evidence. Even despite that, you don't even have evidence. Logics, no matter the level, whether computer logics, whether grammatical logic, whatever, you can't find any logic supporting your claim. All that, because all those, I believe if there's something like a lie detector, you connect it to read Obi's brain and even Dati's brain. Honestly, within themselves, they believe that they never won that election. But
and they know now. They, of course, they know. They are just they are playing it to the bitter end. It's just a, I don't know. They don't quite know yet what to make of what they've created. So they've kept it at a high octane level to see then how it's just a. It's a. Do you think do you think the police should put out a missing persons notice for Peter Obi's mandate? If you see this mandate, do not approach it. Is armed and dangerous. Report to the nearest officer.
The mandate that has lost into eternity, right? So because to them, I think their case is like maybe someone that never studied medicine, or someone that never studied medicine that is hoping that he could secure that license to become a surgeon, or maybe someone that never attended law school, that okay, I want to become a son. So that's just the way it is. See, there's miracle, right? There's magic. So we wait for obedience magic and wait for that is magic. So to me, I think there's something happening within the judiciary these days, because I've always believed that even if the executive within that space, if the executive is corrupt, if the legislative arm is corrupt, I think since the day I'm able to understand what is happening, I think our judiciary, those people there, at least I can rate them fairly that they are not that compromised as some people want us to believe. Even though some people are writing script for them now, some people want them to some people are wanting prayer. They want them to feel like they are selling the country, even when they don't even have any evidence to back it up. But you know what? I think judiciary will do the right thing. Although I know that if they find things to tell you how strongly I believe in our judiciary, people may be saying it has never happened before. I believe that if they really have anything against Tinubu, don't be surprised. It might happen for the first time in the history of the country. The judiciary will talk about it. But as for the Nollywood artists, all these Nollywood actors that carry themselves as obedient, honestly, those people that know how to write movie very well, I think honestly, there's no way they can ever lose. This obedient movement and the type of belief, honestly, we said that Titanic. I can guarantee that. That's just the way I've said it as it is now. So I rest my case within that realm. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. No, I'll bring all the topics around. Like I said, Ola, you know that people hang around just for such a long time. So I want to document all the voices, and then we'll then open the space up for our usual thing, and then we'll kick it off with EMEFIELE, who is taking the Libya route to escape from Tinubu's clutches. But before we open it up, let's move the conversation onto Rational Mind to get a totally different inflection, no doubt, on what's been said so far. So Rational Mind, you're up next. Lamidi Apapa or Apapa, depending on how you choose to pronounce it. He now the chairman of the Labour Party. Not at all in sync with the Peter Obi narrative, but how do you think this will impact on the petition? Rational Mind.
Well, thank you, Waldman, for allowing me again. I was just here, just laughing. True. I was just laughing at everything you've been saying, you and other people, especially the last speaker, Ola. You people were just some kind of comedian. Um, you see, it's so laughable how we turned it so we've making ridicule of this whole thing of Obi and versus Tinubu and INEC. And I mean, if you are not content, go to court. Go to court. That was what everybody was saying. And now we're in court now. Now it's now to make an absurdity of this whole court case. And some of you just say certain things like just laugh here, like I see if you guys even know what you're talking about. Oh well, we shall see how that plays out. Let me just address the question you threw to me. For me, I think according to the report I saw today, it's an interim, which means is an interim. It's at least for now. It's just the court's appointed leader of the Labour Party. I listened to Bishop earlier when he was making a submission as to trying to like probe into why, or trying to like explain to us why they were doing what they were doing. It is glaring that they were not doing this for any interest of anybody of the party. This same Apapa was there before this guy Arabambi came back with his treasury. The same Arabambi who we saw in several videos with Dapo Abiodun in Ogun State. He was lifting Dapo Abiodun's hand up and saying, "This is our candidate. This is the one we endorse." Failing to realize that then he wasn't a member of. He didn't realize he was a member of Labour Party, right? And he was doing anti-party activities. Suddenly now is the darling, is the saint, is the savior of some people now. The so-called law and order man now who wants to bring law and order into a party. When he has been caught, he has been seen on several occasions engaging in anti-party activity at the detriment of his own party. The same party that is coming back now and is championing himself as the law and order guy now. He wants to indict Abure of corruption. He was showing and bringing all kinds of paper to prove that Abure was corrupt. This is the same corrupt idiot which we saw with Abiodun and all of that. So you can start asking questions like, what is wrong with some of us? I mean, like, how do we see things? No, I'm not talking to a bishop now. I'm just trying to like say something about. We know the real motive behind this. Sometimes they say the apple doesn't fall away from the tree. You can read, you can see pattern, you can understand pattern. And suddenly he came back after there was a legal case. This same this Apapa of a man, he was there when they did the election and everything. He never saw that all the while Abure was there. He has been forging and all of that. And you see all the interviews they've been granting, telling you where actually their mind is in all this matter. They tell you that, oh, Tinubu must be sworn in. Oh, Tinubu is the president-elect. Nothing can change it. And you start asking questions. So why won't we understand where this whole thing is coming from? Either Tinubu directly is paying these guys or is using his stooges, the likes of Dapo and the rest of them, to cause confusion within the party. Well, for me, as it is right now, yeah, I mean, the court-appointed leader now. I think I read that. I read a little bit of the case ruling in court today by the Muazu guy, George, showing that for now, until pending when the case is resolved, and I think Abure and the rest of them did not show up in court today. That they are ready to entertain the case of the corruption allegation and all of that. Well, for me, if Abure feels that he's is not guilty of those things that were alleged or brought up as charges against him. Why not? Just go face it. And if you know you are, step aside. I don't know why Obi want to still want to support him if really he knows, if Obi knows that this guy is caught in this corruption allegation. Why would you want to support him? But I would if Obi would not want to work with Apapa, I know there are many reasons why I would not even. There's a part of me wants to suggest to him that okay, call him, sit with him, have a dialogue with him, have a conversation with him. What is the issue? But on the other hand, I found out that even this guy that is coming himself is a despot of some sort. Where he was saying he gave 48 hours. Who are you to say he gave someone 48 hours? You're just a party chairman. You're saying you gave it 48 hours to people. I mean, his lawyers reports to come and brief me. Just listen to the
no, but it's a party leader and it's giving instructions to employees.
No, that tells you a lot. You need to know, one man. If they don't want to involve him, it's because they know where he's coming from. They are already moles, the likes of Arabambi, and now Apapa now joining them and the rest of them. They are the moles. Obi doesn't want to give out his jokers. He doesn't want to give out his joker that is going to play out in the court, because when he start giving these, you allow these people to come into that fold, into that legal team, knowing what is going on, what is the how they develop that case. They might be leaking out this information out to the Tinubu camp. So, but then that's why I wouldn't suggest Obi to want to even dialogue with him, because if the lawyers have to brief him, definitely they have to brief him as to how they are going about the case and whatever thing they are planning to use as evidence against Tinubu to prove their case in court against Tinubu. This will be leaked out, and Tinubu team will get rid of. We got wind of this, and they too will be prepared. It's going to be the only thing the only way you can win a case in court is if you bring in a shocker to your opponent that they're not even aware of. That way you can tilt that case. So I know this is just a ploy by the Tinubu camp. Maybe not really Tinubu himself. Maybe Tinubu himself is in on it. But I think it's just a murky situation right now. It's a real mess right now. I just hope that it doesn't affect the case that Obi has.
Do you think it will, and do you think that is the plan? Do you think it will, and more to it, do you think that is the plan? Because the timing is quite dubious.
That's what I'm saying. The timing is dubious, but the question is why now? Why now that Arabambi is coming back? Why now that fine? You said you are trying to put things, but why Arabambi? Why do you have to allow Arabambi? Because you as a party chairman, you must have seen the picture. I mean, see the images, if not even image, video of Arabambi engaging in anti-party activity. Is that not
no? Hold on. You cannot say it's anti-party activities because in instances where a party feels that they don't have a strong chance within a particular play, they use their weight to marry up with another candidate in that local politics. So do we know if they even had a candidate? Never mind him then on endorsing Dapo Abiodun, as you said. If they don't have a contender, then they have to align with someone.
They have contenders. They have candidates in Ogun State. They did. But Arabambi, being the way he is, the traitor, the Judas that he is, as has always been, we've seen him how he has played that all along. I mean, if you are a loyal party person, you don't even though you don't have any candidate. This woman don't sell me. See. I mean, woman, I don't like to say this. I mean, enough of this. Our conditioning. I won't be conditioned to this mental frame of mind that we've so conditioned our people back home in Nigeria too. Oh, it's just what is there is. I mean, they don't have any person in their party. He can always endorse somebody. Why would you do that? Loyalty is loyalty. If you don't have a party man,
it's politics, isn't it? It's universally the case that you align with people who if you don't have strength then you use your weight to align with somebody with a better chance, but aligns along the lines of your outlook. That's what they do globally.
Oh, wow. You would say it's party, right? Yeah. You can say, I say party politics, right? Yeah. You can say politics. But that's why I'm saying this is the kind of conditioning we're conditioning our people to think the way they think. And we just let things go like that. And and when all sorts of nonsense comes out of it, and then we start wondering why there is this lawlessness that we see. Yeah. So, but then for me, you see, one man. Well, we just have to see how this case is going to play out. But it's obvious to everybody, any right-thinking person, to know that what is playing out in Labour Party is a grand design by the opposition. I suspect APC more than PDP. I'm not leaving PDP out of it too, but I suspect APC more because of what I've seen. Because left of Apapa won't have got himself involved in this mess. It was Arabambi that came back and provided those evidence that Arabambi was able to, within that party, there were still moles, and they had to look for one thing to bring down Abure, and they were able to get those paperwork. They falsified whatever they said. They falsified signature and stamps of the court that got them to exchange. to change some candidate's name with the Labour Party, because this Arabambi that is suspended. If you are suspended, you don't have anything to do. It's like you are. It's like more like you're excommunicated from some kind of religious or cult-like or organization. You don't have any. You might just be hearing stories, but you don't know how work is anymore of that party. But for the fact that he does have, he can get hold of those paper, those evidence or whatever evidence he said he has. It means that he still has some moles within the APC, within the Labour Party. So Arabambi brought this thing, and he had to bring Apapa into the bandwagon. And Apapa now saw that as an opportunity for him because, like he usually says, I'm the oldest in the party. I'm the oldest in the party. You are the oldest. Somebody who just became a chairman on top of you. You are the oldest. You are the oldest. What kind of crap are you talking about? And then you were there all this while during the campaign and everything. Even you yourself with your own mouth, you said it, that when they were supposed to go to Ibadan, they said the plane that was supposed to carry everybody was not enough. You went back and and suddenly now this same Peter Obi now is somebody you don't even see as one man. You see, we know the games they are playing. It's only the gullible and those people who just wants to remain gullible, who just maybe because of ethnic affiliation to this man called Tinubu or whatever affinity they have to him, that want to rationalize it in any way they want to rationalize it. But it is clear to everybody that there's something going on. They saw it because you people say go to court, go to court. Why are you so threatened? Why are you so? When I use the word jittery, you say maybe I'm just using the word jittery. Why is this so paranoia about? You said people to go to court. Let them be. Who was that person earlier this afternoon was saying that was it the bishop? He said maybe we should allow this court case. Let it take its course. If Tinubu wins the case, fine and good. But let it court case. I can't even talk. Let it court case. Let it take its let it take its course, so that we know truly, so that we have this matter settled, the 25% settled, the double nomination of this guy what's his name, Shetima. That is so that if this precedence is there, then we know if anybody does that next week, I can be double nominated, I can vie for what's it called, Senate, any other political position with no consequence to it, even though the electoral act says that you cannot do that.
One man, rational man. What is the meaning of double nomination? Did they vote for me? The people voted for him for the second position that you are referring to? Did he get some vote?
The point is
this. Did he get some vote? Did he get some vote?
Wow, the electoral act does not say you have to get a vote. It says you cannot contest. It did not.
You think that INEC, being the election umpire, haven't submitted his name for vice president, we as well accepted his name for contest for another position at the same time?
But Adelekoko, we saw Akpabio, we saw.
Don't follow. Look, let us use our common sense.
Hold on now.
Not follow the trend, the lies, the propaganda of some people. Look, INEC is not an organization that you can fool with name of nominee. You can't present somebody for vice presidential position and at the same time his name on the Senate seat, and INEC will allow that to go through. And as somebody that is notable for that matter, I mean, don't follow this
Adale Koko, we saw that with Ahmed Lawan, who was who had bought the ticket for senatorial north, whatever his state is, as well as the presidential ticket. So we saw that with Ahmed Lawan.
No. That when you are talking of, primary within the party, it's not in the hand of INEC. But when it comes to general election that is conducted by INEC, it cannot happen. It can happen for one person contesting for two different positions. It cannot happen.
Hold on. Is Obeni still here with us?
I think so. It's on the screen, maybe not in person, but
it's absolutely nonsensical. This noise by some obedient saying, "Oh, he has some name for, presidential vice president. Vice presidential.
I'm here.
He is as well on the ticket of senator in his state, and INEC allowed that. It is. Did he get some vote in the election? Was any vote recorded for him in the election? On what basis are they claiming?
Can we have a conversation? Are you done talking?
All right.
It's a conversation now. On what basis are they having this claim?
I think Rational Mind wants Ogbeni to clarify that. So do you want to put something to Ogbeni, Rational Mind?
Amen.
Yeah, so the issue of what we saw play out with Lawan and even Akpabio and even this guy, what's his name, Ebonyi State Governor, where they contested Umahi, where they all bought because like the electoral college, the electoral act says that you cannot contest for two positions in an election cycle. And then we saw that Shetima, who was nominated for, I think he won his senatorial position of of the state, but never removed himself, and was also double nominated again as the vice president. So I know you might give me your own. But I'm just saying that is that not what the electoral act says, or how does the electoral act clarify that aspect? So you cannot have two double nomination in an election cycle.
Actually, my understanding of that thing is that you can't get nomination and then contest primaries for two positions at the same time in your party. If you do that, you're going to lose at both ends. Now, that's what the electoral act says. Now, if you ask of my opinion on Shetima, although it's in court, but this is my personal opinion about it. My personal opinion is that the time that Shetima writes INEC to withdraw from that senatorial race matters a lot. And I think we've discussed it here before. It matters a lot. And who can tell you the time? It's only INEC. It's only INEC that can tell you this is the exact time that this man withdrew from this central race. And this is the exact time that this man contested for this one. So, as it stands now, they are claiming, if you look at the reply, because APC did a reply, but their reply is very broad. If you look at their broad, because they will still see that matter, they will set that matter here down for hearing properly. That's separate from the main case itself. But what's their defense for now. Their defense is that whoever alleges must prove. The petitioner has alleged, but the petitioner has not proven that this is the exact time. All what the petitioner has just said is that we wash it here, and it is practically impossible for the man who is contesting this one to contest these two. Where are the evidence? So it's more like they are resting the case on Peter Obi people to produce the evidence for now. But if the court, if the Peter Obi guys are able to produce evidence, if you have to go strictly by the electoral act, then you must lose that seat. And if you lose, if Shettima is declared to run foul of that law, both Shettima and Tinubu will go. That's what the constitution. That's what the electoral says. And don't forget that happened in Bayelsa. Anything that affects your second in command must affect you also. But don't forget that the Tinubu guys are also saying it's a pre-election matter, which I've said there before, and I 100% agree with that. The pre-election matter. Anything after election, you can't bring in pre-election matter again. Pre-election matter matters on nomination, conduct of primaries, all those matters. They are all pre-election matters. You must file them before election. Once you have election and they declare someone, then we move straight to election matter strictly.
Can I ask a question to Colata, please?
All right.
You could if he was here, but it's not. But you can put it to Ogbeni, though. Ogbeni.
Oh yeah, I meant Ogbeni. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So the question is, what is INEC's guideline for addressing or resolving double nominations? I think that's what is key here. Does INEC take the first submission or the second one and I guess ignore one of the nominations? I think that's the key here, because if and INEC, right, it means that they've done their quote unquote, I guess, due diligence and determined that, hey, it's okay for him to be the VP nomination. So again, this is like pre-election matters, just like Ogbeni said, and it kind of behooves me that all this so-called Leonard Silk that they're representing Peter Obi don't know that, or they just want to collect the money. I think they know anyway, it doesn't matter. I think they just want to collect money. So again, what is INEC's guideline for dealing with double nomination? I think that's key here.
Well, can I say something? You see, election is a process. I don't know this distinction you're trying to make between pre and post. I don't even understand. Doesn't even make sense to me. But I mean, in legal time, it might make sense. But just to answer, Papa, what's his name, Baba T, or I mean, what's
Prince Daddy. Yes, I know it sounds like Baba T, but it's Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy. For me, these are, mind you, these are also lawyers, like capable lawyers, as Tinubu's teams are. Tinubu legal team are also capable. But mind you, one of the last gubernatorial election tribunal that went to the Supreme Court, where Adeleke won, one of the lead counsel to be was one of those people, the arrowhead of that case, who won that case. So these are legal minds who are people who know what they are doing. So I want to believe they know what they are doing on that. So, but what I'm trying to say is, election is a process from when the nomination of each candidate to eventually when they are elected. I mean, when they are elected, that's the process. So this pre-post, I don't even know what distinction, but I know they will always throw that in as some kind of way of maybe trying to like mess with the judge's mind to also look into that. Maybe they could get the judgment on that. That okay, make a distinction. Pre is different from post, so we should be dealing with post-election, not pre-election. It's a process. So
rational man, quickly to kind of rebut that. It's a process, but it's a process in a continuum. We have to have a deliverables or results at each point. So that's why we have to break it down: pre-election, post-election, or during the election. You can't just say, "Oh, let's just go all the way to the end of the election." No. I don't think that's the way it goes.
I mean, say that to the Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution is very clear on that. When the Constitution says should not have been fined. Talking about things that somebody who wants to become a president should have what he or she should have.
But rational mind, if the Constitution also says that pre-election matters cannot be brought up post-election, then it's a bit of it's a non sequitur, isn't it? It's a nonsense.
Only where in the Constitution where it says pre-election cannot be brought up. What did he say in the Constitution?
I don't know if it says in the Constitution or not, but certainly some of the rules.
Let me clarify. See?
Listen. I'm not a lawyer. Listen, I'm not a lawyer, but when it comes to legal stuff, I mean, I took a little bit of international law during my days in university. I know what I'm talking about.
Can I quickly clarify that part so that?
Okay, please.
Okay, now you see, when they say pre-election matters, and then you have your normal election petition, as a principle in law, there must be an end to litigation. You don't continue rolling something and then you don't find an end to it. There must be a point where we say, okay, whatever happened at this point, then let it end at this point. If not, you are dealing with politicians here and bad losers. Politicians are generally bad losers. There are people that must find every means to go back to court and find something to say by all means, right? And that is why you have this principle of law that says when you have a matter that has to do with any matter before election that have to do about factual infringement of the Electoral Act, then you must bring it before that election. You can't wake up after election and start talking about it. Let me give you an instance. We are talking of Shettima Home. Did the Labour Party just wake up since the primaries of APC? Did they just wake up and just realize for the first time that Shettima contested 2 positions? That's one question you ask yourself. And that is the sanity that this particular principle is bringing to fore. Did they just wake up? Secondly, if they had won that election, would they be raising this issue? These are the reasons for the dichotomy between pre-election matter and election matter. So, if you have any issue with somebody's nomination as per the Electoral Act, then this principle is say bring it before the election. Don't, because you now lose election, you find anyhow thing to bring just to be challenging the person's candidacy. Now, if you don't bring it, don't forget there are so many matters people filed immediately after primaries. In fact, before primaries, pre-primaries and all that. You see people filing different things. You screaming out, you didn't scream me, you use this to screaming, you keep filing. And this must be resolved. Section 87 electoral, the court must resolve. There are time frame to resolve it so that before election you clear all these things. Now, the law is once they have conducted election and declare somebody, you cannot challenge that person based on the grounds that are contained in the Constitution. And we all know this ground. What is the ground? The first one is qualification. Is the person qualified to contest that election as per the qualification contained in the Constitution? Don't go back to the electoral this time around. There are qualifications in the Constitution for each position. You're going to want to be president, you must be 40, you must be Nigeria by this, you must not get dual citizenship voluntarily, you must not this, you must not be insane, you must not this, bam. You can challenge somebody based on that. Secondly, you can challenge somebody based on to say that the person elected didn't have the majority of the lawful vote cast in the election. Then you can challenge somebody and say, the election were marred by corrupt practices and illegal practices. You can say, okay, the election is invalid by probably commission of substantial irregularities and others. If you look at all these qualifications, all these grants upon which you can challenge now, you will realize that they are tied to the election. Not issues that happen far away. Because issues that happen far away, if you allow that, you allow floodgate to be open by anybody who will just be filing anyhow thing. They may say, oh, you tried to cheat, you didn't cheat well, bam, you are fired. But they say once you conduct the election, then you can challenge that person based on what is contained in the Constitution. So that's the dichotomy between you have the pre-election and you have your election matter. And it's not today. Obi is not going to be the first person to.
But this dichotomy you're talking about, it's not in the constitution. I don't know. You're just making this up yourself. You're just trying to hold on.
What do you mean by it's not in the constitution? If you can spare little time, I will give you case laws to read. You see, constitution is not the only law. I'm coming.
Down with that. I don't have all the time because I have my own.
Okay, let me quickly explain to you.
No, you do, but let me just make this point. Let me make this point.
Okay, that's fine.
No, you continue, please. Just let me make this point.
Okay, so there are some few cases. You see, when they talk about law, right? Law is not just about the constitution. The constitution sets its own standard. Courts are there to interpret.
But then the constitution is the ground law. It trumps everything, right?
Yes, but the court interpret the constitution. You don't sit in your house and interpret it. It's court.
Hold on. Let me take you on something. Let me take you on something because you are trying to dichotomize the whole thing, trying to like.
Yes, there is a difference between the two.
Yeah, you are the one trying to dichotomize it.
I'm not the one. It's the principle that has been established over time. It's not today. And I'm trying to give you examples.
Okay, let me just make this point. Let me make this point. When the constitution says that we set the standard for that somebody who wants to become a president should aspire to. Now, if in the process he lied true and true, and then we found out that he perjured in some of the aspects, and this came to light after he has been elected. Maybe not before he was sworn in, because when he's being sworn in, maybe his what's it called, immunity might shield him from this. But before they swear him in. Now, if that comes to light, and the other candidates saw this, that he perjured, he lied under oath, and then they bring this up before the court, is that not enough to disqualify him or her?
After election or before election?
After election. He had lied. He had lied that he's 44. Let's assume he's not 44. He's 33 years old, and he said he's 44. And then he had lied on some aspect of his when he was filling the form. And then he got elected into the office. Now it came to light that he lied, and the true document or evidence came out that yes, this is where the true nature of this person. He's 33. He's not 44. He lied. He did it. So can that not be brought before the court before he gets sworn into the office? And bring that before the court and say, court, look at this evidence we have here. This guy lied. Can you disqualify him for that? Mind you, that's after the election. So why would that not be part of the election tribunal then?
That kind of case you just mentioned now is a breach of the Electoral Act and then the Criminal Code.
So the Electoral Act is only anything after the election. Is that what it is? During and after the election?
If you breach Electoral Act, you can only bring it before election. That is one. Now,
mind you, we never knew. Nobody knew about this line on.
Well, the lawyers know. The lawyers know.
That's why we are.
If
you never knew, look at it this way. That's why they said there must be an end to litigation. Do you know in law we have what we call law of limitation, statute of limitation. Let me give you an instance. For instance, if somebody is owing you money, okay, and you don't ask for that money for 6 years, right? You can no longer file any case to recover that money from that person for life. You are caught by the limitation law. That is the law. Because you are caught by it, you didn't remind the person.
There's no limitation in the Constitution or in the Electoral Act. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the
limitation now is that once there is an election, once you have conducted an election, every pre-election, all those matters must go. Then we face only election matter. And it's not today. The court has interpreted these things. Go and read Lado and CPC. That's what happened in Katsina 2011. Read Silva. You remember Silva case? Go and read Silva case. What happened in Silva? It's the same thing. They said, no, don't bring it your. Silva case was even on a screening. Said my political party screaming out. Don't forget, Silva didn't do that second time. They screened him out. And they said, no, we have conducted this election. Why are you bringing this issue now? There are issue of pre-election matter. Don't bring it now. Go home. And a lot of other cases like that, if you take time and read. So It's not today. It's not Peter Obi that is going to change that principle. The principle has been there. We don't change it because of a single man. It has been established.
We shall see how this all plays out in the courts, because I know you're only giving your opinion, your own legal trained opinion.
Yes, they are all opinion anyway. And then don't think those lawyers, they understand what they are doing. And sometimes when lawyers are dealing with politicians and they make a case, don't think it's because they don't know what they are doing. Don't think because they believe in all the points they are throwing. Sometimes they throw some point to satisfy politicians, and then to satisfy people like maybe me and you that are outside there. But they understand where exactly the meat of their case is. I will leave it at that.
Okay, all right, let's leave it at that then. All right, 1 minute.
All right, brilliant. Rational Mind, a very brief commentary on this one. So this is somewhat of you know, all of these things we are going back and forth on is as though we're opening new uncharted territory. But we've danced this dance before and severally. What court said when Buhari tried to stop Obasanjo's inauguration in 2003. So we have been here before several times. So let me just give you the pertinent paragraph. How Buhari tried to stop Obasanjo's inauguration in 2003. In 2003, the incumbent president, Muhammadu Buhari, filed a lawsuit to block former President Olusegun Obasanjo from assuming the presidency for a second time. Buhari was then the presidential candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party, ANPP. After losing the 2003 election, he claimed that Obasanjo was ineligible and that his re-election was rigged and illegal. He proceeded to court and tried to stop the former president from being sworn in. However, the court unanimously rejected Buhari's attempt to stop Obasanjo's inauguration. I do not see how the swearing in can interfere in the strength of the case. The court will still be able to fairly and effectively adjudicate on the merit of the petition, Presiding Judge Umar Abdullahi said in a unanimous verdict. So all of this are rushing to court that we shall see, he will not be sworn in. That's not a new thing to say, because as far back as 2003, those words echoed around that space then. We shall see, it will not be sworn in, but get lost was the verdict from the courts. So that window as well closed to the obedience space. Brief commentary on that, Rational Mind.
Yeah, I know it's a tradition. Let me say it's a tradition that when somebody wins, regardless of what legal case that is hanging on his neck or her neck, he has to take that office first. We know, but I'm not putting anything beyond anything can happen. That's why I'm just believing that something can happen. Yeah,
you are hoping against hope, Abi.
Let me live. Let me live in my own parallel universe of what I think, because I believe in things that can happen. Anything can happen, you know. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is that whoever wins have to take that office, except maybe he dies or something happens to him. Or maybe some form of coup happens before then. But I'm not putting anything beyond the impossibility happening. I think Buhari once tried stopping Obasanjo from getting sworn in, but the constitution does not make any provision. That's why some people have been advocating that we should have this whole thing done. The electoral law and the constitution, they should all agree, see eye to eye on each matters, that election matter should be resolved before any person gets sworn in. They should set a time limit, because most lawyers of repute, they've all said it, that it can be done. 14 days, they can do it. It can be done within 14 days. If they just keep appeal court or is the electoral court tribunal and just go to Supreme Court directly, it can be done if they want to do it. But we know Nigerian system is just what it is. I'm not saying it's what it is, but It's just the corruption. And all.
Are you resigned to the fact that even if it's for a fleeting moment, even if it's for 3 months, Tinubu is going to be your president?
Well,
because all of the legal or all of the legal processes has told us that is what is going to happen. Buhari has moved from Aso Rock into the glass house. The place is being painted up. The furniture is being changed. And the law tells us that you cannot come with some interlocutory injunction or whatever. So it's an inevitability, isn't it? No matter how much people want to.
Continue using your dogo.
No. I'm asking you because you heard what the law says. Yeah.
I will reply you. Yeah, I'll reply you. I've said it now. Yeah, the law says it, and yeah, that's what the law says. And it makes no sense for me that somebody should be sworn in when there are issues dangling on his neck. That's why some people say it should be resolved. Having said that, yeah, I know. I've seen videos of Remi Tinubu, Remi Tinubu going to Aso Rock, meeting with Aisha Buhari, and giving her a tour of the where they're going to be living in the next maybe 1 or 2 months before they get removed.
But even if they get removed, though, he will go into the annals of Nigerian history as a president. Did you see? His name will be just like Enes Shoneko. His name will be documented as a Nigerian president.
Like you say Enes Shoneko, right?
Yes,
interim government. I mean, FDA government.
Yes. Shaban Joko and all sort of president.
Anyway, so we shall see. I mean, he was giving a tour of the Aso Villa and all of that. So yeah, we shall see. We shall see how that plays out. But then, yeah, I mean,
rational mind.
He's going to be sworn in. We shall see how he's going to be sworn in. He's going to be sworn in. If nothing happens before then, he will be sworn in. I believe he will be sworn in.
Yeah, but nothing is happening. Is what we're saying. Or when he come in, yeah.
Anything can happen. Like I said, don't deny me of that.
All right.
One man.
Yes.
Let me quickly speak 1 minute into that. Now, Buhari Obasanjo case of 2003 could not be a sound authority now to stop any application. Although those ones that went to court today and went to, was it Federal High Court or FCT High Court, they are just jokers. If you see their names, you will know they are just jokers. But assuming Obi or Atiku is bringing such an application in their pending petition, I'm not aware of any filed for now by Obi, the real petitioners before the court. Now, assuming any of them are bringing it, the Buhari and Obasanjo authority or decision cannot be the authority here. The reason is this: in Buhari and Obasanjo, what happened was that as at the time the court wanted to take the application, they've already done the swearing for Obasanjo. So the court simply said that it's already a completed act. And in law, there is this principle in law. They said you cannot compel what is impossible in law. Meaning something impossible, you can't use law to compel it. You've already completed an act, and what you're asking is to stop that act from occurring or existing. But
so the completed act now is that he's been sworn in. Is that what you're saying?
Obasanjo was already sworn in as at the time they wanted to take that application, and the court said in their ruling that no,
it should not be allowed. It should not be allowed to be sworn in.
Yeah, so it's different from this case where if they file before Tinubu swearing in,
so
and the court is ready to take.
There's still possibility right now. There's still.
Yeah, I'm trying to draw a line to say that Buhari Obasanjo case will not be a good authority. Okay. Now, having said that, if you look at the part of the constitution, no one must mention something about the constitution allow this president to still stay there for 3 months and others. That cannot work here. There's a condition to that. It's not in this case. It's not in this type of case. You go back to the constitution section 305. It's practically talking about state of war when there's a state of emergency and you're about to get to the election time and there will be vacuum, right? Then it allows the president to declare state of emergency. So having declared state of emergency at that time, you pause whatever is electoral transition or anything around that time. Then the National Assembly will sit and extend the tenure of that president for 3 months. That's not the case here. There is no state of emergency anywhere. So the fact that some people peddling that narrative of, oh, the constitution allowed 3 months, don't help them to peddle that.
We know all of this. Our lawyer, I for one, I know. But what I'm saying is, if the court is able, which I'm not saying is possible. I mean, it's possible, but I don't see that happening in the case of Nigeria. From now till when it gets sworn in, if the court, the tribunal, want to sit down, use 2 days and make determination on those different prayers of Atiku and Obi, they can do that. Even though it's 4 days, they can do that.
Oh, to decide that petition?
Yeah, to decide that petition.
It's not possible. You see, rational mind.
Okay, let me just say all of them. Let me just say all of them. Maybe
no,
some
no,
of them.
Hold on. Let us hear why it is not possible. Only because we've heard this story so many spaces.
I've said it here before now. I was on this platform when somebody said
some of them is possible, isn't it? Some of the prayers are possible. Like the issue of the 25%, the issue of the double nomination of Shetima. At least those two can be. They can make that decision right there.
My brother, you don't do petition piecemeal. It's not a civil. It's not an ordinary civil matter now. So once they said 25%, then they hand the entire petition now. So when do you go to the merit? So if you now, let me give you an instance. Do you know this particular tribunal, right, is the first step to a case? You still go to Supreme Court. Okay. So let me give you an instance. So if you decide 25% now and you say, oh, this 25% is sacrosanct, therefore, don't swear in Tinubu, and eventually you get to Supreme Court and Supreme Court reverse it. So what do you do with those time? The president that is there will continue to be in office unconstitutionally, or you declare that let's go for another election and Supreme Court said I reverse it. Then what happened to that office? This is the reason why.
You are the one who said, hold on. You are the same people that says that the Supreme Court will only rule on based on what the appeal court or the tribunal has said.
The Supreme Court will review.
Hold on. If the tribunal says that 25% is according to what they've seen from the constitution, which require that anybody who wants to be sworn in for that office has to have 25% from that place. But since that Tinubu did not make it, then we are saying that Tinubu did not satisfy that requirements, and so therefore he should not be sworn in. Now take it to, they already is in front of. Now they take it to the Supreme Court. Now the Supreme Court look at that ruling. They will make their decision based on that ruling that they are saying in front of them. So are they going to say something different from what the ruling says?
Of course. In anywhere in the world, even in the US, the subordinate court can say this, and you get it to Apex Court, and Apex Court will reverse it and say, no, this is a wrong interpretation of the law.
They must give their reason for that, right? They can't just say
now. They will tell you, this is our own opinion on this interpretation. Don't forget that it's constitution you are interpreting here. You have interpreted this constitution wrongly. This is our own understanding of this constitution. Don't forget that at the Court of Appeal, you have 5 men sitting, and at your Supreme Court, you have 7 men sitting. Okay. Don't forget that. And there is a reason in law why we have more people at the Supreme Court sitting. Okay.
But this is what you're saying right now. This is the same thing with the Batified or the Baptists themselves said it, that the Supreme Court cannot differ from what the appeal court or the tribunal says. They always have to rule based on what is said, right?
Says who? There are many decisions in Nigeria now where Court of Appeal will say A and Supreme Court will say B.
Take a different position. I know that. I quite understand. But the point is that when people use this, when people, the Baptists, we've seen them argue online. Let me know. I should not be talking about them because I know they are just a bunch of. A lot of them are just a bunch of Tinubu, pro-Tinubu, and diehard Tinubu people. They don't see any reason in anything. But I agree with you that the Supreme Court can rule otherwise, and it makes sense, like what you just said now. That then what happens to the rest of that petition? I mean, the prayers. You get it? So everything has to be done. You get it?
You have
Everything
to conclude everything.
I've also listened to some other lawyers, like some other lawyers have said that they can make decision on that 25% if they want to make that decision.
My brother, rational mind.
Yeah.
Question you will ask every lawyer you engage first is, please, how many election petitions have you handled before? Please always remember to ask that question first. Once they tell you and say, I handle this state, I handle this state, then ask. The reason is this: so many of them are just used to normal civil matter. Election matter is not like the regular civil matter, and I hope everybody have been seeing it now. Somebody came to this program some time ago and said, by Tuesday or Thursday, they said hearing will commence. I said, which hearing? Have they done pre-hearing session? The person was arguing with me. You see what they did? We are still in pre-hearing session now. We have not even entered hearing. That's what they do. You bring form, they fill, everybody has his own days, you return it, then the court will now make, after that inaugural sitting and everything, they will now make decision on how many witnesses do you want to call, how many minutes do you need, how many minutes do you need at cross-examination. These are the minutes I need, these are the minutes I need, what are the application we take together, these are these. It's clearly planned, and I said it because I said legal battles are like war. Everybody bring your tools. These are the things I'm going to do, and you start putting your own servos. I put my own, and so legal battle is not something 14. When you see all those 14 days, most times they have their own expertise. Maybe in civil matters, some they are criminal lawyers, some they are, and that's why I love the Western world that they have specialized. When you're a lawyer, you say this is my specialty. You say this is my. But in Nigeria, we just do all things together, and then we think, oh, lawyers is lawyer. Some lawyer in their life have never even cross-examined one witness before. It's only they just go to court and do election. Some is just magistrate court they are going to. Some is just banking matter. So somebody who is doing matters in insurance, banking, and all these areas, and you are asking election petition, they won't know it. They just think it's normal civil service. Within 14 days. What will you conclude in 14 days? Do you know the gamut of document they are bringing to prove their case? And you want to conclude within 14 days? It's not possible, my brother. Don't let anybody deceive anybody. It's not possible.
See, let me not argue with you much, because, like you said, you've handled the election petition tribunal. You know what you're talking about. It's just that sometimes I don't believe in impossibilities. I believe in possibilities. I believe everything is possible. If not everything.
There's an undertone of, not especially you, but you being the example, rational mind. You just hear that desperation when you hear the obedience space. It's clutching at straws and grasping at any and everything, just hoping against hope. It's just so desperate, you know, so desperate.
Anybody's desperate now, you should be talking about the Tinubu people being desperate. If they're not desperate, why are they doing all this? What they're doing? I mean, if we are talking about this and we're expressing this view, I'm expressing this view that I don't want this guy sworn in, and I wish he doesn't get sworn in. Don't label me. Don't tag me with that kind of word, like say calling me desperate. That's not desperation.
No, not you especially. But look. Okay, let me tell you why I said that. Rational mind. So there is this thing. People are as telling us that that the legal processes should be rushed through at some Red Bull space where you are supercharged with sugar or something, which Ogbeni has just told us that is an impossibility. So there is that, and then just all this stuff, and then that Tinubu must not be sworn in. Buhari must not swear him in. The CJN must not swear him in, and it's just so fanciful, and it's just so. The only word is desperate, isn't it? Really, not you especially, but it's just the process is falling through. Rational mind. The guy was given a return ticket. He's aligning his team as we speak. Buhari has moved into a guest house. They are painting the house and changing the furnitures. And on the 29th, of course, what should take place will take place. And then he will go on and govern for 8 years. So, I mean, you know that. You especially, because you're an intelligent man, you know that. I mean,
as would anybody who got into the presidency in a fraudulent way. If I contest in Nigeria and I'm not saying I'm not going to preempt anything as to Tinubu, even though I have my opinion about him. But if anybody gets into that presidency through a fraudulent means, he did not win, because of maybe, I don't know, whatever, he's able to buy his way in there, he will get all this same treatment. We'll be saying all this thing about him that, oh, he's going to get sworn in. But how about if the person got in there through fraudulent means? That's the same thing. The same thing, the same treatment that Tinubu is getting is what he or anybody who is getting to the office.
Yeah, but even if he gets in there through fraudulent means, the way the process is sequenced, he will still be sworn in. Then he may be removed later via the legal space, but it's nailed on categorical as sure as night follows day on the 29th of May, which is what a week and a bit from now. The national anthem will play. The troops will roll out. They will lower the flag for Buhari and raise it for Tinubu, and that will happen. That I can assure you. You know that it will happen. Kò lè yẹ̀ láíláí, kò lè yẹ̀. You know, kò lè yẹ̀. Kò lè yẹ̀. Ikú nìkan ló lè yẹ̀. Ikú nìkan. You know, only death.
We shall see for them. You see, the thing is, I know all these things you're just telling me. You're just offering Gumilara. You just
no, a dose of reality now. A dose of reality.
Okay, it's okay for that. Let me just conclude because I know that people are waiting to talk. So my point is,
yeah, go on.
Conclusion for me, it's not desperation for me. It's just I'm just sick and tired of we going through a circle of people who are clueless, who meant nothing good for us, which even the process that brought them in is no. I won't just use the flaw. I won't use the word flawed. I'll use fraud. The process that brought them in is fraud, not even flawed. Flaw is a more even lesser. I mean, it doesn't even portray that seriousness and the urgency of what I want to convey. It's a fraud process. It's a fraud, not flawed, fraud process. I mean, he knew very well. I mean, he knew the game. He knew that if I can just get my hand on that paper called return, was that what they call that? The certificate of return. If I can just get my hand on it, they declare me, forget it. I'm president already, and I will frustrate, like Obani just said, in Nigerian context, you have to gather electoral materials, you have to look for their beavers, you have to call the witness, you have to do all these things. I mean, in a more sane society, this thing should not take a long time. Ask INEC, bring out all the evidence with you. Let us look into it. Call the experts inside. They will look into it, and they will look at it, and they'll bring all the evidence into court.
Yes, we can review all that for 2027. Yes, that will be reviewed for 2027.
We should excuse this fraudulent means that brought in this man, and we should excuse it, right? Okay, we shall see.
No, it's the same process that has brought in the president since 1999. And a more improved version of it, by the way.
Well, it's not improved. This one was not improved. This one was more fraudulent. I mean, others might also be fraudulent too. But in my own, as far as I know, I've followed real election process. This is more fraudulent. But woman, let us move on. So my point is just that, you see, it's not wishful thinking for me. You could call it wishful thinking, but I just wish this guy doesn't get sworn in, because I see a lot of dangers in our way as a country. This guy coming in, well, let me just reserve my comments till then. We shall see what plays out. Woman, thank you.
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. So yeah, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So as I promised, and so he delivered the contrarian view to the thrust of the conversation. So of course, we always need people like Rational Mind just for the balance of the conversation, and that is really the purpose he serves excellently. So from the balance of the conversation, let's now move the conversation to a wider space and take it then onto. Let's take it on to this now headline. So I don't think anybody on this platform or anybody in Nigeria will even say, will pretend like they were caught off guard by this headline. Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE reportedly granted study leave by Buhari to flee Nigeria before Tinubu's inauguration. So, as you know, the DSS are after this guy all manners of allegations from terrorism to money laundering, and the Naira swap alone, enough reason for this guy to spend the rest of his life in Kirikiri. But he's not going to spend the rest of his life in Kirikiri. He's going to spend his time on a private island that he has bought somewhere in the Caribbean. So what are you then making of the escape of EMEFIELE? Let's kick that off with Simba, who joins us. Simba. Or let's kick it off with Zeta.
Okay.
Oh, are you there, Simba?
Yeah. Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you. Good morning to you.
Yeah. Good morning, the co-panelists. The EMEFIELE thing, and you see, you can see, but I don't know the details of the story. So because I just wake up now because it's early morning here in Saudi Arabia, so I don't have a preview. But if you look at what people have been speculating before, all those theories about this Naira redesign, targeting election, targeting Tinubu as a major candidate in the election. And look at it now, the way you painted it, that, okay, it's Buhari that's now granting him leave to leave so that he will escape before the inauguration of Tinubu, is also confirming the assertion that people are making that, okay, it was actually targeted. Because if you look at it generally, look at the amount of money they claim they spend on this Naira redesign, and all of a sudden, we are not even seeing the new Naira. We are not seeing anything again. The only one that people are now spending still this old Naira. It shows you that some people can go to any length to achieve whatever they wanted to achieve, and then you still see some people painting some narrative that was, you can see even before the thing, everything failed. Some people are still defending it was a good measure and everything. Now you can see how everything is now playing out. Wanted to escape before the inauguration. I don't think if he even stayed, I don't think Tinubu is that kind of person that will imprison EMEFIELE. But if it is the best thing for him to escape,
I think there are powers even stronger than Tinubu that are out for this guy. If you remember, there was a warrant out for his arrest. Remember when he went on leave and he couldn't come back because the DSS were after him, the DSS are still after him now because the DSS are somewhat they're displeased by this leave of absence.
The question I want to ask is tenure, when is tenure supposed to end? If his tenure is not ending now, then what kind of leave is he now granting him to escape from the country?
Study leave. So he'll be on a flight before the end of this week anyway, certainly. Never to be seen again.
If you look at the kind of damage that thing has caused to Nigeria economy, and even people, that thing has made most Nigerians poorer. Most of the business has collapsed, and in fact, some of them might not even be able to come up again. And then the only thing that you see now is that he's trying to escape, and he will escape. And the way it happens in Nigeria, even after some time, you will be asking. Look at this former petroleum minister now is asking for pardon and wanted to come back to Nigeria, Desiani. So he will just escape for a while, and after some time will be pardoned, like the way this old man was pardoned, the one that went to Obasanjo in prison, Bode George. So it's just, but if you look at the gravity of offense that this guy has committed with Buhari, is something that is supposed to be in prison for life, because he has killed a lot of people and he has actually made a lot of people to be poor in that country. So, but I don't know if he escape, he might still. I don't understand what is actually happening. If Buhari is actually conspire with this guy to do that such a thing. In fact, that thing has already rubbish whatever we claim that Buhari has achieved during his 8-year tenure in power. Thank you.
You know, because EMEFIELE knows where all of the buried bodies are. We read this administration, Buhari's administration. So they have two options. Either they do away with him in the traditional military manner, or they facilitate his escape. All of the monies that they've looted, of course, the money will have to come through his system. So he knows who's looted what and how much. So they have to protect him in order to protect themselves. This is what I think is going on.
Yes, you are right. You know, it's just like rub my hand and let me rub your back. That's what everybody is doing. And he knows their secret, they know his secret. So the two of them are working together. So for all of them to have a clean slate, then he has to escape so that at least they will be able to cover most of their secrets. And then it's just business as usual. What can we say? What can we do?
All right, brilliant. Give us brief thoughts on the Lamidi Apapa narrative. You came in earlier, just now, but what's your take on that space? He has now been confirmed as the interim chairperson of the Labour Party, and he started to throw his weight around. So, what's your reading of that space?
I think he has gotten what is actually the right. I mean, he was the chairman. He was pushed aside by some power that be, and then now he went to court. He was able to at least win the court case, and is now the rightful chairman of the party. He was one of the founding member of the party. And, you know, the only thing now is for Obi to be able to manage that space very well. But he has not been doing well, because you remember there was a time he mentioned that he didn't know the guy, he did not recognize the guy, he has never talked to the guy. Now, he will be forced now to recognize this guy if he actually want to continue with his case in the appeal court. And then, so I don't know how he will be able to now, reconcile with this guy for him to have at least a smooth sail in his case in the court, because they have all the documents, and there are so many things that actually handle with his emergence as the flag bearer of that party. So if he doesn't play his game very well, there are so many things that those guys can expose, and that can mar his court case. So, and to me, the way I'm looking at that will be, he's not a guy that can manage things very well. You can see the way he's managing his supporters. So for him to now be able to reconcile with his party chairman, let's wait and see. Because to me, I don't think he has the leadership skill to do that. But I wish him well. If you can do it, fine for him. If you cannot do it, it will be, the thing will hurt him very well. So that's what I can say about that.
And to the suggestion that Lamidi Apapa is a Tinubu agent, is a covert infiltrator, do you align with that theory that is somewhat of a secret agent, a mole within the camp?
Even let me tell you, if Obi developed diarrhea today and they will say it's Tinubu that caused it. Whatever happens to Obi and his case, they will wind it around Tinubu. Whatever. So what is the link between? Yes, right. What is the link between the party problem and so the one that is happening in APC now? Why is APC not saying it's a Labour Party that is causing our PDP? So, but whatever happens now is just like a normal thing that will be you continue to happen in our political space for now. To me, I cannot link it. It has nothing to do with it. Hello.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, rational mind. Okay.
Yeah, you said. You said.
You said that with dread. Oh, rational mind. Here we go. Sort of. Go on, rational mind. Give it to him.
So yeah, I mean, you said if this has diarrhea, whatever. It's. I mean, yeah. How many of the APC people have you seen? I mean, with all this problem going on in the APC, how many of them have you seen saying that you're saying that has done anti-party activity like holding up any of the Labour Party, or even canvassing that let Obi go to court. He has a case. All that kind of, how many have you had? But you see a so-called Labour Party man who is talking in behalf of another candidate of another party, and you're telling me that there's no you can't read between the line here. I mean.
No, excuse me. Which anti-party activity are you saying that Apapa has? I don't understand, because you are referring to what happened in the Ogun State for endorsing Dapo Abiodun. Is that one?
Yeah.
The question I want to ask you is that did Labour Party has a gubernatorial aspirant in Ogun State?
I mean, that's not even a matter.
No. Because if Labour Party did not have,
they did not.
So if they did not, it's no rational mind. Sometimes when we are discussing issue, we should not be mixing things up. It is not the first time we see at a party, if they don't have a candidate, they will say, okay, this is the party that we are supporting. This is the candidate we are supporting. You don't count that one as anti-party. It's only when they have another, if they have their own and is not supporting their own candidate and is supporting another party candidate, that is what you count as an anti-party. Another party can adopt another person. So that one is not an anti-party.
Hold on. They had other elected members. You know what it means when you support a governor?
You want to spin it again. You want to spin it again. That's what
you are being clever by half here. What you just said. Because
it's not clever by us. It happens. It happens. If you know history, let me tell you. In 20.
Go on, please. You're gone. Sorry, go on.
It has happened in this of this country before. You remember in even 1999, we have 3 major parties. We have the APP, we have the PDP, and we have the AD. The AD and the APP matched together to present Falai. And as they are, so, and it's not as if the two parties does not. So, and they are still existing. Okay,
that's a different thing.
Rational mind is going too far to even pick example. In this last election in Kwara State, Labour Party collapsed their structure for APC in Kwara State.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I'm aware of that.
In the political terrain, people do it. They do it. And it's normal for political
parties. Hold on. You people are talking about, you people say, well, I just don't want to dive. I don't want to take your time. Just when you say things like this, when you say like APP, you talk about and the AD.
No, don't go to the APP. The one that I gave you now. In Kwara State also, they did not have
I will address it. I will address it.
Okay.
In the instance we gave back then in 1999, that one is understandable. You know why it's understandable? Because it's the national party that collapsed the whole structure into AD. But when you have some delinquents, so renegades, in the person of Arabambi in Ogun State, involving from day one, he has been on this guy's case. What's his name? The then campaign manager for Obi. That was not enough. The issue he was talking about was that
Doyo Okukwe.
He was talking about money not being given to them, some corruption and all of that. It started with that. And then the next thing we will hear is that, and you gave me an example of Kwara State. Now, if you look at it very well, those people you're talking about, I think I'm privy to that very well, because they have in Kwara State, they have a chairman. There was a faction of the labor that collapsed. They said they were collapsing their structure. That did not come from national headquarters. Some renegades are the one doing that. That APC was associated in buying over, like the likes of Arabambi in Ogun State. Ogun State has other members that were vying for other office. You never see, you never see Arabambi go there and say, these are my people, I want their labor people, vote for them. But you saw him with Dapo Abiodun, and he was saying they should vote APC. What are you talking about? And you're telling me here that well, it's in Nigerian backward kind of election. That's what you see. This kind of thing, shenanigans plays out, but that does not make it right. Because number one, this guy has been expelled. He has been doing party activity, and we saw now he's back again in the same party that he did not support in his own. Let's make this clear very well. Arabambi never supported any political member of Labour Party in Ogun State. Let's assume they do not have gubernatorial. Now, give me evidence of any other person that is supported that is Labour Party in Ogun State. None.
Can you also give us evidence of any that he did not support them? Do you have evidence to that?
Wow, you can ask me that. There is none.
It's the same thing now. Because you two, you are rationalizing. So I'm rationalizing for you also.
I'm giving you to you now because he was expelled. So there's no need for him to have anything. But my problem is this: that he is now coming back to the same party that he dies. That he said that they don't have all this. They don't have the
rational man. What you are saying, you don't have proof for it. You don't have proof for what you are saying. You are just speculating.
You see, this is what we do. When I give you a proof of what he did, you spin it around.
Which proof? You are talking. I'm not spinning it. You are just talking. You don't have proof.
What proof? What proof are you asking me? What proof am I?
You said he did not support other candidates, other party members that contested. How did you know?
There is none. He supported none because number one, like I said to you, he has been expelled. He supported none. But he went and supported Dapo Abiodun, which is that's his own. Maybe then he was no longer a member of the party.
Can I have a 1 minute interjection? Rational man.
Yeah.
If I can remember very clearly, I can't remember how many states, but Peter Obi himself supported at least 2 other gubernatorial candidates in some of the states of the federation. I'm trying to imagine.
We saw it famously in hold on. I
don't know what is called.
Yeah, we saw it famously in Rivers State when he went to meet Yemsen Wike and he said, "Give me the presidency and I'll give you the state." And the lady that was the candidate for Labour Party then, she came out furious.
No, I'm just trying to find a. I was really struggling to reason along with you, but it's extremely very difficult. It's extremely very difficult. Everything about Arabambi is bad because of politics, and it is Tinubu's. APC had their crisis. PDP had their crisis. They've always been having crisis. It is a power play. But now, because it's happening in Labour Party, you think it must be other people that is responsible. These parties are peopled by people, human beings that have selfish interests, that have motives, that have, so it's just a power play amongst them. But you keep sticking your neck out and make it look like, it is. Sometimes I just struggle to make a sense of it. Arabambi and whoever, they've been in Labour Party. The records are there. Everybody know that they were there. Peter Obi did not support the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State. We saw when he went to Oyo State, he gave him cold shoulders. All the arrangement that they tried to make for them, it's not them. It's not the gubernatorial candidate. The guy came out and spoke very bitterly about it, and the rest. So you keep making case for them. It's politics. Like somebody said, you shouldn't die in their war. Let's analyze this thing objectively and let it go, because whatever we see here might not necessarily be affecting any of their decisions. But sometimes we just believe, or we dissipate so much energy on something that, as far as I'm concerned, it's I just felt I know Peter Obi supported more than 2 or 3 candidates other than Labour Party candidates across the federation, and nobody called for his head. Thank you.
Rational Mind, talk us through this headline on the screen, and then we move on from there to Darati. We have Simba round up, and then we go to Darati. Talk us through this headline.
Yeah. Maybe I should just, I think what Bishop just said now just kind of changed my view again. Yeah, I think he has a point. And with what you're presenting to me now, yeah, I think Peter Obi too has been guilty of that. Yeah, I would say that he's been guilty of what I'm accusing Arabambi of doing. Yeah, I think, like he said, like Bishop says, maybe one should not even die in their war, you know, because these people you are just, one is just trying to like make case for. They themselves, they're not principled people. They lack principle. They will do anything just to get their way. Maybe I should just let it go. Yeah, it's just that sometimes I just look at it that what is going on in APC. I just want us to let this case go on. Do not bring it. If you know you are you people are sure that, like Ogbeni has been saying, and other people have been saying, other parties have been saying that yes, that these people have no case. Let it go on in court. Let it take its course. Let us see how it goes. If at the end of the day everything gets thrown out, so be it. But then if you have to be using some modes,
Rational Mind, let me ask you a question. Because I've often heard you say that let it go through the legal process, which I think we're all agreed on. But there's always I think I personally, because there's some questions within the application that I want adjudication on, especially the Abuja space, so that's cleared up for future elections. But when pardon me, when you say that, there's always an undercurrent of some sort of confidence in your voice. So what are you hinging hope on to be so adamant that it should go through the process, which we all agree it should, but there seems to be some undercurrent of hope when you say that. What are you hinging that hope on? So give us thoughts on that, and then we move the conversation on.
Yeah, Woman, real quick. You see, I think I've said it earlier. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in the legal profession, but I just feel that out of the 5 prayers that either Atiku or in this case Obi, let me use Obi. I don't want to talk about Atiku. In this case Obi, I think one of them should stand. One of them, let me say this too. One of them, I'm sure one of them will be able to get a favorable hearing. I believe that there's one of them. If not a fine, the issue of the narcotics, the drug case that he had, or the 25%, or the which, like Ogbeni said, these are pre-election issues. But then I don't know, the Constitution does never address that as such. It says you must not be fined. So if you're not been fined, and then INEC or whoever during the vetting period did not do their work, that does not mean one cannot bring it up. So you should be able to bring it up. And this dichotomizing of pre and post election thing, I don't know. Well, it makes sense, like he said, that I see reason what don't get me wrong, Benny, what you said, it makes sense that whatever should be done should be, let bygone be bygone of the pre-election. If you cannot talk about that case before then we should not bring it, because the election matter should be anything that happened during the election, that is the election on that very day of the 25th or 26th of February, that somebody overvoted or did not allowed to vote, or my vote was stolen. That should be the matter. Should not be like, okay, he was a drug dealer, or he has this thing, he has double nomination. That should not come in play. It makes sense to believe that. But this is election. I believe anything should be brought, anything, everything should be adjudicated in this matter. So I just believe, just to answer your question, I believe one of them should stick. If not every one of them, 4 of them should stick. Well, at least one of them should stick. If not the 25%, I believe that Shetima matter issue should stick. One of them should stick. So yeah, that's where I'm hinging my hope on.
You know,
Well, shoot.
That's right.
Well,
That's right. Yes, shoot.
that's my opinion. Yeah, because he's asking for my opinion, right? So I'm giving my opinion. Should stick. Yeah, that's what I said.
You know, I know you will respond to what I'm saying with the law is the law, but it is highly unlikely that an election will be upturned just off the back of some obscure technicality. You know, if the court deems that the elections represent the generally broadly the will of the people, the most that they will get out of it is just a need to improve points, and then don't pin your hope on it. Don't pin your hope on it. Is what I'm saying.
Oh man, I'm managing my expectation. Like some people would say, I'm not really like I said. I have my hopes measured. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So I mean, if I speak the way I speak, doesn't mean that like you use the word desperate. I mean, I'm not desperate. I'm just speaking because I just want the right thing done. But if it doesn't get done, so be it. I'll have to accept it and then move on. I mean, I will move on. I'll move on my life. I'm not going to be the one to suffer it. I live here in America. I'm well done. I mean, I have my kids, everybody here. We're all doing well. I will eat every day. I will sleep. I'll not be afraid of one person coming to steal my money or one coming to kill me at my house. I won't. So whoever's going to feel that there will be people back home. So I'm only just concerned about our people back home. But then if the court says no, but I believe, like you're asking me, I believe that one of them should stick. One of them should stick. If not the 25%, should be double nomination of Shetima. So that's what I'm hinging my hope on. But like I said, hope.
If it doesn't go the way you are hopeful that it should go, would you invest your efforts in the success of the Tinubu administration? Would you invest your effort in that if it doesn't go the way you think it should go?
Well, you see, I just have to wait. I mean, Nigeria is still my country. I still carry Nigerian passport. So my point is that being that Nigeria, I have people there. I have my siblings and everybody's still there. Some of them are still there. I would still want to invest if he brings economic policies that benefits the ordinary man on the street. Why not? Sure, I would. But you see, like I said, I've said it before. I said you cannot give what you don't have. I don't believe Tinubu can do this. I just believe he cannot do it. I just believe he cannot do it. He will only do certain things that only benefits the top 1% or top 2%. But then forget it. The majority of Nigerians will just still face the same thing they've always been facing all these years. But then if good and if he does well, better and good. But I'm not expecting anything from Tinubu. Yeah. But I hope he does better. I hope he, like I've said before, I hope he proves me wrong that yes, as they say in Yoruba, and then he's performing. Yeah, sure and good. Why not? Don't think me the way I speak about Tinubu means that I hate him. I just know if he does better, fine and good. But I'm only speaking just based on what I know of his antecedents, and I believe when people are just what they are, it's very hard that you see that change. That's a real change that they will ever change. But who knows? Yeah, woman. Yeah, who knows?
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. So thank you, Rational Mind. So let's move the conversation on, and we were going to go to Darati, who seems to have lost connection for a moment. But whilst we wait, Darati, let's listen some more to Zita, who picks the conversation up. Zita, are you still there, or sleep snatched you from us? Zita.
I think Simba had the floor before.
No, everybody has had the floor, I think. Hello?
Well, I can hear you.
Is it that you don't sleep? I heard you on mute just then. Zita, are you ready or do you want me to? Okay. Let's kick it off with Ogbeni then, as Zita seems to be preoccupied at the moment. So Ogbeni then, is this the language of surrender? Obi, I must be Nigerian president. It might be today or in the future. So somewhat of a cryptic messaging But what are we understanding from this this headline, Ogweni?
One man.
Eh?
I don't really follow headlines because I've learned my lesson. What is contained in that news may not be what is in this headline now. So I don't believe in headline. Sorry to say, except we read and know what is inside. What exactly did Obi? At the end of the day, it may be just one paragraph where they will just quote one very unclear.
All right. Do you want me to speed through it? It's a short
You
piece.
can speed through it. Let's see what Obi thought was.
Yes. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, says he must be president of Nigeria either now or in the future. Speaking on Friday at a book presentation titled Peter Obi, Many Voices, One Perspective in Awka, the Anambra State capital, Obi said it might be today or in the future, but he was sure that he will be the president of Nigeria. Anyone who thinks I am on transit is wasting his time. Let me tell you, I must be the president of this country. I am sure of that. If it is not today, it will be tomorrow. Obi was quoted as saying, other people who want to be should come and tell us what they want to do and how to do it. This is my country. I don't have dual citizenship. If anyone thinks I am going to run away from Nigeria, they are lying. I have 3 engagements in Anambra and Lagos today. I am speaking in Lagos tonight. We will not leave Nigeria. I am not in a hurry to become the president, but I know it must happen. For 3 years, I was in court in Anambra to reclaim my governorship just to challenge the process. Many people tried to discourage me, but I said even if the entire 4 years tenure elapsed for us to prove a point and correct the process, I will be fulfilled. My argument is that let's do what is right. I always tell everyone that I will not give people money to do the wrong thing. I have been the chairman of a committee, a TET Fund Committee, and Professor Mahmood was my member. We know ourselves. But when he became INEC chairman, I have never met him. I told him, you are an umpire. Just do what is right. If you have the chance to do the right thing and you insist on perpetrating anarchy, then it will consume everybody one day. I insist that we must do the right thing, the right thing. I was in an event yesterday in Abuja, and it was World Food Organization. I listened to the report that stated Nigeria will face intense hunger in years to come. It is Nigeria that will face hunger, not Peter Obi. The report listed Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe as the states that will be worst hit. But those 3 states put together are 5 times larger in land mass than Israel, yet Egypt exports food to Nigeria, but Nigeria cannot feed itself. But we must cultivate a habit of doing the right thing. If we don't do the right thing, it will consume us. I must be the president of this country. If not today, it will be next time. I am not desperate. I am not in a hurry. I am committed to the cause of a better Nigeria. So gibberish and gobbledygook, but you're a lawyer, you can unpick through that, Ogweni.
One man. It's so funny as I'm just hearing you. In my ear, I was hearing emperors like Julius Caesar, Augustus, Nero, Trajan, Hadrian, Constantine, and all those Theodosius the First. All those Roman emperors who believe that without them, life cannot move forward, and we are day to day. You see, when you are playing God, sometimes I look at people, okay, tell me now, what's the difference between I must be president and Emilokan? Emilokan is even still lighter than somebody saying you must by all means. Are you coming to conquer people? Is it a territory you're coming to conquer? These were the words of the imperials of those days. the Julius Caesar and them, Constantine the Great and others. Those were their words. You can't lord yourself over people. And I keep on saying this thing. You can't. You can't be too full of yourself. So much that, okay, look at it. I hope they actually quoted him well, because all these press men sometimes. You said it is Nigerians that will be hungry, not you. What? I don't even know how to describe that kind of. You are so full of yourself. How much do you have that you are saying is Nigeria that will be hungry? Who will be hungry in Nigeria? And it's own, Nigerians, particularly Nigerians in diaspora. I meet them a lot, and I sometimes I don't even like engaging some. Say it's not me that will not see, it's not me that will suffer. After all, I'm here. But you are suffering here. You are doing security job. You are doing job that you won't even. You are doing it, and I say you are not suffering. You better contribute to Nigeria and let Nigeria be okay. And you say you are not suffering. Are you not suffering?
Just on what you said, Ogweni, if people actually know how much people are suffering abroad, they will feel. And
even the ones abroad, do they even really see themselves that they are suffering? They think they are enjoying. I tell you, what kind of enjoyment? I met one. You are doing 247. You are your husband. You be exchanging key in the bus. Oh, okay. Bye. Love you. Is that life? You are living that kind of life. I say, it's Nigerian people that are suffering. I said, some are better than you. They are living in Nigeria. Some Nigerians, when they travel to this place, the kind of places where they will shop, you can never in your life walk 24 hours. You cannot shop there. You can't go to some high street shop and go and shop. For where do you have that money? You don't. So when you look at them and they have this, they create this kind of the imperial. If you read all these Roman emperors and if you understand their quotes, you can see Obi picturing himself in that kind of thing. They're coming to conquer people. Conquer who? Okay, see what Arabambi is accusing you of. Okay, let's even leave Arabambi, because everybody think, okay, Arabambi is just being silly. Arabambi is just being. Can you remember that as February this year, the chairman of Labour Party in Gombe State, I can't remember that guy's name, accused, let me remember, Sonny Abdusalam. Go and check it. If you want to, go and check it. Sonny Abdusalam, that's the chairman of the Labour Party, accused Obi of ethnic bigotry. That in Gombe State, Obi picked only the Igbos in Gombe. So he gave them money to do his campaign for him because he never trusted them. And this thing you see reflecting.
In many ways, Obi is like Buhari, but just from the east, because he only has confidence in his own type.
Okay, see what Arabambi is saying. Arabambi mentioned about 3, 4, 5 positions that you put your people there and you are there fraudulent. Why must it be in a party you just joined how many months ago? And now you think you can conquer Nigeria, and you think the people in the northern part are looking at you. You think their vote don't count, right? You think you come and you want to rule them too, and you don't need them. And then the only thing you can tell Nigerians is that, okay, somebody raised an issue. He said, why is it in one of his speech, Obi was talking of poverty, and the only state Obi could be mentioning is the northern state? Is that the only poverty stringing state in Nigeria? Is there not poverty in Anambra? Why are you not talking about it and say you want to address that issue first? Why must you profile a particular part of the country as a poverty single place? I know of spaces in even that Lagos that you call metropolis today. I know of spaces in Lagos where you can, if you enter that place, you will see poverty first class. Same in Anambra, same in Oasis. So why do you think you are just there to come and conquer people? Because for me, these are narrative of a conqueror. If you understand them well, I know some people may be raising objection. Go and read, and that's why I say people should be reading. You know their narrative. When must it be a no? It's okay. When Omilokon came, I was one of those who condemned Omilokon. Why must you say
did you actually condemn it?
You said?
Did you actually condemn it?
Yes, I did. Go and check.
Yeah, but why do you think it's condemnable? Because there's logic to it.
No,
He said Yoruba ló kàn and tẹ́bá dẹ̀ wò dáadáa èmi ló kàn.
One man. See, this is the way. You see, there are ways emperors talk.
But hold on. But did he say I must? Or say I will be? Is that what you read?
I must. Abba.
Can you read that president?
The one man just read it now.
I heard him say I will one day be.
No, he said I must. Now,
can you look for that?
Only I've highlighted it, maybe, but I'll read it out. Is this highlighted? I must be the president of this country. If not today, it will be next time.
Who are you? Yeah. Who are you? Who are you to be saying that you must rule us by all means? For what? Are you an emperor? Well, I'm not arguing with him. Maybe today I'm just pushing my point. Yes, it's good for him, man. One man. After all, he was away from the country for some years. He returned his passport to UK. That's what he told us. He returned his sorry.
Yeah, but he returned it in 2027, 2025, though. So the passport is still on the way.
So he's good. He has been away. He's back home now. That is good. So he's welcome. He should come and after all, I'm coming. Let me land on this thought and I will close it. Now, after all, when he was away, some people stood by this country. Some people formed what is called Nadeco. Some people formed what is called Kudira Radio. It was nowhere to be found all those times. Some people fought. People like Showore that today, they just talk anyhow. Showore was one of the Nadeco guys who stood by and fought the military to a logical conclusion. He was part of Abacha this thing, right? He didn't fight Abacha government and the military government. Some people fought and they fought. So if it is their turn to lead, let him go and weigh and queue up. After all, he was waiting all those days too. That's my conclusion on that.
About Ogbeni, what did you just say now? What did you just say? I mean, you said he returned his passport. Was he a British citizen at any time?
I've not condemned him for that. I said he returned his indefinite leave to remain.
He returned his passport. That's what you said.
No, sorry. That's
it's a figure of speech now.
That's a slip of tongue. He returned his ILR, not passport.
Ogbeni,
so he has been here for decades. He returned home. He's welcome.
Hold on.
Some people built that home.
That's
that
a wrong.
He can return to.
He did not listen. He only maintained residency over there. He shuttles between the United Kingdom and Nigeria.
He had ILR. I hope you know what ILR is. He had indefinite leave to remain. That was what he returned.
What does that mean? Hold on. I was once a green card holder. I shuttle between Nigeria and here. I can go. I leave. A certain amount of time I cannot overstay outside the United States. If I still overstay, like is it about 6 or when I was a green card holder, if I overstay like 1 year or 6 months, then I might lose that status.
That is it.
Hold on now. But you can shuttle, you can come, go and go. Mind you, he has business in Nigeria.
But so, you are
never came back to Nigeria for some time.
My brother, you have that residency under a condition. One of the conditions is there's a limited time you must leave the country and you must come back, right? That is ILR. Okay. But he has gone back to drop that thing. And he says since then he has been using visa.
Let's not argue pointlessly. Your point was that he lived for like indefinitely, like he lived like for some time in UK, never came back to Nigeria like that.
No, that's not my point.
Okay, so you need to make yourself on the me.
He's permanent resident. His permanent resident has been UK for donkeys of years because he has ILR. Okay. But now he returned it at a point in time and he's back. I said he's welcome back home. While he was away, some people built the country. Let them lead. Then he go and queue up.
Point. He was never away that long. Like make it sound like he was away. Like
he lived in the UK for 10 years.
Let him be rationalizing it. Himself said it.
Hold on. I can maintain green card status for like however long.
No, he himself said he lived in the UK for 10 years.
Listen, you need to understand the context. I understand what he said. What he said is that he had it for 10 years.
He said he lived in the UK for 10 years. And in fact, there was a time they told us that he was the the black man that had the best credits in the UK are not, all those. Do you remember that, Ola, when they told us that?
I remember one of the funniest thing for me to have ever heard.
Yes, one of those funky preacher somethings that they give us,
But the point I'm making is that you can have a long time stay. Does not mean that you have not come back to your country at any point, or you need short.
Yeah, you can visit, but his place of abode was the UK.
Was the UK?
Yes, for 10 years.
He maintained residency in Nigeria too.
Yes, but his place of abode, where he lived. Okay. If you live in the US and you spend 2 months of every year in Nigeria, so what does that mean? You're a resident in the UK and visit Nigeria. So,
you see, we're only just saying things here. We don't have all the facts as to how he did it.
No. Rational mind. What exactly are you trying to establish? Because the point is this.
Go on. Go on, please.
You can have your primary place of residence and you can have your secondary. Right. This guy was in the UK doing business in the UK. Okay. For you to have that type of status in the UK simply means that he's living there, he's doing a lot of things, file his tax returns there. So I don't understand. The issue remains that
when did he come back to Nigeria? Hold on. Listen, let us understand this. Let us scroll.
When did he come back to Nigeria? Because this guy served under Abacha. When did he come back to Nigeria?
No, hold on. Chronologically, Abacha was there in 1993, right? And then this guy came back. He was an MD of Machad Bank for some time, and then he contested for election in 2000. What was that? Or was it 1999 contested for an election? So mind you, it was a bank. It was a CEO of a bank in Nigeria, which means he has to maintain residency in Nigeria, even though you have to live in London at the same time. So now let us look at that timeline. You can understand that these 10 years you're talking about does not mean that it's permanently sitting in the UK. It shuttles between the UK and Nigeria. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. It was an MD of a bank. He was a CEO of a bank.
No. What I'm asking now is that to what purpose is the argument? Okay, let's assume he's not away in UK for that time. So what's the purpose of the arguments? I'm trying to figure out.
The purpose is this: that Obani said that he make it sound like he just sat down in the UK like 10 years. He never came to Nigeria, and
Obani said the UK was his primary residence, which I don't think you disagree with, or do you?
I know I did not. I don't disagree with that.
Oh, well, you see, Obi'S put context in it. He said, while he was away, some people were fighting for democracy. That's a contest. You understand? Why people were fighting Abacha, and this guy was not in the political field for other than for his benefit.
He was working for Abacha. He was working for Abacha.
Exactly. What did you say?
So sorry, let Patrick come in. He's a new voice to this space. Good to see you, Patrick. Let's hear from you.
Sorry, is fighting Abacha a must-have in your resume?
I don't know.
That's not the point. Look at it this way. You were doing something against democracy, because if Abacha was a dictator, and you are supporting a dictator that, number one, instead of someone that was supposed to restore June 12th, you didn't, but you even carried you even locked the guy that won it up. You started chasing those people that were fighting for democracy around, with Sergeant Roger and Mustafa. So everything you were doing was against democracy. And now you are now bringing yourself as a Democrat. So when we say it was not fighting for democracy, this is a contest. Now, what have you contributed to the democracy, to development of democratic institution in Nigeria? That's the problem now.
See, let me just jump in here. I've listened to this. I had to just come in. I see a lot of us are
you couldn't bear it anymore. You couldn't bear it anymore.
A lot of us are doing armchair lawyer here. I heard.
No, we have a proper lawyer. We have a senior lawyer as well in our midst. So, but carry on.
Because I've heard things that people say that you cannot decide the cases in 3 days, in 7 days. But I mean, we've heard somebody now asked, any lawyer that says they can do it in 7 days is a liar. But we've heard constitutional lawyers that say this can be done if they want to do it. We've had constitutional lawyers who said this can be done within this specific time period of time if they want to do it.
What if that constitutional lawyer have not handled election petition?
Okay, let's go with a specific name. Femi Falana is a well-renowned name.
Forget about Femi Falana. Forget about Femi Falana. Femi Falana is just a bunch of this thing.
Wait, tell me one election petition that Femi Falana that
but
you
I know he's a constitutional lawyer. You don't have to handle it. You don't have to go.
So you think constitutional law and election petition? Do you think they fall in the same category?
So wait, I want to
But
ask you.
Femi Falana never said 7 days. It was Akpakoba that
he said
7 days.
both of them said it can be done.
Falana said 14 days.
Is
So
Akpakoba an election petition expert?
Hello, excuse me. Let me just like.
Is it not the same Agbakoba?
Hold on, Patrick.
Is it not the same Agbakoba that asked for 1 week adjournment? Now, that somebody that is saying we can do it in 1 week. He was the one that asked for 1 week adjournment now. So what are we talking about?
Let me make my point.
All right, hold on, Patrick. Before you make that point, I'm going to introduce you after you make that. After you've made that point, to a lawyer that knows that space better than Femi Falana. But make the point, then I'll introduce you to a lawyer that knows that space better.
The point I'm trying. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make the point. The point I'm trying to make is that they all said if we want to do it, we can. Okay, they are also saying that Kenya, that is not as as superior as we are, can do it. So the point I'm saying that I'm sure we can do it if we want to. But all of us here sitting down here, we're just going to sit down and watch and see what happens. That's just how I'm going to end it.
All right, Patrick, stay there. I did promise to introduce you to a lawyer that knows a little bit better than Femi Falana, especially when it comes to election petition. So you know what I want you to do, Patrick? I want you to look very intently at your screen and meet Ogbeni, who has handled severally election petitions. So Ogbeni, what is Falana talking about?
No, I'm not. I won't say I know better than Femi Falana. But let me say something here, and I've said it before. I think to rational mind, when when you are getting an opinion from a lawyer, it's unfortunate that in Nigeria we don't really specialize, and because of that, we tend to advise or express opinion on any subject that comes. Now, Femi Falana, I've not even heard Femi Falana saying we can do this thing within 14 days. What I heard Femi Falana saying is that we can amend the law to ensure that we fast track this thing. See, at a point in time in that country, we were doing election petition for 3-4 years. The tenure of the man you are challenging will be about ending like this, and we are still in the election petition tribunal. We are still bringing out documents and doing a lot of calling witness here and there. But at a point in time, there was an amendment. Don't think we started with this 180 days, 60 days. And that's why I said people should try and study and understand where we are coming from. Sometimes when you see people, they say, we've not progressed. I just look at them and laugh. Because they don't even study the political history of the country. We started somewhere. And in 2010, see, we have amended that electoral, let me tell you, 1999 we started with, we amended in 2003. I think I've chronicled that in this platform before. I won't be going there again. 2003 we amended. 2010 we amended again. 2007 we amended. 2010 we amended. Now we have amended in 2022 again. On each amendment that you see in our electoral act, we are adding value, all right, and we are improving. And that is how society is being run. In Nigeria today, that you have these 180 days, some drafters inserted it at a point in time when they saw issues, and they are not fool. They understand what election petition is when they said 180 days. So now that you have 180 days, and I've said it before, issues that are before this tribunal. See, Kenya is not Nigeria. I told you, Kenya is not Nigeria. In Kenya, what did they do? Apart from, don't even compare their laws. Don't compare Kenya with Nigeria at all. Apart from their laws, what did they do in Kenya? What they did in Kenya was simply a very narrow issue they took to the court. Just one issue. Kenya EU was not. See how many issues Obi alone has taken to court now. See how many issues Atiku has taken to court, and all those ones. And you want to prove them, and you are in plenty document.
Mr. So let me, since you are a lawyer, let me ask you a question. Like, you know, like the 25% issue, do they really need to call witnesses?
You don't need to call witnesses. I've told you about that 25% here.
I wasn't here.
If you set out 25% alone down for hearing, right, there will be crisis. What's the crisis? I've said it. Now, the Court of Appeal say, okay, let me listen on 25%. Oh yeah, everybody, come and canvass your argument. Within a day, you will canvass argument, no problem. When you canvass argument, let's say the court said, oh no, you must have 25% before you can become the president of Nigeria. Then, what will be the consequential order? There must be a consequential order. Don't forget, court does not give order in vacuum. When you rule on a point, then you must say, in consequence to this, then this is my order. So what is the order? The order is that I nullify the election, right? Or what do you want to get? When you say, okay, no, without 25%, you can't be a president, they will say, we nullify the election. That's what the order will say, because Tinubu is not a clear winner. Then what happened to the other issues that they have not decided? So when you notify that election, then INEC should go and prepare another election. And they will still step forward to Supreme Court, and you have not even dealt with other issues. Do you see the absurdity? Whoever is calling for, just decide that issue is calling for. These are the issues judges are faced with. And people don't see reality in it. So when you say, okay, 25%, oh, is against Tinubu, okay, go and conduct another election because there is no clear winner here. Because that's the implication, no clear winner. Because he had the majority. So when you say, okay, because you did not have 25%, therefore, you are not the winner of this election, then go and conduct another election. INEC start preparing to conduct another election. Some people are moving to Supreme Court to go and challenge it. Let's say the Supreme Court now reverse it, then what have you done to the polity? You have caused confusion because you have not even determined the rest. So let's say you now determine the rest and you say, okay, the rest favor Tinubu. Then some people will now go on appeal again. Then what do you want INEC to do? To stop that election that your 25% is already stopped? So let's say the Supreme Court now say, okay, I reverse this part of the judgment, but I did not reverse the part of the judgment. Then what happened to the election that INEC has conducted when the case was on appeal? These are the absurdity that you see judges and courts try as much as possible to avoid. And that's why they always say, do everything together. Make all your decision you want to make, then bring it up here. When it gets here, we make a decision also holistically. So you don't break it piecemeal and say, okay, let me just pick this, decide this, then leave it there. What happened to the others? Because sometimes when you're even making judgment on that small one, you're already preempting what is in the main case. You know, so it's just one of so many reasons why the court will not break things down in piecemeal.
All right, hold on, Ola. I want to introduce Patrick to. I did promise Patrick a lawyer that knows better than Femi Falana. But because I like you so much, Patrick, I'm going to introduce you to two lawyers that know better than Femi Falana. So, Enigmatic Hondi. What Patrick is proposing, according to what he heard from Falana, is that they can wrap up this whole petition within 7 hours. Have you ever heard such a thing?
Please, if they want to wrap up this whole thing on time, I think they can.
All right, Enigmatic Hondi.
Thank you so much, Roman. First of all, Femi Falana na Baba, so let me just give him doff my hat for him. But let's this first I think Ogbeni, I believe he hit it right on the head, as in the absurdity of this is absolutely unquantifiable. And then when you see some senior lawyers, especially those ones in the SIP, trying to genuflect and probably confuse a certain sector of the Nigerian populace, you tend to ask some certain questions. First of all, let me correct the impression the guy made about Femi Falana. Falana had never advocated for the ridiculous, the irritating, and the unattainable 7 days or 14 days. It's never possible. What he said was, if there's a way that the constitution can be amended, right? He basically made it very clear that it's still going to be like 7 months or 8 months, as against what used to be 3 years, 4 years. Remember this Peter Obi that is crying up and down now, riling up all his obedience and everything, right? He was in court for over 3 years before he regained his mandate. The second time when he was impeached, he was in court more than. So when you come from 4 years or 3 years of tribunal litigation down to 6 months, maximum of 8 months up to Supreme Court, that's an achievement. That's a gain. But what we've come to see in this electioneering cycle is because suddenly, quote and unquote, right, the yes daddy Jesus, from wherever it's coming from, his goons want everything to change all of a sudden because of him. It's not going to change like that. And I'm so disappointed to see a lot of senior lawyers. Liberos Oshoma, I believe Ogbeni will know him. He's a very neutral guy. He has made some certain pronouncement. When you look at Olisa Agbakoba-San, they are basically emotional with their comments, probably because of their antecedents and relationship with a certain candidate. And when you look at all the proponents of these 7 days, 14 days, go and look at where they belong. So they are modeling their, professional calling with ethnic and emotional feelings, which is wrong. There's nowhere under the sun, one man, where you will have tribunal in 7 days, in 14 days. Are you aware of the fact, as we speak, that these obedience that are even crying, they want to go to court, they are the one actually, requesting for adjournment now.
Can I ask the enigmatic one question?
Hold on, Baba. They are the one asking for adjournment now because they already seen the what Ogbeni said, the meat in the case. They already seen, what is in front of them, and I believe Oyetola versus Adedansa's Supreme Court judgment probably is already a flash in the point to see what they are about to see.
You're right.
Look, it's quite unfortunate that when we see ourselves as Nigerians, but we just want to counter our teeth by our tongue by saying we are Nigerians. I've always said it on this platform, we have a lot of unpatriotic Nigerians. Why you have this agitation here and there about this election is because of only one man, because it is Tinubu. And I keep saying it. I sent you a video, one man. When you have time, play the video.
Yeah, I'll play it in a moment. Yeah.
If Atiku had won this election, you wouldn't be seeing this agitation. Because this agitation about 20, I've said from day one, 25% is technically 37th state. This case is one of the easiest tribunal cases I will see in my life. Everything will be trashed out. 25% trashed out. Kashim Shettima's double registration.
Sorry to interrupt you again, sir. You said this whole thing is because of one man, Tinubu.
Yes.
I wouldn't agree with that. Okay?
It's okay.
I wouldn't agree with that. My reason.
Fair enough.
No, let him give you that reason, and then you can wrap it up in your narration. Give us that reason, Patrick.
My reason is, at a certain time, maybe people woke up from their slumber and felt enough is enough. So let me ask you a question here. If after the whole 18 people contested the election, I don't know the rest of the 18 people or the rest of them, if they had gone to choose maybe the alliance person that probably won just a state and call him the winner, what do you think would have happened? Nothing?
your question is illogical to me. I don't get the point of your question.
Okay,
So,
there were 18 contestants, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's after the whole election, maybe they did not call Tinubu, they did not call Peter Obi, they did not call Atiku. They called one of the people that you and I probably didn't know, and said this is the winner. And probably that person won less states. What do you think that would have happened? Are you gonna say people are just gonna sit down like that and say, okay, it's as
They
usual?
wouldn't do that.
let me answer the question. They wouldn't just call the person as the winner if he had not won the election. The only body that is constitutionally authorized to do their job is INEC, presided over by Mahmoud, the guy Yakub Mahmoud. He knows what to do. He knows the rules and regulations, and whoever's else is God, right? There are certain processes. There are certain processes to address their issues. So nobody will pronounce a president-elect if the president-elect hasn't met certain conditions of the electioneering expectation. So if for instance Shiwore has been pronounced president-elect, Shiwore wouldn't have been pronounced president-elect in a vacuum. He would have been pronounced by virtue of the fact that he has met certain conditions. So one of those conditions would have been probably majority of the vote, and then having a spread across the nation, right? So when you look at the nature of election over the years in Nigeria, this year could have probably been the most interesting election, but by virtue of what we've seen by a certain candidate, he has taken the shine off the interest. I mean, the interesting momentum in this election. He should be the star boy of this electionary process, but he has failed to manage his goodwill after the election. And then when he was talking about he's going to be Nigeria.
Have we lost you?
Basically telling you guys.
You are dipping out.
I'll be here. Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Look, Peter Obi, right, is not an idiot. Is not a juvenile.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Man, he's tricky, and he knows the political terrain just like every other politician, right? He knows that he has lost this election. He knew he never won this election, and he knows he needs to keep the mob shining. He needs to keep them on the leash. That's what he's doing. He's just using the Trump tactics in Nigeria. Nothing more, nothing less. Atiku, who is his political father, is walking easily because Atiku knows the terrain and he knows nothing is there. Peter Obi is in court now by virtue of the fact that he has no room to maneuver around the mob he has created. That's why he's in court. Atiku is in court just because he has to fulfill the
all righteousness.
All righteousness. That's it.
I completely. I just don't want us to because
enigmatic. Yeah. No, counter him back, and then we'll let other voices come in. Yeah.
If I counter him, it's going to be a long back and forth because what he said, I completely don't agree with him. So I'll let other people jump in and have
Do you want to declare your political alliance? You're not obliged to.
But I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. I'm just for Nigeria. I'm indifferent. I don't care who. If it's John, Thomas, Philip, whoever is there, just let Nigeria be good. That's all I care about. I really don't care.
You are for Nigeria, but who do you think will best serve Nigeria as president?
Well, so far, right? If you look at all the contenders, there are people who have spoken up. So far, Obi is doing better. Now, if we're going with Tinubu that we're talking about now, he is out of the country. People are saying that he's gone to meet investors. This is just 15 days to swear in. You're supposed to be around to know how, okay, they will show you around how things are done here. Look at this, look at that. I mean, it's not,
Okay.
hold
No, no.
on.
We know where you are. You still have the floor, but let me put this to you because I think we all know where you're going. If Tinubu has gone to France to perfect his health for the inauguration, so what?
But we should be ashamed to even say that. Have we ever heard of French president coming to Nigeria to come and get health service?
Yeah, we're a third world country. We're a third world country.
Please hold on. We are a third world country that is about as rich as America if we manage our resources. So why can't we have all these things in Nigeria? We have the best lawyers, like we have Obi'S here, some of the best lawyers, some of the best doctors. Why can't we invest in ourselves? That's my point. It doesn't sound good. I should be ashamed to say my president is going to France to get health. Meanwhile, most of the doctors in America, in France, are Nigerians. We should be ashamed to say that our president is out there to perfect his health. I mean, he should have heard of. Have you heard of American president going
I'm sorry,
to France?
quick interjection.
Hold on. Have you heard American president going to France to go and perfect his health? Have you heard about France going to America to perfect his health?
Oh no, hold on. Okay. Leave those spaces out, and then let's look at the rest of the world. A lot of the all these the Venezuelan president, he comes to the UK for his treatment. The Saudi king notoriously travels to Europe for his treatment.
So, my brother,
probably the entirety of the Middle East.
Okay, my brother, why?
So you can't just say those America. Yeah.
Brother, my brother, why do we have to measure ourselves with the least? Why don't we measure ourselves with the best?
Because we're the third world country. We're the third world country.
Hold on, excuse me. If you have a child in a class, right? Won't you want your child to measure with the best in the class? Are you going to say, okay, measure yourself with the worst? No, let's go with the best.
Sure. No, hold on. If my child is in Form 1, I won't measure him against somebody in Form 5 because that would be unrealistic.
Let me tell you something, right? I think this is even one man. This is actually very uncharitable of you and whoever is saying, because it's just based on the realm of population that whenever Asiwaju travels out of the country, why is it always thrown in the narration of he has gone to the hospital? Do you guys know his movement? The guy hold on. I know for a fact that he had to run out of Nigeria because the pressure was too much. If you are in Abuja, if you are very close to Abuja, when you go to that defense headquarters, the residents around that place, they're already complaining for political jobbers and political lobbyists all over the place. He came to the country when he came. Remember when the first time that he came back from London, when he had to go for his knee surgery and he had to rest for a while. From that very moment up until now, as we speak, if the guy had to go to France or he go to London or he goes to US, he has gone for medical treatment. Obi goes to US, he goes to London, he was in Dallas, he was in Houston, he was all over the places. Same as Kwakwanso. I think Kwakwanso is
Ayo, I won't let you run away with this.
Ayo,
sorry.
Hold on.
I won't let you run away with it. No, you're going too far. I won't let you run away.
I'm not going too far.
When I started, what I said was that 15 days to the inauguration, he should be around.
So what is it? Hold on. We have a sitting president.
We should have a standard.
The problem you guys are having is that, first of all, we can never have two presidents at once. Even the sitting president is out of the country as we speak. One thing you guys do not know, right? One thing that these people do not know, they see things from the optics, from the general point of view. Are you aware of the fact that sometime, right? I don't know if anybody from Ondo State or from Ekiti is here. When I think when
fully represented.
Online is here now.
Yeah, most of them are
Obi'S as well.
Until they were sworn in into office, they were living outside of Ondo and Ekiti State.
Most time Ekiti.
So like Fayose now, before Fayose was sworn in, he was living in Lagos.
They will run out.
So they will always move out of the state for the incumbent governor so that there will be no clash. One thing you guys need to know, 15 days is here already. If the guy does not bring himself to the podium to get sworn in on the 29th of May, then that becomes his problem. But you cannot have a guy who ran a tumultuous, right, campaign that even the cabal never wanted him in office, right? And he knows he's not a small boy. For the fact that he travels out of the country, Ms. Teresa was saying somebody was in Houston, which I know. The guy who's
no, enigmatic. If you can just give me like a minute.
All right. Sorry, Ola. Let Prince come in first. Apologies to you, Ola, but he was pushing to come in, but he was overwhelmed by the voices. Prince, come in.
No, I even wanted to say something about that.
All right. Say that, and then let Prince come in, and then we get back to enigmatic. Yeah.
Now,
Okay, go on. Let's do it.
You see this earth we are talking about that we should be ashamed of ourselves. See, let us put this thing straightforward. Osinbajo had his own medical in Nigeria. That's the choice. It's not as if Nigeria, I know we can do better. It's not as if Nigeria is so terrible that sometimes they cannot stay. Sometimes for security reasons and for other reasons, you may decide to have your health care outside the country. But the fact that it's going on, that we should be ashamed just because it's going to that place. Now, assuming we even have that problem, is it not supposed to come there and supposed to solve the problem? How come we are now pushing this thing on him, now pinning the thing on him just because he traveled? That's what I wanted to say before. I don't see reason why we should use that as an excuse against him.
Okay, let me say what I said earlier was that what they are saying is that he went outside to meet investors, and then one man said he went for medical, and I said, okay, we should be ashamed of saying that medical thing. The point I'm making here is this: you have said something about for security reasons. Where should you feel safer? Where should you feel safer? Is it with your people or outside? I mean, let us look at
what you want to ask Abacha family about that. You want to ask Abacha family about that.
Sorry, let Prince come in. Let Prince come in. Prince, come in. Prince.
Oh yeah, thanks, Woman. The person just spoke, laying all this claim. This is legitimate concerns, really. But somebody before him said, well, the man is not even Tinubu, not even the president yet. He hasn't done anything for Nigeria. We're just a governor of Lagos State. Now, if he comes into power and after 4 years or 8 years, no improvement and everything remains the same, then you can blame him. But you can't be putting all the blame of Nigeria on him when Obasanjo was there. Yadra was there, Goodluck was there, and of course BUHARI was there. These are issues that have been around for quite a while. So I know it's more like animosity towards Tinubu, really, not because the guy's done anything. And Woman, you put it right. Now we are a third world country, and apart from that, you can't. We're not all in the same category. As strong as Russia is may be in a military, right? Russia is not in the same class level as America when it comes to the economy, okay, and other parts of different sectors. You know, you can almost put Russia in a second class country when it comes to that. So we all have our different classes. So let's stop this, like people don't travel. Somebody told me, I think also on this platform, they mentioned that, look, back in the days, the Saudi Arabian, maybe their prince or whatever, used to come to Nigeria for their medical treatment. So things do change. We can hope for the best, but let's not make it an issue about Tinubu not doing anything when the man actually said it rightly when he was in Potako with Wicked, that hey, we can't do nothing for him until he gets the power. We're gonna judge him based on his decisions and what he does as the president. Thanks.
Let me say this, for Enigmatic will continue.
In addition, right?
Enigmatic, you know the rules.
I don't understand this defense for Tinubu. I mean, you guys are defending him that there's too much pressure on him. That's why he's running out. He's running out of the country. I mean, if he cannot withstand this pressure now, would he be able to withstand that pressure when you start governing the state? How will it cope? Because by then, because already there's too much problem for him to face, and there's going to be pressure from various courthouse around the country on him when he assumed that position. So I don't get this defense and this lie that these people are lying and you people are, supporting them to lie that it went out to meet some investors. Who is the investors? Can you mention the name of the investors?
But how do you know it's a lie? How do you know it's a lie?
It's a lie, one man, because they didn't disclose the kind of investors, on what sectors, who are the names of the investors, who are they meeting? Are they transparent with it? Can they carry camera, with them to show?
Should we request the DNA of the investors as well, their DNA as well?
No, one man. Stop being. That's being sarcastic. That's being sarcastic. One man. That's being sarcastic. One man. The point we're trying to make here is, for everybody that is going to make Nigeria great. If you are going to meet investors, it is helpful if people are seeing you talking to those investors at this point. Those investors, because you spent some time in France, at this point, they should be coming to Nigeria to meet you. And then you are supposed to be flaunting and showing that I'm working already before I'm flaunting. And then, before now, there was a guy that spoke. He said, we are putting all the problems, we're blaming.
This thing is becoming irritating, honestly.
Nobody is blaming.
One man. Let's assume here.
All right. Hold on, everyone. Let's do it this way. Let Ajande Koko land this point. You round off your summation enigmatic, and then I'll play that clip that you sent in enigmatic. Then you build it up, and then Zita will take the lead on commentaries on it. But Ajande Koko, to you.
Yes, I don't know the nonsensical investors that is meeting that it cannot show us to really convince us that look at the way I have started. I'm ready for the job. Look, when President Trump was elected, when President was president-elect, investors were meeting Trump as Trump tower. We saw all the investors that are coming, billionaires that are coming around the world from Asian country coming to meet Trump. He should have done that. He should have come clean and let us see the investors. He should have carried a camera to really convince us so that all of you that are supporting him can really convince.
Yeah, but America has superior power now.
Everything is in secrecy. What kind of nonsense country is that? And you people want to continue to support this nonsensical secrecy that they don't show to us. We don't know. They just tell us something and we just want to accept it like that. In this modern world, when everything is democracy that we should run on transparency basis. I don't get it. We should just stop this. These people are just lying to us. This is the way they will start. And when they start, they will start running the administration with lies.
Some of you, when Tinubu will be sleeping with his wife, he should come and show you people.
What are you talking about?
Do you think it still has that function?
To that ridiculous extent. You should put that there. So that you can know
Ogwene, do you think it still has that function? What you just said?
No, the point is that.
No, hold on. Do you think it still has that function?
It's a president-elect, and you have already started unleashing anger on the president-elect.
No.
Buhari is your president.
This is not fair.
Tinubu is your president-elect. It's not.
Can we move forward?
And some of you are even still saying that it's not even the president.
Hold on,
Benny. You want to know what is happening to his head.
Benny, hold on. Everybody, let me make this point. On whose expenses is he running as president-elect?
On his own.
Hold on. No.
Whose expenses?
Hold on.
By which budget?
He's living in government house now.
He's living in defense house. He's not living in your government house. Look.
They already. Hold on.
The only thing that man is enjoying from Nigeria now.
Hold on. You people like to defend lies.
Goodness.
since he became president-elect,
yes,
they have allocated to him security.
That is protection.
Oh, hold on now. Hold on. That protection under whose expense?
That's protection now.
Hold on.
So because of that protection, then he doesn't have his privacy again.
Hold on, Benny. Let us have conversation here.
Okay.
They said he moved into which is it? Defense house.
Defense. It's defense house.
Okay, hold on. The defense house. Who own it?
Military, Nigeria, of course.
Hold on. Okay, military.
Yes.
And he's living there. Everything he eats there, drink, and everything he does there is at the expense of the state. So this man already is
government property.
It's already government property. And when you are
not your
property,
president,
we own you.
We your president.
We
not your president.
This man
is president.
So
I'm about to ask you a question.
Before I jump out,
is he your president?
Sorry, before I jump out.
I mean, why are you asking? Is it the president? We can't have two presidents at the
No,
at the same time.
since you know that.
Hold on now, don't be. Hold on, Benny. You know what I'm talking about. This man is moving around since he assumed the position of president-elect. He has been. He have been running all expenses at the expense of the state. So
not itself.
You don't have.
That's a lie,
Baba. What you are saying, you don't have proof for it. You are just insinuating.
He traveled in his private jets.
What you don't know, go and find out. Go and find out. If they can give him security free of charge, then you should know a lot of things are attached to him as free of charge at the expense of the state. And it is our own money.
Someone who is yet to be sworn in.
Let me ask you a question.
One man, before I jump out, please. Before I jump out,
you guys are already demanding his head already. Who is to be?
I tell you, they will soon tell us that what is happening in his room.
Do you know how many?
All right. Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen. Have the parting words, Patrick. But before we let you go, we will only let you go on the promise that you join us again because we want to hear more from you. But let's hear your parting words.
Okay.
And then after your parting words, I'll play Enigmatic's clip. He will build it up and Zita will take the stage.
Okay. Thank you very much. For all of you that are saying that, if he should come and tell us what's happening in his bedroom. The day he signed the paper to become the president of Nigeria, the day he signed to contest for the presidency, he has decided to go into what's called. It's no more a private life. He's no more living a private life. Everything he does, we should know. If he goes to tell, sorry,
which law is that? Please, can you quote
do you know how many governors elect that are in the US now? Do you know how many of them?
Can you guys?
We know Alex Otis. We saw him yesterday. We saw him yesterday.
Let him tell us the law. The law is quoting. Tell us the law.
Excuse me. You see this? What you guys are saying now? What you guys are encouraging is what is killing Nigeria by.
Please tell us the law.
Your
country's law.
Can you just let me finish? Can you
tell us the law that support this assertion that you just make now?
Hold on, you guys are being
emotional. Did we not say his medical doctors at Memorial Hospital in Dallas? What are you guys talking about?
What I am saying is, being a president, if you want to be, since he's now a president-elect, you cannot be leaving the country, going to go and meet people, and we don't even know where you are.
Why do you want to know? Based on what?
Based on which law?
So you see, so why should he? Okay, let me ask you a question. So when they sign out money to do something, why should they tell us what they're going to do with money? They can just sign out money and put it in their pockets. Why should they tell you?
As we speak right now, right?
I'm giving you an example.
On this trip, he did not travel with the Air Force
One
or any of Nigeria's national flight.
Okay, can I ask who is the president? Who is the president?
He traveled as a private citizen. He travels on his own budget, right? So let's assume he has come for medical checkup, and so what?
Who is the president-elect, my brother? Who is the president-elect?
No, I'm asking you, if he has come for medical checkup, and so how many of us here that has parents that come for medical checkup on yearly basis quarterly
I do.
basis. And so
I do.
what?
Our
And so
parents are
what?
not president
How many
elect.
governors elect are in the US now? Checking up themselves before they
We
resume
are
office
talking about
on the 29th.
president.
We are saying the
Excuse
same
me,
thing.
excuse
And
me.
so
I think
what?
now you are getting emotional and you are now going to twist
You guys
this
don't
whole
even
thing.
care about. It's not that you get. It's not that you care about him.
Hold
Somebody
on,
was
hold on.
just saying that his
You
wife is
see,
praising him today from the obedience camp.
what
Not
are
that you guys care, but you just want to troll him everything he does. Whenever he goes out of the country, he has gone to check his medical. And okay, let's assume that's what he does. And so what? Is it the president yet? We still have an incumbent president, and you know the nature of Nigeria's politics. They read minutes to everything. Within 2 weeks that he's been in Nigeria, there's been one thing or the other. Everybody can see it. Some people actually that does not even know this man, they sold them a dummy that this guy may probably fall through the campaign. He was the only one who ran 100% campaign, the whole of the federation. If he dies as a president, that means God as it means it is that's as God has willed it that way for him. But for the fact that he travels out of the country, if he has gone to see investors, if he has gone to see his family, if he has gone to seek for medical whatever, nobody knows. It's still in the realm of speculation.
Can I ask a question? Woman, can I ask a question?
No, let me play this clip so that people can hear Zeta's voice. Let me play this Rational Mind, and then Enigmatic will build it up. He's entertained, and then Zeta will take charge of it, and everybody can chime in. But let's watch this together.
You're supposed to.
See, one thing is that I was at the they know what they do. Now, Shitima, they want to do
Abamuna done well. If that handover no go work for this country, no go work.
Even though the PDP are still like a party.
I think we won the election. P2P go come. Then go. You're not supposed to do that handover.
Wait now, when the Obi
if Obi go come, anywhere, no.
Obi go come now. Just watch out.
Obi go come now.
Obi go come. Obi still dey go round.
That handover,
the whole fact dey his hand.
That handover,
the whole fact dey his hand.
And give them to come outside and testify for this.
I think if they want to do it well, every polling unit should come out. Yes, I have the 3 polling units.
They suppose cancel that election. The handover cannot work.
If they no one follow it the way masses want, let them cancel it.
They suppose cancel it too. But how we should Labour Party go come out like this now? We get on day. They go cancel them now.
The day where Labour Party go come out and they think they hungry, follow them.
They go come out.
Most of the people where they here now, Labour Party people they here.
Now when Obi, you go see now.
Labour Party people full here. As you see this protest now, people where they find trouble, where go cause problem now. I'm telling you, they find waiting go cause problem. May they know say they still want this country.
Do this thing, make we share, make we come out separate, make everybody go away. That handover no go work. If they no go gree, make them share the country, make Nigeria be divided, make everybody know where it is. If you say Atiku win back, I swear to God I follow this.
We don't have problem.
If you say na even Atiku, if for no even
I prefer Atiku 1 million.
No, this dead man.
That handover no go supposed to work for Nigeria.
All right, Enigmatic, build it up, and then let Zeta take the lead on. So Enigmatic to you. What did we just watch?
So that last comment, what does that tell you, anybody on this platform? And then with the mood of the country, right? And then because sometimes we try to avoid certain comments or certain statements, but if we can reason very well, or people can reason without sentiment, then you understand why all this thing is happening. It's just like, and then when you look at some funny caricature of a lawsuit that has been filed, probably that was filed earlier today about the residents, quote and unquote, of Abuja, right? going to high court to challenge whatever. When you look at the composition of those people filing that case, you understand what is happening. Look, the North, they've moved on. Southwest, they've moved on. South, they moved on. South, they're already negotiating, the seat of Senate presidency, and they're already trying to negotiate what is going to be the best, what is going to come out for them in the Niger Delta Development Commission and stuff like that. We can basically see that who are those people still agitating, calling about burning the country. May 29 is not going to be sacrosanct, or it's not going to be a day set in stone. They don't want a dead man. They would have preferred an Atiku Abubakar. Then you will see the narrative of equity and justice being a charade. Because if you are saying you want Atiku Abubakar is going to be succeeding a president of a northern extraction, a Fulani man from the same place in the north. So what is the preach of equity and justice in this? So you will see the narrative. 30 years ago, it was Arthur Nzeribe from the same region that started this shenanigan. The people who filed an injunction are probably going to the court with 25% in Abuja today. They are from where? The preponderance of the people who are against this man, where are they from? The obedient stock. What is the percentage of obedience? So look, it is so clear that this is not about they say they want to reclaim Nigeria. Reclaim Nigeria from where? If you want to reclaim Nigeria, is it Peter Obi that will be reclaiming Nigeria? Did he reclaim Anambra State? Or did he reclaim his southeast region? How many of these people on this platform, I always ask the question, nobody has had the audacity to answer me, has lived in Anambra State or knows the politics of Anambra State. And look, it's just a testament of who he is. Look at what is happening within the small enclave of Labour Party now, dividing Labour Party already, which is kind of a schematic and then divisive politics and nature. So we can keep speaking about what is expected of Nigeria, but we shouldn't be pretending about the possibility of what we want. Do not say you want one Nigeria where you believe Nigeria should burn because a certain region or a certain man is going to be the president on the May 29th of this month. And then I want everybody to know, and those who are actually old on this platform and those who are listening, that should know better than the youthful exuberance of the obedient groups, that there is no interim government in Nigeria's constitution, no provision for that. One, there is no a country cannot be in a vacuum. Buhari's term and tenure ends on the 29th of May 2023. There will be a president-elect. There will be a president going forward from 29th, and it's the president-elect. And the case that is in court is going to be discharged with. Those who can see without some legal amnesia, they will understand how this case will pan out. They know how the case will pan out. So I just want people to see this video and look at the comments in the video and see where the danger is coming from. But when we actually want to go into the meat, like Ogbeni will say it, of this discussion, it will bring some tribal connotation to it. But I'm trying to avoid that. But we already know what it is. That it is not just about fighting for Nigeria. It's about just more or less, I've said it on this, it's like a natural hereditary vendetta against one man. And this started since 2015 when they believe he was the one that actually orchestrated the ouster of their golden child, Goodluck Jonathan. And then he helped, in bringing Buhari to power. That's politics. If they can't handle it, they have to align, So it is what it is. It's unfortunate that we found ourselves with this. We found ourselves being lumped up with this kind of uncharitable, unpatriotic, renegades that we call Nigerians. These people are not Nigerians. They don't care if Nigeria is goes into, Nigeria burns down, goes ablaze, or whatever, just to satisfy a sinister motive. There was a lawyer purportedly saying something yesterday on a certain channel that I don't even want to mention that Baba Ahmed and his rhetorics, inflammatory comments, incendiary comments, right? But this can actually be a pointer to people who are saying they want a change. You want a change for a country that you actually do not love. Who do you actually want to govern? This is the same man that was on the public TV. He couldn't chastise his obedience. They've embarrassed the Sultan of Sokoto. They've embarrassed Oni of Ife. They've embarrassed Wole Soyinka. They've embarrassed the Pastor Adeboye. They've embarrassed almost every and any prominent Nigerian that you can actually point to who has an opinion that is at variance with their terroristic attitude and manners, with their fascist movement. And you want to call those people Nigerians? I don't see them as Nigerians, one man. I see them as the MAGA, the MAGA department of Nigerians, who we can call the IPOB, who never loved Nigeria, who became emergency and temporary lovers of Nigeria 8 months ago for the purpose of an election. And they have a poster boy who is the yes daddy of the Nigeria political space now. Just because he couldn't win an election that he was never primed to win, election that he was supposed to come out as the golden child, protect his goodwill, and spread his popularity across the nation, he has basically ruined that. This man has seen the highest and the lowest of his political life. And there's nothing for him again in the political history of Nigeria going forward. I know you probably want to come back in 2027, but you should understand the fact that he has already nailed the coffin of his political trajectory in Nigeria, because nobody will actually give him the opportunity again. If we have to go back to an election now, he will be surprised at the abysmal numbers he will probably shun out. He will be surprised. So we really need to be careful who we call Nigerians. When certain Nigerians will say, I think there was a pastor who was saying the president-elect should be poisoned by his wife. What is more barbaric than that, one man? The reflection of your followers is just like a pointer to you. Who is the leader? A leader who has had several opportunities, plethora of time, to condemn and to call to order, these nitwits, as Prof. Wole Soyinka called them. But he was always pandering and probably scared of them. And you want to lead Nigeria, but you cannot even lead that little cocoon of those renegades. It's quite unfortunate, one man. I'm not talking about Apapa and the Labour Party. Probably I'll have time to address that later. And I will tell you, this man's approach to leadership, and you understand that his leadership capacity is at best, irritating, repugnant, and so derisively lackluster, at best, to describe it. Did you see what the gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State wrote about this man, one man? Have you seen it? Have you seen the trajectory in Labour Party now? Arabambi said this guy is southernising the Labour Party. They are not fighting him because of certain interest or they are being sponsored. Whoever believes they are being sponsored is that person has a lazy mind. Apapa has been in the party for almost 20 years, same as Arabambi. You can't just come and run roughshod on them like that, bringing that loquacious, loud-mouthed Kenneth Okonkwo, calling them rodent. You call Apapa a rodent who has been fighting for the party. You call them several, derogatory names, and you think they will be happy with you. You basically sidelined all of them. So it's quite unfortunate where we find ourselves. And no thanks and thanks to this man now. We've never had this rough one man. A general in President Muhammadu Buhari ran 3 different elections. He lost 3 different times. He proceeded to court to seek the instrumentality of court to retrieve his mandate. He never for once riled up his. He had court followers in the north. The north can be fanatical, they can be extremists, they can be anything you want them to be. He was able to actually have them in check, and he was able to keep them, in trust for subsequent elections until he became the president eventually. 3 different times, he lost 3 different times. He proceeded up to Supreme Court to challenge, his mandate. Same thing as Atiku. Atiku is a veteran presidential, election runner, and he is still in the process as we speak. A situation where you have the number 3 being the loudest, being the most vicious, being the most vile, and couldn't control, these folks. Do they want to burn the country down? By the time you successfully burn the country down, then what country do you want to govern over then? I just want to know. Because you have issues with almost all the regional apparatchiks of the country now. The regional architecture of the country, they are not with you, just only one place. And it's almost cascading almost everywhere. Can you imagine that statement that the youth does not care to burn down the country? A dead man, they don't want him, but they want a person from the north after 8 years to be succeeded by another northern person? What has this man done to them? What is actually his offense? I keep asking every time. What is actually his offense? Do we have to travel back to the years that we were probably listening to Awolowo and the shenanigan that happened then? Are they trying to repeat MKO Abiola's scenario? Even when you look at all this trajectory, one man, you will see it's like they are trying to replay, the video all over again. The same thing that actually played out is probably happening now. But the difference now is that a president has been declared. Unfortunately, may his soul continue to rest in peace. MKO, he was never declared president-elect. If this man had not been declared president-elect, they would have probably turned Nigeria upside down by now.
Well, man, can we ask a question? Can we ask a question, please?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Oh, is one man not there?
No, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, you can ask a question, but I'm desperate to get Zita's voice in because she may well have to go to bed in a moment, and you know how people delight in hearing from her. So Zita,
go on, just ask Zita. Let Zita take before. I want to ask Ogbeni.
Ogbeni or enigmatic? It was enigmatic that was.
I know. I'm not asking him. I want to ask Ogbeni.
All right, let's hear from Zita first. So Zita, to that clip and enigmatic's presentation, I suspect you have a different inflection. What are you making then of the clip and enigmatic's take on it, Zita?
Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know where to start, but these things I have said here several. The bitterness is too much. I don't know why the bitterness. As somebody just said earlier on, it's just because it's Tinubu. I think if it's another person, I don't think they would have minded anyway. But I don't really know why. And not only, never mind. I think the guy in question that hit him with hatred, I think he's an ignominious human. But even at that, he should be careful. I just don't understand this year's election, honestly. Actually, one man, that was one of the reasons why I came to your platform. I sat in amazement and watched how a calculant is being garnished. But what will I say? Before now, I thought the globalization with the phone in their hands and their data and the internet, they have a lot of information in their hands. But when I saw what happened in 2023 general election in my country, I begin to say, oh my God, these people don't have enough information. I don't know where the bitterness is, and I've tried severally to know why the madness. Yes, if you lose an election, you contest for it, you are in the court. That's fine. Let's see what the court will say. Number one, you lost in the pool. The body that is supposed to declare the election has declared it. That chapter is closed down. You take it to another step. For the judiciary to turn the hand of the body that is supposed to announce it, turn it around for them to change what they have announced to announce you. You are still there. If you lose again, you go home. It's your fundamental human right to seek for whatever you think is an injustice on your own side. But the bitterness I see, one man is beginning. I have said this several times. Tinubu should be careful. The things I hear, the things I see, the video that comes my way, you just have to be careful. By the way, yes, he went overseas.
Sorry, Zita. Who do you think can pull back this bitterness, or that we? And I think we all agree that we're seeing some sort of a toxic thing going on within. Who do you think can pull it back?
Nobody can pull it, except those people who started the bitterness. Nobody. There is, when you talk about bitterness, people try to make excuses for the bitterness. Bitterness is bitterness, because if you look at that bitterness, I don't think it actually has an excuse. I used to tell you people, I remember when I happened to work with the Niger Delta boys, my department. It was a long issue. They've been complaining, and they came with something on the table. They were the ones coming to the government, begging the government to listen to them every day until they went. They could no longer take it. But this bitterness of, if it is not this, it's nothing. There is nothing you can do about such bitterness. Absolutely nothing. That's why I tell everybody who cares to hear, move on. Just move on. Do the necessary things you want to do, even including those people that have bitterness against you. Do everything you need to do, but don't get them close. It's scary. It's scary. One man, I don't know how much you peer through into what is happening in Nigeria. But I do. There are some pictures I will send to you. When I want to look for my information, I can even discuss. There are some pictures I will send to you. You won't believe it is me. Way back in those days in Porto Novo. But what am I saying? It's just something that is there. He just have to be careful. That's why I said yes. I came here yesterday evening. I said yes. He went to France to meet with mechanic. And what about it? All of them, they need a mechanic. Otherwise, they embarrass the public that believe in them. I said it in a metamorphoric way. But those that wants to understand me will understand. Today we are sitting down here saying Tinubu is outside of the country 15 years to the swearing in. What about Alessoti? He's somewhere in the United States. Most people did not even know that he left to see his mechanic. Or you want me to stand there?
He's in Alexander Gomez's house. We saw him there. We are witnesses.
And you are happy because Alexander was following him about to know where he went to. But I put it to you now, and I'm telling you, he came to see his mechanics because he's going for a long road ride. And every public figure do see their mechanic. Some carry their own along the road as they travel. But that being said, that's not what you told me to talk about. Talking about the video. It's scary. If I were Tinubu, I should be scared for my life. That thing enigmatic said that the pastor said his wife should poison him. That's why I came here one day. I said, I am happy for him. He did not marry a Yoruba girl. Neither did she marry an Igbo girl. He married an Igbo girl. I know why I said that. You should be careful. I don't even want any woman, like a doctor or somebody in Nigeria, to give him paracetamol. That's how much scared I am for him. This man has been traveling outside of the country when he has not even declared to be the president with his money. He has a private jet. He flies out. He did knee surgery. During the campaign, he left several times. He's been going, they say he goes to take what? Booster shots, and they hang all manner of equipment on his body, right? That was even before he became elected. But today, he traveled again for his mechanic. It's the government money. And if it's his government money, and so what? We all work for companies. We go to see the mechanics. They handle us. The company pays. I mean, I'm honestly, woman, I am tired of talking about this, but I will still continue saying it. You know why? Because it's working. Truth works. I know how many people have changed talking in one man's platform. Truth actually works. But the problem some people are having in Nigeria today that I must speak about is that when you question others without questioning yourself, you lose your peace. I can see a lot of people are losing their peace because they keep questioning others. Why don't you sit back and question yourself? Where did I do this thing wrong? Where didn't I get it right? How can I manage it? How can I move forward? Am I sure I did the right thing? That is questioning yourself. And when you question yourself, you ask yourself those few questions.
Can I ask Ms. Caesar a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you believe that when the moment somebody applies for public office, elective office, his privacy at that moment, he loses it? Do you believe that?
Okay, I will just tell you what happened a few seconds ago.
And in particular, somebody that already been elected.
Wait, I will just
do you
tell
believe
you what
that
happens.
he loses his privacy? He doesn't have no privacy anymore?
Okay, hold on now. Ajadi Koko, you are my person. Cool down. I will answer you. You see, some few seconds ago, my husband is in the house here. And I think Alexander and a few others in this platform, they know the kind of job my husband does. Few seconds ago, somebody was speaking, and the person made this comment you just made now. He was passing because I use the TV. That's where I talk from. I just connect my phone and I start talking so that it can enable me to touch it and type when I want to type. He was just passing. You know what he said? I wonder where he got this from. I think I've answered your question. You can ask. I think one man knows what my husband does for a living.
No. You didn't answer my question. That is not the way
I
to
said,
ask.
I just answered you
question.
by telling you, I wonder where you got that from. That when
You
you
wonder
become
where
a
I got it.
president, you lose your privacy. Where did you get it from?
So are you telling me that for
No,
person?
no, they don't lose their privacy.
Hold on. They don't lose their privacy.
No, not at all.
All right.
They don't.
I can see the angle you are speaking from.
No, they don't.
Some of you that are
No, go
supporting
check it. They don't. In fact, they actually have the highest privacy. They actually have the highest privacy. Because of the image they carry.
They
There
don't
are
have.
things
You,
about them will not be
Madam
seen
Zita,
by the public.
you,
can I interject, Madam Zita? Bajaligo, can I answer the question?
it's because I think what is the problem with a lot of you guys defending these people, maybe it's because of long-term military rule that run that country in secrecy and does not run that country in transparency. Maybe that is why you people, you know, have this mentality that people that are running public offices should conduct their function in secrecy and in privacy, that we, the people that pay their salary, should not know what they are doing. I leave it there.
Angelica, I want to give an
Hold on.
example of the country.
Can I respond, please? Ajali Coco, the person that just passed and said, I wonder where he got it from, is somebody who is in a position that handle those people. By the way, let me say this. Anything that is legally right, constitutionally bounding on a public officer to make public, he will. Obviously, he will. You can hold him on that. Why didn't you tell us this? The law said you should tell us this. The handle
And on whose behalf? On whose behalf is he meeting this investor? On whose behalf? Is it at his own business? Is he not trying to run the nation? Shouldn't we know? Shouldn't we ask questions about it?
You can ask questions. Nobody is stopping you from asking questions. But demanding an answer is what we are talking about, please. Nobody is
One man,
you
can I?
answer questions.
Making
it
that
a
point.
crime that he did not answer. That's where the problem is.
All right, let Prince Daddy come in, and then after Prince Daddy, Fatai, and then Rational Mind, you wanted to put something in a while ago. So Prince Daddy first.
Oh yeah, thanks, Woman. Is the Angelica that was speaking? I was going to ask him one that he should provide an example that a president being elected or being as a president does not have a right to privacy. I'd like to have like one or two examples about that.
Okay, let me answer your question. What I mean is that the moment you assume public office, the searchlight on what you do on daily basis is on you. People will put their searchlight on you. The media will be on you. Everybody want to monitor you because you are serving the people. You are no more serving yourself. The people pay you for the office that you assume that you are working, and you must work for the interest of the people, and therefore anything that you are doing in that office, where you're going, what you're doing, whenever you're traveling out of the country, any engagement you are doing, when you are in that office, people must know it. That is what I mean, that you don't have privacy anymore.
Well, I hear you, but I think you're being dogmatic.
And you know the way it runs.
Hold on, you're being dogmatic in your response and being an absolute when it comes to this issue. Well, you can know the president is going to Paris or UK, but you don't have to necessarily know all the details of the engagements. I mean, they have to use discretion. It's discretionary in many ways. Not even here in the US, the so-called free press and free everything. No. They don't disclose everything. Many things, in fact, are classified that the public does not know until they are declassified. So the notion that a president cannot have
to do with national security,
not even that.
Hold on. When it has to do with national security, it can be classified for the public not to know, just to protect the national security of the country. But when it comes to daily activity, as per the way to run the country, and what you the president what you do, what you eat, and what you drink. People monitor it. People know
Well,
it.
it's okay for people to
So
inquire
what
and
are
to
you
be.
talking
Hold on.
about?
It's okay for people to inquire and be inquisitive. That's perfectly okay. They can't stop people, the media, the press, or the common people from trying to find out what is going on with the president. That's not a problem. But again, I submit to you that it's at discretion. Well, it could even a business deal does not have to be announced immediately if it's going to hamper or not make the deal the best possible. You know, they can withhold information for some time before they divulge to the public. So the notion that everything he does as a president should be known all the time, like almost real time. It's I don't believe that, and nobody does that. By the way, I think you're just being extremely dogmatic about it and just trying to make something.
You are not sincere to yourself.
No, I am being sincere because
Hold on, man. If a president-elect is telling you that he's engaging with foreign investors, who are those people? Why can't we know? I mean,
well,
don't you people know how a state is run? Must a state be run in secrecy?
Angelico, I'll submit this to you that Tinubu's presidency would absolutely be the most transparent presidency Nigeria ever had. I guarantee you that. That's not a problem. That would not be an issue.
And you people want to come out that one president at a time. If that argument is
that is true. That is true. That is true.
Hold on.
What are you
if one president at a time, then why must we be meeting foreign investors? When there is one president
it's called preparation.
Now?
No, Angelico, you know that it's not gonna start from day one. Allow me. It's not gonna start from day one.
You guys are well-educated people. You just accept lies easily.
No.
Please let me just say this. Babadale Koko, you were here when Peter Obi traveled to Egypt to meet investor. What was your reaction back then? You said he can go.
Look. Obi was very transparent. Obi was very transparent. He showed us where he go. Hold on. Okay. He showed us where he go. We saw the video. We saw the way he met people. So what are you guys talking? If your guy now is doing the same thing that is meeting,
you are asking question for yourself.
See, Angelico, see, I think quickly, Angelico, Peter Obi is a showman. Peter Obi is a showman. We all know that. When it goes jogging or walking on the street, it has people following him because.
That's not even my point. My point is that.
But quickly, Tinubu operates in a totally different manner, and we know that. We know the man.
It's not.
Hold on. Let Prince land. Prince.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. We see. Yeah. Is a public servant, but each one of these persons, they have their own personality. See, Peter B is more like Nollywood showman. I'm doing this, and I'm going to Egypt.
Personality is secrecy.
Yeah, hold on. Let Prince land. Yeah, Peter B is an internet sensation. It has tapped into this media fantasy, so to speak, in a lot of ways. Come on, Tinubu is an old man, old school. Peter B wants to play the new game, and he has his supporters and his advisors. They do a good job curating him in that fashion, that manner. But Tinubu is not that way. And the notion that because he went to and by the way, is being respectful and being careful not to, even though Buhari has 18, 19 days left in his term, he doesn't want to appear to be undermining him in any way possible. So he's taking his time. The notion that he goes to meet with the foreign investors in Europe and he has to disclose everything to the public, I don't believe that. But trust me, if the meeting was going to serve the Nigerian interest in a much greater way, of course it will be known. It's a plus to his administration, to his government. Yeah. So he's not going to lie. He's not going to lie or hide such information. But please, Angelico, please, you need to stop trying to make him as a bad person.
Can I come in?
Sure. It is ridiculous to have a person that wants to be a president of our country and is saying is meeting foreign investors, and we don't know those people is meeting. We don't have their name. We don't know what sector that they represent. We don't know anything. And is this the way that
can I intervene?
govern again? I mean, we just I mean, it is time for us as people. If you really love this country, it is time to start asking questions for this ridiculous politician that you guys are supporting.
Okay.
We want well run. We want a country that can be well run for the interest of Nigerian people. We should not cow to these people, but you guys supporting these people on the basis of everything they just give to you, you just take it and accept it and then promote it. When you don't have no facts,
hold on, Bishop. Let Fatai go first, and then I think Rational Mind has been pushing to insert something, and then you, Bishop. Fatai first.
Yeah, hello, man. Actually, I think we are. I think we are just. You are stressing Babajan Lekoko. Babajan Lekoko is right. It's not Babajan Lekoko is not right. Right. Information of public concern. Right. It's almost like a right. Right. So we are just trying to say we are just going to be expanding it and make Babajan Lekoko. Babajan Lekoko will be having he has the upper hand. Right. Tinubu is not a private citizen. At this point, it's a public property, right? So the right of public information is a legitimate concern. But the question that is there is the relevance of the concern, is the direction of the concern. Are we? We want to know everything about him. Is it because of snooping, because of gossip, because of perverted behavior? So this is where the government has to. These are the things the government has to factor in. There is freedom of information. Has anybody filed a request for freedom of information? So if some people, they want to know where is Tinubu paying for whatever perverted reason, that is where they call it principle of proportionality, right? It's called the principle of proportionality. If it's your right to request to know where is Tinubu, right? But you make the request. He has given out as much information as he can give because we don't have the intelligence that they have. Maybe they operate on intelligence. So if they operate on intelligence and they think that this is the maximum they can give out, of course that's the maximum they can. Now we can push back and say we want more, but I assume there must be channels for that. We have journalists, we have news media. They can write a request, freedom of information. Under freedom of information, we would like to know, and then there will be forth and back between them for us to know. So, but if we keep going trying to shut people down that they shouldn't know where he is, or they should know, he's a public property. If you want to, if we really want to know, we can know. If you really want to know, we can know. That's why even yesterday I was saying, if we are concerned, of course it's good to be concerned, but if you are concerned that Tinubu is going to go meet his forefathers tomorrow, okay, I will be up and say, okay, let's know. But if it's like, yeah, I want to know. I want to know how does this equation factor into the country, right? But if we are looking at something that we know, even during the campaign, we see this is the same person. There's nothing worse about Tinubu now and during the campaign. And the public knew about it, and they still voted for him. So I don't know. And people saying, I always hear this, but I always just ignore it. I just laugh it off. They say he goes abroad. Oh, he goes to meet his forefather. He goes to Nigeria. Always like to say this. He goes to meet to foreign land. He goes to meet foreign land. Hey, you are in foreign land. I also, as even Madam Zita is saying, especially during the campaign, they will say, "Oh, the ancient of days. Oh, he's lying. He's 75 years old. He said something." I want to see your passport. Is your age on your passport? Some people that you sit abroad there when it was inconvenient for you to be in Nigeria, you went abroad, right? And then you are saying somebody else cannot go abroad because why? You run for public office. Why? What? Because they run for public office now. You now have two heads. He has a half head. He cannot go abroad. You can go abroad. You stay there abroad now. Why you go back now? So why you stay in in the colonial in the land of the colonizer. You are there. If you were there, why are you saying somebody else must be denied the right to also go there? He didn't create Nigeria. Some people have been ruling the country for a long time. So it is what it is. We are where we are. And in addition to that, medicine and sickness hospital, whatever. Sometimes people have their doctors they've been using who understand their medical history. You're not going to say because they don't public or you're not going to change a doctor that knows nothing. Even doctors, like when you have a family doctor, you might be sick and you are in Abuja, you will go back to Lagos to go and see your family doctor. It's not because there's no doctor in Abuja there, because you understand the peculiarity of your condition. So what
Fatai,
is the problem
can I ask
there
you
if you
a
go?
question, if you don't mind, Fatai?
Yes, brother.
Okay, would you be able to tell me the constitutional role of Nigeria's president-elect?
Constitutional role of Nigerian president-elect?
Yes.
What do you mean? In what regard? I mean, even being the president-elect is a constitutional role. They are already preparing. It means the one government is if they are exchanging intelligence. He's a public figure. He's not a private citizen. From they sign him the certificate of return, it's not a private citizen. It might be spending also his money. He doesn't spend all his money. The security assigned to him, they are on public expense. There's space created for him.
Fatai, by extension, can you tell me his obligations or obligation as a president-elect?
Of course, he would have obligations.
Zero.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Zero.
He doesn't have any.
The position is, brother. The position is occupying is in itself an obligation. Even when he goes out and says we have only one president.
Under the law now, if he makes any inflammatory statement, he will be treated.
That's an obligation. Even that is an obligation. Even that is an obligation.
On the 29th of May, 2023.
How can he be ordinary citizen now? He's not like me now. Me, I don't have a state.
No, Fatai, listen. What you are saying, right? Because
there is no reward without obligation.
I like to look at things from the legal prism now. Listen carefully. Of course, right? I mentioned something earlier, right? As we speak right now, I can count more than 5 governor-elects, quote and unquote, that are not in Nigeria now.
So, no, I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. All these people, they are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. They are hypocrites.
Should we just conclude that they've gone to change their brains, or they've gone to change some cells in their system, or should we just conclude that probably they've gone to meet some investors, or they are obligated, right, to then publicize or probably get their itinerary to people around or wherever. You know what I've come to realize? Do you know that anything that surrounds this man, even before the election, before he even becomes the president-elect, it's always sensationalized? Do you know that?
No, you were not here. Aláròkà one. Ma fẹ́ rọmọ lọ́mọ kánì, ìyá tí mo yẹn. Àwọn aláròkà ni.
Remind us.
Ẹbọ oṣó, ìyẹn ṣeérú, ẹbọ àjẹ́, ìyẹn ṣeérú, ẹbọ amọ́niṣe ni, àfàìmọ́niṣe ni, aṣẹ́ni tán bá ní dárò, ọmọ aráyé, gbogbo yẹn ṣeérú, àmọ́ṣẹ́ rẹ́bọ aláròkà. Èmi ò tí ì rí babaláwo ẹ̀ tó lè rú láyé bí kò ṣe rú, wọ́n máa rọ ọmọ yẹn ká ni. Wọ́n máa rọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́
ta ló spray dollars. Look at that.
Wọ́n máa rọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ ká ni, ẹ fọ́ lọ́mọ lẹ̀. Tinubu is not the first person who's going to become president of Nigeria.
When he's in the country, they will talk about him. If he's out of the country, they will talk about him.
I don't say here now.
When would they actually, even before the election, it was a topical point almost on a daily basis. They hired bloggers, they hired influencers, they did everything. He fought against a whole system. He fought against the whole, and then now the man will be in office in 15 days, even though some people don't want him in office. Even those people actually do not want him in office.
Enigmatic brother, sorry, move forward. You know, even in the election, he said one thing that me, I never. He said they asked him. It was some economic summit, whatever. They said, "Hey, what are you going to do? Whatever in your first day, whatever." He said, "I'm going to hit the ground from day one. I'm going to hit the ground running." Okay, I take it as he's preparing to hit the ground running. He said, everybody says Buhari, every time he's the president, is going abroad. Okay, maybe he goes abroad to make sure he doesn't be like Buhari. Before he starts the presidency, is ready for the job. I don't know. And he goes to take care of himself. What's the problem if he goes to take care of himself? Everybody goes to take care of themselves. Why he goes to take? So what? He goes. I don't even have a problem if I heard he's in whatever, France, Europe, Germany, anywhere for us for medical or whatever. Except if
one of the reasons Officer Kronde, let me just a simple hint. One of the biggest problems in the chief of staff, he wants somebody different, but as the rumor and the speculation everywhere now is that Femi Gbajabiamila, is probably already has probably maybe people already see him as the chief of staff, but his first choice has always been BRF, but BRF has been so reluctant. He's been so reluctant. He says he wants to take a break from public office and from politics. But my own is trying to insist and
but although I change the chief of staff, I change chief of staff. Say my dilemma, my money. If he doesn't, if he has the right to choose.
No, I'm just telling you.
All a monarch with obligations.
I'm just telling you. And then there are some when you notice too. Buhari has moved out of he has moved to the glass house now, right? And then Remy was in Nassau Rock being shown around at that time. Look, there are things, and nobody is giving excuses for anybody here now, but we are just saying that when
no, we are just saying Arukanye ti pọ̀jù ni kò ṣe skill kò ló kàn mí ṣe èmi jẹ́ ọmọ èmi first born ni I don't care, but Arukanye ti pọ̀jù. Arukanye ti pọ̀jù, that's all now. It's not that you're defending Tinubu. It doesn't need defending. If nobody defends him, he will still, May 29, he will be sworn in. If everybody they shout.
As president,
make everybody they shout. He will still be sworn in. Make hand they shake, make leg they shake. Now like that, he go sworn in.
Fatai, as president-elect, if Tinubu tries half of what Adedansa does by whining and dancing all over the place, you know what the narrative would have been now. So everything about this man is being magnified, over sensationalized. It's not because they care. It's somebody that they wish he could have died during the campaign, or probably wouldn't even be here today. So they should just calm down. Somebody you don't actually want, right, to be sworn in the first instance, ab initio, you don't want him to be sworn in, and then you are worried about him being in the country or being sworn in 15 days. But you guys are rushing to the court, right, to find a way to nullify his inauguration. So what are you guys? It's like you are here, you are not here or there. So calm down. 29th of May, Buhari has already shown that he's going to Daura. He's tired of everything. He will leave everything for this man. And then let's see on the 29th of May, if he fails to show up for his inauguration.
Enigmatic. When you were saying, I wasn't even disagreeing too much with you. I'm not saying he has particular role. Like, okay, it's an absolute position to say he doesn't have any role at all to play, right? But at the same time, even Buhari wants to run away from these people. He wants to run away, and you said Tinubu should not run away when he's not even taking the office. You people, your wahala too much. They asked me before I start the job, make a leave on that.
All right, give me a microsecond to do some administrative stuff. The super chats that have been coming in are led as ever by Alexander Gomez. So that's Alexander coming in twice. Adeola Ogunleye, he joins that space. So thank you. And of course, the official sponsor of the One Man Wentemo platform, Ayo, he just rattles through whole series of. So that's Ayo, and that's Ayo again, that's Ayo again, that's Ayo again, and that's Ayo again. So, but does it stop there? No, that's Ayo again. Does it stop there? And this one especially, and not to, enigmatic. When I tell you that your fans are always asking about you, so there it is right there. They are even now paying for your company. So that's Ayo again. And then, of course, still, that's Ayo again. So thank you, Ayo, the official sponsor of the One Man Where Two More platform. Ayo, of course, documents himself in the Buy the Coffee space as well, as he often does as soon as he comes in. So Ayo documents himself on the Buy the Coffee thing, and as does, actually, let me show the screen. Because I wasn't even going to show the screen because only really Ayo ever goes there, but just as well that I did have a check, and there is Ayo, I think, joined in this instance by Prince Darlington. So I suspect that's Prince Daddy. So that's Ayo and Prince Daddy. So thank you to both gentlemen. And then Prince Daddy, in the tone set by Ayo, he doubles up with a super sticker as well. So thank you, the aforementioned. So that space is not closed for whoever wants to join them still in that space. So thank you for all that. Gentlemen, let me ease myself out. But as I ease myself out, I'll bring Rational Mind on, who has been looking for that window to put a position to somebody. So I ease myself out, hand over to Ola in this instance as we start to vary the moderation. Thank you one and all. Rational Mind, put your position as I bring Ola in.
One man, before you go, I don't know if you're still there.
I'm still here.
One day you give me access so that I can become moderator, so I can oppress everybody, including Thomas. So I can oppress them. I can oppress all the Batify too.
Yes, yes, it's a good idea.
One man, it's not a good idea. We will not speak. Rational will not let us speak. You
see, you know the one thing about Rational Mind. The one thing about Rational Mind, Fatai, it will say if you put a cup of water on sealed on top of your head, you will not get wet. And when you say no, if you don't have something, you will get wet. You say yes. You see, this is the thing with you, Batified. It was the most mundane thing, and then he said, no, yeah, this is the thing with you, Batified. Unbelievable, but there it is.
I don't mind people. I don't mind people. I don't mind people.
This is the thing with you, Batified. Rational Mind, come in with your question.
One man, but I have a Rational Mind medicine now. If Rational Mind is the host, and I'm coming in, I will bring Dupsy. I don't think you can do. I'll bring Dupsy.
Yeah, Dupsy leg by maybe Dupsy leg by maybe. You say you notice that the voice just drops when Dupsy turns off. You know what they call it. You know what they call a simp. I'm not quite saying it's a simp, but
man was space, man was space.
But you would think it's suddenly a gentleman. Look at that. Rational Mind. You think we are watching everything? No, we are watching everything. But Rational Mind, you want to put a position, but you can either put that position or let Enigmatic have parting words. You make that decision. But I think Enigmatic, he wants to run a commentary on their Papa space, which I'm keen to hear as well. So what would you like us to do? Do you want to go first or let him rattle through?
What did something I've been allowing people
come in.
Yeah, so anyway, so Ogbeni, I just want to ask you this question, and by extension other people here who wants to take the question. We're talking about Tinubu, and I don't know why we won't have to bring Obi in when we're talking about Tinubu's matter. I mean, last time I checked, the INEC declared president was Tinubu, not Obi. I don't know why we always have to compare him with Obi. Now, in this matter now, the Constitution says that anybody elected as that's what right now I'm talking to you guys. I'm looking for, because I had someone, a lawyer yesterday commenting on that, and I've been searching for that video online. I could not find that video anymore. He was making reference to a specific part of the Constitution where anybody who is elected to the office of the president cannot start acting in behalf of the state until he has taken oath of office. I mean, I'm looking for that. That's why I'm here in front of my, sitting in front of my laptop here. I mean, because the Constitution is so bulky, and I don't know. So anyway, so Tinubu going and talking to foreign investors who are likely to become partners with Nigeria, or maybe they're going to come to Nigeria. I mean, legally speaking, if you look at it, is it not usurping the right of because right now we have an incumbent president, which I don't even understand why he's not even making an issue out of that. I know they're a member of the same party, but then he says, I mean, I'm looking for that part of that constitution where it says that it's only when you take oath of office, that is when you can start acting as a president. Being that you're a president in waiting, or you won the election, does not make you the president.
Can I come in?
Hold on. You come in, whoever wants to answer. But I think that I just want the lawyer in the house to talk about it.
We all answer it. No problem.
You have asked the question. Now, can I make a first at it?
Okay, go on.
Good. You rational mind, with your network, I don't know where you are, maybe US or UK or wherever, and you've been able to, peradventure, you have had opportunity of meeting none other person than what's this guy, Elon Musk. Personal relationship. Maybe you play golf together, and he's interested in you, and you have his ears, and you go to Nigeria and you contest for the governor of your state. I don't know what state you come from, and because you have told him before the possibility of investing in Nigeria, and he told you some conditions. Hello, am I still on?
Question, or is that a question you're asking?
No. I want to answer your question. And you now go and contest for election in your state, and you won, and you come back to come and negotiate, take your discussion off from where you left it before, as the governor-elect. Okay, Mr. Elon Musk, I've won the election now. So that thing we discussed 2 years ago about possibility of you establishing so and so, how much did so I'm going to make it happen. Your investment, our youth need job, and you come as using your personal relationship that you've had with him before to come and negotiate on behalf of your state. Are you breaking any law? Are you committing any crime by doing that? Now, I want to believe it is not like Tinubu is representing this Nigerian state as it is, but he's using his already existing network of people he has had interactions with before to say, okay, now the thing is down. There's no time to waste. I want to hit the ground running. Maybe it is in industry, maybe it is in manufacturing, maybe it is in whatever kind of investment. He's using his personal connection, or even to go and convince some people that he wants, maybe Nigerians in the diaspora, that he wants them to come and work with him. He's meeting 10, 20, 30 people scattered around Europe, and he comes to a central place, and they are coming to meet him. Now, he's meeting them on behalf of Nigeria, but in his personal capacity, because of existing relationship he's had with them before. Sometimes I get a little bit worried when we bring this Aluta kind of thing to everything. It's not everything that should be Aluta.
Hold on, please. I would appreciate if you can answer that question rather than just having to speak to my
answer the question. That's what I just said. So
hold on. Let me read this to you.
And I contribute. Okay.
Just let you read. Let me answer before you comment, please. Oh yeah, go ahead. Read it.
Hold on. Let me read this. I found it. Ogbeni, and this person, person talking before me now. Listen what it says here in chapter 6 of the Constitution, talking about the executive. Subsection 140. I don't know how you say it in your constitution or whatever. Legal jargons. Sorry, I'm not trying to be. Yeah, it says here, a person elected to the office of president shall not begin to perform the functions of that office until he has declared his assets and liabilities as prescribed in the Constitution, and he has taken and subscribed to the oath of allegiance and the oath of office prescribed in the 7th schedule on this Constitution and the other blah, blah, blah. So now he has to declare his assets and the liabilities or whatever he has, and then he has to take oath of allegiance. So he must, person elected to the office shall not begin to perform functions.
Okay.
Now, if the president elects, or should we say, is yet to take an oath, like in person of Tinubu, is yet to take oaths of allegiance. And last time I checked, remember the what's it called? This bureau of whatever they call it, asset declaration. We're telling him that if he doesn't submit his and as far as I can remember, I don't know if he has done that now, but as far as I remember, he has not done that. So those two things has not met it. So he has not declared his assets, as far as I remember the last news cycle on that. And then he has not taken oath of office, so he cannot begin to act. Our legal people here, you can.
No, but did you listen to what I said in my meeting narrative? Hold on.
You're only making excuses. Listen.
No, I'm not making excuses. Who told you? Who told you is meeting anybody on behalf of Nigeria? Is he meeting them as the president of Nigeria? When are we taking this thing?
Here you go.
Is he meeting them as the president of Nigeria?
Wow.
Until he takes the oath of office, just like you have said, he is a private individual that can go to wherever and see whoever he wants to see. He can see
mind you, he's a president-elect.
So what? You just read the Constitution now that says he cannot begin. Hold on, please. I listen to you talk. You just read part of the Constitution that says until certain things, he takes the oath of office, he is inaugurated, he is sworn in, he is this, blah, 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 blah. Until then, he cannot begin to act as the president. And that is exactly the word. So as far as we are concerned, the man, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is in a foreign land to see people that he wants to use to accelerate his what do you call it? It's so all this headache and hula balloon is completely unnecessary.
The last time his spokesperson says, is it Wale or who was that person?
Just go ahead.
He was meeting potential investors.
Yes.
Can I join issues? I will soon leave.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
Okay, can we let Ogbeni just contribute? Okay, thank you.
Now, you can try to go a bit back to that same Constitution. Read Section 180. Let's start from there. Function of the president. Let's see what it says. And then let's try to reconcile it with what Tinubu is doing. Then the answer will be very clear or clearer to you. I will quickly read, but I know you will scroll down there. There shall be for the federation a president. The president shall be the head of state, the chief executive of the federation, and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the federation. Tinubu, the moment he becomes a president, is presently president-elect. But the moment he takes that oath of office, which will make him the president, he has three major functions to do. And I'll quickly tell you what these functions entails. He will become the head of state. It means every function attached to head of state, he will be performing them. 2, he will be the chief executive of the federation. What does that mean? There are three major tiers of government, organs of government. The executive, the judiciary, and the legislative. He's going to be the chief executive. That is the head of that particular arm of government. Then thirdly, he's going to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the federation. It means that he will be the Grand Master to command all the service chiefs who would then correspondingly command their battalions, right? Now, what has Tinubu gone to do now? And does it fall under any of these three headings? My answer to you, Mr. Rational Mind, is no. First and foremost, what's Tinubu doing? First, Tinubu did not fly out of Nigeria with Air Force One. Tinubu has gone on his own private, and I said it here, and that's why I said, is our Air Force One still in Nigeria? If our Air Force One is still parked in the presidential wing of Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja, Tinubu is not on an official trip. Tinubu is on a private trip. Now, there is no way in this constitution you will see president-elect and functions of president-elect. It's not there. What is Tinubu trying to do? And what Tinubu is doing presently, I don't know why it now sounds very strange. It's the same thing they do in America, where some of us here stay, and in the UK here where we stay too, where I stayed at least. There's nothing new about it. Not until what can make you to be performing the function of the president if you first you act as head of state. Is he acting as head of state? The answer is no. Because the symbol of your head of state is still in your country in Nigeria, your Air Force One. He didn't travel with it. Now, with the paraphernalia of office of the president, the answer is no.
No, don't use, I mean, Air Force One does not grant you the status of representing Nigeria abroad. If you know, if you might be a president and you travel on a private jet, the private plane, you're acting in front of Nigeria. So,
are you serious?
Can you just imagine somebody telling us that you have to fly Nigeria Air Force One before you start acting?
One of the symbols of that office.
Do you know the symbol of the Air Force One? Do you
don't know?
Let's not talk.
It's a symbol of that office. You fly Air Force One.
Oh my God.
Rational mind. That's one of the symbols. See, it's just like when you carry mace in the National Assembly and somebody tell you, it's just one wood like that. It's not an ordinary wood. It's a symbol of authority of that place. Okay?
Stop conditioning now. All these kind of things. We are more than that. I mean,
no, I'm telling you the reality. Do you think I'm not joking?
The constitution you just read now does not attach the function of the head of state, I mean the president, to flying Nigerian Air Force One before.
I said no. The only person that fly that Air Force One is the head of state. I just told you he has three major functions.
You have the president in place. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, he didn't fly. Did he fly your Air Force One out of the country? So it's not functioning as your head of state.
That's not the issue.
Please let me just say, rational mind. See, are you saying Tinubu is performing the function of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria? And do you think that even being the president-elect, he has no right to talk to investors? Just like a normal person, even forget about president-elect. Are you saying he cannot talk? And then again, are you saying those people he's talking to is not aware of his position? So talking to investor, foreign investor, how does it become illegal for BAT, assuming that's what he's doing? How is it an offense?
That's where I'm going.
It is an offense.
Rational mind. See,
I mean,
before I go, because I'm about to leave now.
Go on.
See, yes, sorry, I'm leaving. Unless Tinubu made any commitment or signed any document on behalf of Nigeria, that is when he's performing the executive duty of the president. Tinubu can start meeting potential, just like Peter Obi did. And I refer to that Peter Obi. Peter Obi went to Egypt to start meeting people. No nonsense about it.
Peter Obi. What did Peter Obi do to you? I mean, we're talking about Tinubu here.
I said no. It's a comparative. See, I study legal comparative analysis. I'm comparing. I'm telling you, it's not new. It has been done before. Baba Adanle Koko mentioned Trump. That Trump stayed in his tower. And many people were coming to visit Trump even before he was sworn in. That is the US where you live. And look, so many examples. I like going to that America to go and pick it because so many people on this platform live.
Benny, let me give you an example real quick. A governor in Nigeria from a northern state is meeting some farmers in Kentucky and Utah as we speak, a governor-elect.
That is it now. That's how you keep the gun running. You get to the office before you start meeting people like
Ogbeni, you should understand where rational mind is coming from. You want to put, he's trying effortlessly to get a somehow to prevent Tinubu from being swaying. So you want to put a treason offense on him.
Azolama is actually saying that it personifies Buhari, the same Buhari that is Jubril of Sudan.
Okay, can I come in 1 second? You see, this if you are this is where I was coming from when I was saying that, look, if you are being absolute that Tinubu is a private citizen, we are opening the room for rational mind. If we say 100% Tinubu is a private citizen, then rational mind can ask that question and it will be legitimate. The reality is that Tinubu is not a private citizen. This thing have layers. Tinubu is a level above Peter Obi when Peter Obi went to Egypt. Peter Obi, when you are a presidential candidate, even as a presidential candidate, you have obligations. You are above me that I'm just like an ordinary citizen. They have something that they by official whatever they are giving to them. They are giving security. They are giving this. They are providing some intelligence. So they are a layer above us. Peter Obi is a layer lower than Tinubu. It's not that Tinubu is the president. So if you say absolutely Tinubu is a private citizen, Rational Man will be asking that question and the debate will go on forever. The point is this. The part that Rational Man read out, yeah, it's true, but here is the point. There is something they call transition team, right? It's the extent of the coordination. If you say Tinubu is going to meet private investors in France, right, and Buhari does not know about it, then we might be crossing the line of the path that Rational Man was thinking about. But they coordinate. That's why they have transition. There's coordination between the president-elect and the current and the sitting president. So Tinubu will not go above, will not cross the line to be doing the duties of Buhari. Even if he needs to do it, maybe Buhari says, "Oh, you go because I am packing out, so it's going to be your administration." So
Fatai, in that regard, do we deserve to know who they are meeting on our behalf?
Yeah, but I agree with you. That's what I said earlier. I agree with you. But I think the point, but I think the point is we have lazy journalists. Let me just land it. Let me just land it up and I'll leave it to you. We have lazy journalists, right? You can make an official request, freedom of information, right? But no, they will sit down there, they'll be picking up rumors from YouTubers and Twitter and social media people, and they'll be blasting on television. No. You do investigative journalism, you write a request, a freedom of information request to the office of the president-elect, or what we want to know, so, and there will be a negotiation to the point that it doesn't cause national security problems. And you will know, every politician gives as little information as possible. But it's also the right of the citizens, of the public, to say, okay, we want to know more. And then the negotiation will go forth and back. No, but if you stand on the position that is absolutely private, I mean, the opponent, they're not going to go and sleep and say, okay, fine, thank you very much. You have answered my question.
But what you just said now is just, it sounds, I'm not trying to make you look like, I mean, it sounds ridiculous in the sense that when I say ridiculous, hold on. You said
no, it's fine. If it's ridiculous, it's fine. I don't have a problem. I'm not offended. But if it's not ridiculous, I will reply back in equal measure.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to say is this: when I say ridiculous, it's in the sense that you said that he would have gotten permission from Buhari. No,
coordination. No, not permission. Coordination is better word.
Coordination, whatever it is. The last time I checked this what's it called? Constitution I just read to you now does not empower the president. It would not. That's what the Constitution says. Will not. He would not start acting until he has met those requirements.
So the president, when there is coordination, is not the one acting. He's acting on the delegation of the president. So if the president says, "Go and do this for me," or if you say, "Oh no, not go for me," you go and attend to it. because it's going to be administration or you can attend to it. It's not so it's under the umbrella of the current president. It's not under.
You see, we try so much hard to defend this guy.
It's not
so many of
so much hard. This is simple academic information.
Fatai, let me paint this simple scenario. Are you aware of the fact that we have some, let me say, global investors in Nigeria, and this man has met them even within the confines of Nigeria? He has met Otedola, he has met Dangote, he has met Tony Elumelu, and he has met a lot of other investors in Nigeria. Let's now flip the coin. Let's assume that's what he's doing wherever he is now. Has he done anything wrong?
No, he hasn't done it. In fact, the first person that will complain...
Fatai, let me respond. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Fatai. Okay. I mean, enigmatic mention. He met Elumelu. We saw it on the camera. He met Odetola. We saw it on the camera. We saw the video of all of this. Why must we not see video rolling on those he is meeting abroad? When he
these are local, the just mentioned are local investors.
So when you have a template of when he's meeting investors, you have camera with you to show to us that look at what I'm doing. I'm preparing ground so that the moment I assume office, I hit the ground running. So why can't he do the same thing when he's meeting the foreign investors? That is where I'm saying this lie is coming from. This is a lie.
It's political. If a politician thinks that a photo op will be good for him, he will do it and release it. If he doesn't want, if he doesn't see any political advantage, every politician is not everything they automatically put on video. So if we put a request, an official request, we want to know. Yeah, it's another story. Then we will debate if they are responding to us or they are not responding to us.
Request from who? Who is going to grant your
request? Let's even assume
that. Journalists. We have journalists. We have everybody. They should do their job.
Let's even assume that Tinubu is meeting Elon Musk today, and it's probably that it becomes a subject of a media, media distribution or whatever. These same people, especially disobedient, they will say probably he's already trying to have a way to
sell Nigeria.
To shut down Twitter. To shut down Twitter when they will find out that the only thing that will satisfy these people is when they hear his slums are died. That's the only thing they are.
Enigmatic.
But people like us that are not obedient, we won't be asking this question. I mean, we
let me say something before I go. I tried to look for some links and I posted just few ones in the private chat. You know Trump. Do you know throughout before and throughout Trump's tenure, Trump's happened to be one of the US president that traveled a lot on undisclosed trip, and some trip that he even
that's not true. That is
okay.
Not true.
You can try and click some.
No, that is not true. So where did the only trip that he went that is not disclosed before he got there was when he went to Afghanistan.
Yes, that's what I want to tell you.
The moment he landed there, they disclosed, and that was for security reasons.
Yes, so I'm telling you.
Don't come out. Don't tell us
that Israel as well.
President of America left somewhere and they did not disclose it.
No, Baba, his trip to Israel and Poland. His trip to Israel and Poland.
When he traveled to Israel, please, did he disclose it?
No. And Poland.
When he traveled to Poland, did he disclose it?
No.
We watch everything on TV.
I'm coming. Let me land. When he traveled to North Korea,
we saw everything on TV.
Wait now. I'm painting a background here. Trump traveled. Do you know Trump met Putin and they call it undisclosed meeting? He didn't tell you the details of what he's going to do.
When was all of this? When was all of this? When was all of this?
The link is in the private chat now. You can click
When?
and check.
When? Was it when he was the president?
Yeah,
or
he
when
was already president.
He was already president.
Hold on. Ogbeni is painting a wrong picture.
Your own point is different from Babajale Koko.
He went for G7 meeting.
Rational mind, your point is different from Babajale Koko. That is addressing Babajale Koko's point.
Look, Ogbeni, you are painting a wrong picture. That one you said he met with. That one you said he met with. Yeah, the one you said he met with Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
They disclosed that meeting before he left. He went for G7. It was when they got there, he met with Putin behind the closed door.
Yes.
And every transaction, everything they said, people were present because they have interpreter between them and they have people between them when they were.
You didn't get my point.
Yeah,
my point is this. See, there is a level to which you expect privacy. Based most times, all these presidents, they work on intelligence reports. There are trips they go and they don't disclose. There are trips they go. They disclose.
Not American president. Not American president.
I'm telling you, America. I'll give you 5
anywhere.
Wait now, Babajale Koko.
Yeah.
When you wanted to join issue, you thought it was only Afghanistan. I've given you 3 more.
But then all this,
you are trying to explain that 3, and I still have more I wanted to give you to tell you that.
Ogbeni, I respect your opinion, but you are beginning to sound ridiculous.
You are shutting me down. I said your point is different from Babajale Koko point. Why don't you allow me to
go on, please go on.
It's different from your point. I understand this. I have a very clear head in terms of understand issues. Your own issue is different. Your own issue is that why is Tinubu acting?
Ogbeni has clear head.
Yeah, I have a very clear head when it comes to issue of transition. But Babajale Koko is that. Why didn't he tell us before going? And even on landing there, why don't we see pictures? There are 2 different issues now.
Okay, Ogbeni, let me.
You see, Ogbeni, I don't have problem with him meeting in Warsaw, but who are these people he's meeting? We want to know them. What is the benefit? What is the benefit?
You are hearing from me now. He has come to meet me.
Can you allow Zita to talk? She's the only woman here and she's been marginalized, please.
Exactly. I just want to moderate, please, everyone. Madam Zita, do you have anything to contribute to decision? Because they now say everything Tinubu does, including going to the washroom, everything must be shown publicly. So what do you have to say, madam?
See his wife.
Madam Zita, are you online? Okay. It seems like Madam Zita is not online. Now,
why is Simba fighting for women? Do they fight for women in Saudi Arabia?
No.
Hello,
you ask a question now.
Yeah.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
women here, they have right to. Their right is even more than the right of men.
Okay. Ni drive ni last year. I want not right.
Hey, last year I couldn't drive. What in drive? No, I know. At least actually to be 5 years. Why?
Not the best. Need losses. Wait.
Ajale Koko and Simba. Please, let's just keep it at English, please, for the benefit of the audience. So, but can we just make a conclusion on this now, as a public figure, not as officially elected president, as a rational mind ran away? Okay, still on.
I'm still here.
So can we just
rational mind run away? Can
we just agree that Tinubu is not officially mandated That's the word officially mandated, to start declaring his purpose whenever he travels. And do we agree that this guy, to some extent, should have access to some level of privacy? So that's what that's what it'd be good if we just conclude that, because personally, I think whatever he's doing now, it's not doing that in the official capacity. It's not effective, because it's not the president of the country. Whatever he does now at his best is just a shot. It can only become effective after he gets back to the office. Can we just agree on that, please?
The only thing I can agree with you is that there should be a level of privacy to his life, but then there's areas that privacy would not be total, would not be absolute. I mean, if he sleeps with his wife, how he does his wife, that's not our business. That's his own private life. Whatever he speaks to his wife in privacy, that's his. But anything that has to do with state function, that will involve the state, the governance of the state, and I would also call in question his integrity in that office, should not be put into private. It's public. So we should know where to draw that line. Yes, I agree that we should, but where do we draw that line? Yeah, that he sleeps with his wife, whatever he does with his wife, that is his own privacy. We don't have to pry into it. That he goes into toilet, I use the toilet. That's not what. When it comes to his health, we deserve the right to know, because he's ruling us. We want to know how, because like there's a section of the Constitution that talks about the health of whoever is going to govern. I didn't say that. I didn't put it in the Constitution. The framers of the Constitution, they put it there, that he should be sane, he should be healthy, he should be this. So I mean, I have the right based on the Constitution to question that. But if it's not telling me, then that shows that I mean, it's not going that. I mean, well, that is still within contention.
So rational mind.
My point is that.
What does being healthy mean? What is healthy? How do you define that?
Oh God, dude, I'm not here to do all of this. I don't want to do this again. I'm tired of having to.
No. Rational mind. It's not a bad question. See, there's no wrong. No, to me, there's no wrong or right answer, because see, whatever we do here to inform the people, some people will benefit from our responses. So the way I see it is that he has asked you a very critical question. It may sound so minor, but I think, in my opinion, I could be wrong. It's a critical question. What does Eddie means to you?
What does what?
Who has the question? Maybe the person wants to ask the question again.
Yeah, rational say, according to the Nigerian Constitution, right? It has to be sane, I guess. It has to be healthy. So I'm trying to understand what is is it a narrow definition or broad definition of being healthy? Who determines that? Is it rational mind or who?
Okay, all right. Listen, there's a part of the Constitution here. I remember I have to go back to it, but I just want to go back to it. I think what the Constitution is saying here as to the health is that it's incapacitating to be able to carry out its function. Now, you see.
Okay. I accept that. So, from your observation, does Tinubu looks incapacitated by any chance?
My friend, listen. It's here in the Constitution here. I have to look for it now, where it says that whoever is going to be elected to the office of the presidency shall be sane, shall not be. Let me look for that. I mean, there's a place here, but the overall thing there is that what it's saying is that maybe after I'm done, I will look for it. The overall thing is that it will not incapacitate him from able to take the function or that role of the president. That will not be able to use his mind and make sound decisions. That is it. So there
okay. Quick response. I get that. So yeah, go ahead, Madam Zita. Go ahead. Yes.
When it comes to duties and office work assigned to somebody, either elected or employed, when they talk about health, what they actually mean is what is called occupational health. Fit to do the job, nothing more. Even if you have brain tumor and you did a brain surgery, but the doctor said you are fit to do that job. Like most of my colleagues, some of them did open heart surgery, some of them did open brain surgery, but the doctor said they are fit. That's what is called occupational health. It doesn't really mean they are not incapacitated. No, that's not the right word. They can be incapacitated, but the question is, are they fit for the job? Can they do it? That's why they call it occupational health. Thank you.
So, Prince Daddy, do you want to add something to that health issue?
Actually, yeah, Madam Zita, brought it to the poignant position. She get it perfectly. I totally agree. Of course, she's coming from a more technical point, but to rational mind, there's nothing from the pre-campaign, during the campaign, that tells us that Tinubu is no way fit to be the president. So that the issue. Issue about being healthy. Well, somebody with diabetes or high blood pressure, does that fall into that category? So the definition of the explanation of Madam Zita, it would be ideal, okay, for Tinubu to serve as a president. So I think the man, he has no problem as far as I'm concerned. At his age, he should be able to go see his doctors as often as possible. It doesn't make him unable to perform his duties as a president. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm sure rational mind will agree with you on that now. So
hold on. When it comes to health, I'm not going to be broad on that. I'm not going to be specific as to. I'm just going to read to you what is section 132 here says: a person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president, even the process, even election. It says. Now it says here in C, part C here, it says under the law in any part of Nigeria is adjudged to be a lunatic or otherwise declared to be of unsound mind. Unsound mind. So I think as far as what the Constitution says, there may be the other things it says, but then unsound mind, when you say unsound.
what's up? Can anybody hear me?
This is what
I can hear you.
Yeah.
To be able to make sound decision. So if he is incapacitated in that instance, in that vein, that he's not able to make sound decision.
I'm sorry. Did you say he's incapacitated in that regard? Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Please, can I make that comment?
Can you give an example? Example where he's not able to make decisions.
No. Hold on. Rational mind, because he pronounced one word wrong. Is that a reason why he said he's incapacitated to do his job because he made a mistake in his speech?
He didn't even pronounce it wrongly.
Let's say he even did that. Is that sufficient to tell? Rational mind.
I didn't hear you very well. Do you think I said because he misspoke? Then that's how I'm going to.
No, he didn't say that. But I was just trying to wrap my head around how you came about him being incapacitated to do his job. You say you saw that in him. So I'm trying to determine at what point in time did that happen that the public did not know.
This way of you trying to paint a picture I'm not painting. I'm only trying to tell you that you asked a question. What would be the health? And I'm reading to you what the Constitution says.
No. Okay, actually, I'm sorry. No, we're past that. No, please tell us. I'll give you the floor. Please tell us one or two ways he was found incapacitated to do his job. Please tell us.
Maybe you should ask him. You should ask him whether he found Tinubu incapacitated or not capable using his health. Maybe you should answer that question.
Talking about what's going on here? What's going on here? God, goodness sake! What are we doing here?
You are the one talking about.
Okay. Wait, please.
What are we doing here? I don't get. What are we talking about?
No. Rational mind. Please, just a second. What we are doing is you are saying Tinubu as incapacitated.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Okay. Are you saying Tinubu is not incapacitated? Let's just get that point, then we move on. Do you agree that it's not incapacitated?
Hold on. I'm not pronouncing. I cannot do that because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not any doctor in any way. But I'm saying that if he is adjudged to be adjudged, now who's going to be the one to determine that? We shall find out. Maybe the National Assembly, House of Assembly will be. But that was us seeing the manifestation of it in its true form, in its true way when it gets there. But what I'm saying is that right now he has been exhibiting symptoms or signs of that. But like you said, hold on.
Says who?
No, Fatai. Just let
give
him
me, you can laugh, you can come, you can rise comfortably. That's up to you. But I would give you my own take. Now, this is a guy who I mean, you see, I don't want to start going back to, old stuff we've talked about. This is a guy who many times when he filled that form, he tells you that, oh, I wasn't the one who filled it. Somebody filled it out for me. Why can't you fill out something yourself? Why? Why can't you fill it out? And then you have to make an excuse.
Because you have secretary, you have PA.
I have filled about 15 forms in my life that I didn't fill it out by myself.
Let me
finish,
right?
please. Can I
beg
finish?
you, let me move on, please. Okay, go on.
Can I
Talk.
finish?
Go on, talk. I beg. Talk.
I did not fill it by myself. Not because I don't want to fill it by myself or I cannot fill it by myself. Such forms, you need a lawyer because they know what you are not supposed to put in that form. So most forms that are being handed over to you as an individual, it will do you a lot more good if you sign those forms or fill those forms with a lawyer who is well known in that area standing beside you. All you need to do, they ask you, are you the one that filled the form? No, you were enabled by so person. That's it. That you cannot fill a form does not necessarily mean you cannot fill a form or you don't.
Yeah, exactly, Madam Sita. That's the question now. How is filling a form or not filling a form become the definition of incapacitation? How?
Please answer rational mind.
Which planet is that? In which planet is that?
I've not even said anything. You people just jump on. Hold on now. You can laugh now, but you can laugh. But I've not even finished what I'm saying before Vita said he wanted to say something. You see, like I said, I'm not here to diagnose him. I'm not diagnosing him. But I'm saying that somebody start manifesting this symptom of what we call about this cognitive decline, and all of these things we see manifest from time to time. And some of us try to justify it like, oh no, it's nothing. Everybody does that mistake. Like, is it that you're telling me now that
what are the manifestations? Like what?
I won't tell you. The videos are there for us to see. Hold on.
Balablu?
The videos are there for us to see. Many of them.
Is it Agbado? Which one?
You mean those videos
that were... an English word now. It does that his accent entered it.
Okay.
Fatai, tell me the meaning of blah blah blue.
I'll tell you.
But
I can tell you also.
Tell me.
Blah is pronounced, I think, Balablu.
No, Balablu.
Blah blah. I didn't find
you did that. My sister did they struggle too. Now let Tinubu can speak that language.
Yeah, he means something.
The gods.
He said,
can explain it actually.
Can I have your attention, please?
I can explain it. Can I explain Balablu?
Fatai,
can I explain Balablu?
Fatai, just a minute, just a second, please. I just want us to take turn so that we can allow Oriola to come in too. So when just let rational mind line them, Madam Zida follow, then let's say Oriola's opinion. Yeah, Fatai, you can interject as you will, boss.
Sorry, no vex. I just speak Balablu. So Balablu. So the man said. Sorry. I'm really sorry. If I've been looking forward to a day to talk about Balablu. Bala Blue is a music genre, right? It preceded blue. This when we say blue, it's a very slow music that is like boring before we have all this hip hop. So the guy was in America in this time now, in the 70s or whatever. Maybe he's from there, he was in his head. So when he said a town hall, different from Bala Blue, so it's like different. Bala Blue is a boring song now. That's the thing. Bala Blue is a music genre.
Fatai.
No, actually, I'm
That
not joking.
word,
Bala Blue is a music
let me
genre.
talk now. Can I say something? It's an English word. And it means something that is useless, something that is not good. So he said,
boring.
Is this town hall, is that town hall he's doing is better than like going to TV,
like
going on rally. That's what
no.
meant.
There was actually a previous town hall. There was a previous town hall by Arise that was dark and everything. It's like so boring, which they were fighting Peter Obi and what is that one? The one that wants to be governor now. That's so boring. But if you see his own town hall by his director that they created, it's more beautiful and it's more catchy to the eyes. And say this is a town hall that is different from that one that looks like a Bala Blue.
That's the useless one. That is what they mean by Bala Blue.
Different from that useless one. That different from that useless one organized by Arise.
I don't even know why they were making fun of it.
Are you people done talking?
I don't even know. It's perfect expression.
Una de try yo.
No, nobody was talking now.
Una de try yo. I like Nigeria.
Fatai, the most recent public outing of Tinubu was where? Was at River State, right?
River State, yeah.
River State. And I believe everybody must have seen the optics and the videos generally and this presentation. The mental alertness, even when he had to
the mental alertness. Even the way he attended to Wiki, is that somebody who is incapacitated? Is that mental? Isn't that mental alertness?
During the campaigns, and during the campaigns, you will see a lot of. There was this popular video of popular Tinubu's picture. They spread all over He looks like a 300-year-old man. So they alter his image, alter most of these things. But the clearer evidence of what you can see is the recent appearance of this man in River State, and since he came back and before he traveled. Was it not the same man that actually came back and they put something under his armpit? I mean, is it armpit or elbow, right? And they said he was coming with some string. So look, until some people see that this man, probably slums, and that's the only thing that will make sure they will really make them happy. At least we saw a video recently this evening, right? People actually they would have preferred Atiku, and then this should actually tell you where they will never stop and when they will stop. But beyond this, I was trying to speak about the Apapa and the Labour Party and Peter Obi's, lack of leadership, capacity to handle and then to steer the leadership of Labour Party. Because if you have to look at the situation in Labour Party now, there's no way you look around and absorb Peter Obi of this. He's the leader of the party now, but he's not actually acting like the leader and the father of the political party. He has taken a position. He came actually publicly to cause disaffection to the party. He said openly that he did not know Lamidi Apapa. And this is the same guy that you already have this kind of, tribal suspect within the party that
you don't know. They will announce at the baton for any tongue by Wally.
Exactly. But the problem
is part of what is angering those people now. You say you don't know vice chairman, that your vice chairman, whatever it is. I don't know him. I never met him. Are you joking me? You want those people to lie down, and say whatever.
If I will address this, right, it's quite important to approach, certain discussions about, individuals' leadership capacity with fairness, objectivity, and then some modicum of respect, of course. But however, I would actually want to understand that I want to make this analysis based on fact, that is basically, at general public's disposal. Because there's nothing that we'll see or that we've seen that is not pointing to the fact that this man is like he thrives on chaos, right? It's like he thrives on dividing a seemingly, united front almost every time. So, but please note my response I will purely base it on hypothetical and then reflective of varying degrees of subjective beliefs of actual events that has happened. And like I've said,
Oyinbo, rational mind. I mean, enigmatic Oyinbo.
So I just it's a typical politician, but I keep trying to let people understand that this mythical appearance is a wash. Peter Obi's leadership capacity, to me, right, I've said it earlier, is at best lackluster, mediocre, bigoted, and it's so sadistic the way I see it. And I strongly believe
Patai, I'm out for you. Walk Peter Obi lórí
I'm out for you.
I don't like the way he has not treated those legacy members of the Labour Party fairly. He hasn't done that. It's a papa, and then and the mistake he's having is that he has made an erroneous mistake, taking a papa for granted, and I believe he does not know a papa's bona fide and then his political resume. He should go to Oyo State and check out his history, how a papa dealt heavily, gave as a blow to what's his name, the ex-wife governor, may so rest in peace, Ajimobi. As Ajimobi, as tough as he was, a papa showed him pepper in Oyo State. You should go and find out. This is the same guy they're actually thinking. They call him Babalawo, they call him Habalis, they call him. Papa is not your soak bread and tea kind of politician. It's a principled, when you want to actually dare a principled Yoruba man, you know what they will do to you. So like Hajale Koko said, it behooves him to find a political solution to this, to meet this man. But I strongly believe that his performance as a leader, has been perhaps consistently, though, below par in multiple aspects.
Yes, is it enigmatic, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, absolutely. Everything you submitted, I agree with. But do you think it's kind of unfair to put Peter B forward to be what he has never been? That is a leader, someone that can bring people together, and what they're trying to call Atiku being a unifier. Well, Peter B is not a unifier. He didn't do that with his people in Anambra. Okay, and it shows why is a typical regional candidate, because the history, even though Papa himself, I don't know him until recently, right? But you would think Peter B would study, or at least be more exposed to know such a person as Papa and the other people in the Labour Party. Keep in mind, Peter B came about to the Labour Party to usurp the party. He has no foundation or background about the party. It does not. And that's why every time we mention Labour Party, I'm always bringing up Donye Okupe. Because I think that's the guy that took a bunch of money and did his magic and brought about Peter B because he wanted to, for whatever reason, that he brought Peter B in there. So again, everything you said, I agree with, but at the end of the day, Peter B is not that kind of a leader. He does not have the skills. He does not have the ability to coerce or to even bring people together and negotiate. He's not a negotiator. A good leader, when it came to the Labour Party, knowing his antecedents, you should know that, hey, let's dig in and bring forth the leaders, the establishment of this party, and talk to them and try to liaise with them in different ways. He didn't do that. He did what he does typically. He came about, established himself, and think he wants to run away with the party. Yeah, and there comes an issue, but he's not even willing. He's very dismissive with the rest of his cohorts about Papa and the legacy members of the party. that shows Mr. Obi right there in his best form, so to speak.
But you know, as I
Baba
was
Jale Koko, èwo lẹ ń gbádùn jù? Ṣé vocab lẹ ń gbádùn jù àbí phone ẹ̀?
As I was actually describing this dude, right? I said when you check what being lackluster mean, he you know, due to it means due to his perceived lack of vision, inspiration, and you know, the basic ability to rally people, you know, around for a common goal. And this has been the hallmark of his political trajectory over the years. Obi has failed woefully to articulate a comprehensive vision, you know, for a developmental progress in this Labour Party. Like I said, he has a goodwill that is already waning, and they're probably throwing the goodwill into the trash already because of his, you know, his lack of, you know, direction and progressive mindset. So, like the height of this mediocrity is can be suggested in this leadership shortfall too, which I basically explained. So I can conveniently argue to the point that Obi lacks ability to make decisive and impactful decisions, and this has actually been evidenced on several forums where he had the opportunity to either, you know, call out these mobs, as Soludo called them, the fleeting frenzy, you know, headless mobs. But he often, you know, appear indecisive most of the time, recalcitrant, and then basically ambivalent most of the time. You know, so this perceived lack of decisiveness it has really hindered its effective management and the implementation of crucial you know, mitigation tendencies, and then having the capacity to nip potential problems in the bud. So and this is compounded by him equally being bigoted. You know, this implying that he holds prejudiced views and then discriminates against certain individuals or groups based on their tribes, you know, religion, and even personal characteristics, as they were calling Apapa Babalawo, they calling some other people rodents. You know, such allegations suggest, you know, such a failure to uphold principles of, you know, of equality, inclusion, and respect for all members, even within a subterranean section of a Labour Party, let alone the generality of Nigerian as a whole. So this is absolutely irritating and so repugnant, and it's so sadistic, as I said earlier too. And then this implies to his cruel, chameleonic, and then malicious nature as in his leadership capacity.
Oh my God!
I just don't know, you know. So he's a you know, Peter Obi, because I've met him at close quarters. So his fiendish, you know, schematic and fanatical leadership is enveloped, you know, by his tendency to derive pleasure from suffering, and then
Why?
So, Madam Zita, you are still there.
You are the best. No, I didn't do you just because you won't crack my rib. You won't crack my rib.
And then you'll be saying, he exhibits all this is unnecessary mythical patronage, you know, feigning and then in his actions and decisions. Every time he has had the opportunity, there's one thing in Yoruba language say, oh, le bu minita kuama be mini koro.
Bayi baba mi.
So he did the same thing to I think there was a YouTube channel where they derisively lampooned almost all these leaders, right? And then you go back behind the scene, behind the camera, trying to placate these leaders, and you think they are stupid. They see all these things, and then it's just quite unfortunate, right? And then when you try to rationalize ideas about these guys, you know, mediocrity, and they will say, oh, he's the new order, from a new order from a man who was a two-time governor, who actually started his political, you know, journey from PDP. A lot of people do not even know he was in PDP. He lost the the gubernatorial primaries. He jumped to Abga. He promised heaven and earth. He promised everything unthinkable, right? He wouldn't leave Abga. He wouldn't move out. He would build Abga to be a regional party and a tool and a platform to negotiate national politics to Ikemba Finewe, may so rest in peace, Odumego Ojukwu, right? And that man actually had to withdraw his endorsement for a second term because of his shambolic performance as a governor. So we all knew what went through before that man actually had to eventually cave in and endorse him for second term. And eventually even swore and everything was all over the media space, all over the place. So, and this is the same guy that actually moved back to PDP 2014. As soon as he was leaving office, he moved straight to PDP. He was an appointee under Jonathan. He ran as a running mate to Atiku, right? And then they will say, oh, it's consumption to production. The same man that actually elevated poverty in Anambra State by killing production and hoarding state patrimony in his private purse, right? And then drove the poverty rate of the state to double digits from maybe 25% to 57 or 59%. So, and they will say, he says he wants to, this is the man that is trying to be the apostle of poverty eradication in the North, where you can't even...
Moses of our time. This is the Moses of our time.
And then you say, I didn't campaign with religion. Can you imagine that ridiculous and nebulous, kind of lie, a pathological liar? This is a religious, he was caught on tape. This is a religious war. You know what that means? Must be an economic or philosophical mantra. Yes, that didn't the entire nation into chaos, almost into frenzy, fleeting mob of lunatic in that their asylum cocoon. It's so unfortunate.
Why?
And then he will say it's not a bigot. How are you not a bigot? You are not a bigot, but only for you to basically, disdainfully and disgustingly treat the gubernatorial candidate in Oyo State. Anybody on this platform should Google what that man said, the Oyo State gubernatorial candidate. That Oyo State gubernatorial candidate, if you see during the eve of the general election, the gubernatorial general election, these guys tagged and wished all their gubernatorial candidates all over the federation well, except that guy in Oyo State. Do you know why? Go and look at the guy, because probably he appears to be somebody who, those kind of Muslims that have some kind of stuff on their forehead and stuff like that. So, it's quite unfortunate. But the only thing is, he's not desperate. I'm not desperate. I'm not this. But you've been flying from one political party to another. You can't stay in one party and be a leader. Solve problems and being a solution provider. And then you went to Rivers State basically to throw your gubernatorial candidate under the bus, on which Wike trying to negotiate your way, by chance to win a presidential game. So that's quite unfortunate. And you say you don't give shishi, you don't do this, you don't do this. But it's on record. It is on record but that 40 million naira, I don't know if anybody is aware of this, 40 million naira were issued to all support groups that supported this guy. Tunde, not all of them, they received more than 20 million naira, all of them, Adiola Fire. And then you were paying 100K as far as maybe last week or last 2 weeks, trying to curry the favor of protesters. But the only thing
we even heard from Prince Adewale enigmatic now. They were paying dollars. They were buying votes with dollars, not even naira.
On election day. 40 million. You say we don't give shishi, but all support groups were issued 40 million naira, and then we know what you did with the pastor, with the Nigeria Christian Association, and all of them. But the good thing about all this is that in all of this, we just have to congratulate ourselves, Nigerians, that we escape this, this they call him Ekute, I call him the devil's rock. he should go and sit himself.
Enigmatic, don't let him. Did they obedient catch you? Enigmatic, did they obedient catch you? Now, wow. Did they obedient catch you? Will not be easy.
Like it's just all I have to say. Every blame on everything that is happening right now in Labour Party. These people are fighting back to regain the sanctity and to regain the reputation of their political party. This guy came, infested their political party with his team of economic malfeasance and thieves all over the place. There are a couple of them in the US now. Buying properties from this look. It's just like I say every time. It's a guy man. It's a normal politician, and I hope that some people will learn on to really know the kind of guy he is. So that's all I got to say.
Wait.
With him because
Don't you think?
Can I
Don't
take back
you
my
think people
stage
are
after
actually
3
behind
hours?
him? There are some people that are actually pushing him. Not him that is doing it all by himself. I feel like he has some other big people that are actually pushing him. Because for him to be still standing to this point, there's definitely big, powerful people behind him. He's just like the front guy. Like that's the reason why I can't control or say much. I feel like he's not really like the main person. He has like the big guys behind him. We just don't know them. That's what I think. Because I don't think he's that strong of a guy to do exactly what he's doing now. He has powerful people behind him. That's what I think. I think we can say this to tomorrow. There are people behind him.
For sure.
Ola, can I say something?
Can I, Ola?
Yes. I was going to say that Rational might please just for a moment. Madam Zita want to say something like she seemed that she will soon leave us for another thing. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Madam Zita, you may go ahead,
Okay.
please.
I was talking before the whole thing went from interjection to interjection, and then for like 3 hours now we've been on it. Anyway, I actually wanted to talk about the fuse in Labour Party. Yeah, everybody is taking it from every angle, but I want to take it a little bit from a different angle. That angle is the angle I will call do more to question yourself. Because when you question yourself, you have peace. If you keep questioning others, you lose your peace. I think that's what is happening in Labour Party now. And not really Labour Party, they are supporters. I don't really think APC has a hand in what is happening in Labour Party. If you are somebody who has been following the trajectory of politics in Nigeria, the map, you will know that Labour Party, in fact, that Ogun State man, I started hearing about him either, is it 2003 or 2007? That guy is a very troublesome man. Today, when that guy came out to make that speech, their new chairman, most of my friends sent me a text message. They were telling me, you said it from the one when this man came out. You said they should handle him. He's a troublemaker. He will scatter that party. It's a party that has been like that. Maybe probably difficult to bring together, or maybe probably has not seen somebody to bring them together. If I can remember, some people have won governorship on that platform before. They jump out. They jump out after some time. Why? I just believe there is something about that party that is not going well. Now, I don't see any reason why somebody, Tinubu might benefit from it. When you have problem at home, somebody might benefit from it. It's normal. But they're in the court. They should have allowed to have their day in court. Nobody is stopping I wouldn't even like anybody to stop Peter Obi from pursuing this thing to Supreme Court. He should go ahead. It's his fundamental human right. He should go ahead. But I don't think, why would APC do that? They have a clear case. They won the election. They won the election. Even those contesting the election are now contesting that that he didn't win. They are saying the process that brought him. That's what they are contesting. If you look at that thing very well, it's just the process. Not that he didn't win. So I don't really think they might benefit from it. But now let me go back to what I said before. Questioning yourself, questioning others. I noticed that whenever something happened in LP, the supporters will start fingering other people, fingering other things, abusing, accusing, carrying all manner of propaganda. I call that questioning others. And when you go out with that bitterness, thinking it's somebody else that did to you, you have bitterness, you lose your peace. But when you sit down and said, look, we came to this party. We are not even a member of this party. There are people in this party before we came. How did we get here? What did we do wrong? Is there any way we can do it better? You question yourself. What are the loopholes that made this to happen? Is there any way I can fix it? You are now questioning yourself. You are not questioning others. And when you do that, you have peace. Because you get angry with yourself and you try to think on how to make it right. Now, there are some things about that party that actually me, as a person, I wouldn't tell anybody to run on that party because it's chaotic up and down. By the way, just saying, where is the other man that wears glasses, the fair light-skinned man? I've not heard from him for a long time. So, those people, when you come into a place or you own a house and you keep saying, somebody infuriated me, somebody is making my wife get angry with me, somebody is making my children not to like me, somebody is this, somebody is that, somebody is this, it simply means you are not capable. I don't think those Labour Party and Labour Party supporters are seeing it in that angle. I don't think they are. It means you are not capable. You cannot hold your house together. And a house that cannot be held together will definitely disperse. Everybody is wrong. Everybody is doing you except yourself. It doesn't work that way. I thought that place would have been organized. Even if they didn't organize it because they are going into election. After the election, they would have come together, look at things, arrange it, pacify, talk to the ones they have to talk. You don't tell somebody this idea of being rude and looking down on human beings and thinking you are okay, another person is not okay. Actually, I don't like it. But what can I say? When I say some people will start abusing me, you talk about people so low. That's not right now. That's not good. And these are people you look forward to ruling. But when you want to address, they are suffering, they are hungry, you will lift them out of poverty. I mean, I don't know. But I don't know who takes it, but me, I'm not comfortable with it. But I will always ask LP and their supporters, they should do more to question themselves instead of questioning others. That way, they will not lose their peace. That way, they will have their peace. Let me go to the second thing about what's that man that caused financial crisis in Nigeria. What's his name?
EMEFIELE. EMEFIELE, you mean?
You know, sometimes I feel that man should be tied on a tree till after 29th. I don't actually want that guy to escape.
He's going to
Because
jail.
that thing that happened during that election, it was terrible. It was unspeakable. To even think that because of one person, some people supported it. When I remember it, my feet hang in the air. Because of one person, a nation of almost 200 million people should suffer. Why? Because you don't want that person to be president. And people supported it. By the way, these politicians don't help anybody. We all know that. Why don't you collect that money when they come to ask for vote? I'm not saying I'm in support of vote by, but that's somehow we have to collect their money. So why would you rip Nigerians off that little pen they can give them? You rip them that little pen, you make the Nigerians suffer. Is that a fair policy? It's not a fair policy, but some people supported it strongly. And today, that same people are still pointing hands. They have never sat down to say, where did we go wrong? What did we do? What did we say? What actions did we take that led us to not getting this thing? No. Up to this moment, as I speak, they are still screaming, questioning everybody except themselves. And EMEFIELE, they shouldn't allow him to leave the country. Honestly, sincerely speaking. I don't know who's pushing him.
But Madam Zita, I understand what you were saying, but how easy is it? Because someone may say he is acting in the capacity, in his official capacity. So is it about prosecuting EMEFIELE himself or making the institution to be stronger and make it difficult for the likes of EMEFIELE that may be there tomorrow to make it difficult for them to just manipulate to their own benefit? So what do you think is the way forward?
I will say a little bit of what I think that happened before I say the way forward. Most times, most people, if you have not worked with chief executive before, you will think they are the busiest people. You will think their job is very tedious. The answer is no. The only chief executive his job is tedious is those who are not able to employ good hands as their subordinate. When you are a chief executive and you have good hands around you, your job becomes to embed your signature. And everywhere will be flying. Your job becomes you just sit down and somebody do a presentation to you. And you say, really? You got it. Good to go. That becomes your job. While you sip your whiskey or brandy or champagne or wine. But people who don't really know how that place functions, they think it's so tedious. Is it going to happen? Look, Buhari employed that guy. Why did he employ him? Because you people say he has a bread certificate, bread label, I think. I heard something like that. He didn't go to school. He presented. Remind me, what did Nigerians say that Buhari presented to INEC? They said he didn't go to school. He presented what?
Attestation letter.
A bread label. That is presented. Bread label.
NEPA bill.
Okay, NEPA bill as certificate. So when somebody like that presented the NEPA bill and then employ somebody like that EMEFIELE, NFL or wherever. His job.
Actually, it was Jonathan that employed EMEFIELE.
And he kept him. He would have
kept
said
him, yes.
something. Yeah, so when you employ or kept that kind of person, you are his boss, but somehow automatically you take instruction from him technically, because he's a guru in that aspect. You are not. If you throw something to him, even if you suggest something to him, his job is to tell you the pros and cons of your suggestion. How far can we go on this? Because that's why you employed him. And I don't really like this idea of if I tell my boss, what if he didn't agree? You resign or make a public statement. And when you make that public statement, definitely you should be expecting a resignation letter or a sack. What is wrong in being sacked? Because you did not believe in what they want you to do. But you sit on that seat like Obasanjo to the end. Even he's still sitting there. And you come out tomorrow to tell me you are the best. Anyway, I for one is not going to buy that. But let me continue with the NFL. So I will not put the blame on Buhari. I will put the blame on him. Even if it's Buhari that proposed that thing to him. Even if it's Buhari that proposed that thing to him, I will put it on him. Because if Buhari proposed such a thing to you and you are an expert, you will help him analyze and diagnose it. That's why he employed you. So way forward, if they ever employ somebody else to be the CBN governor, I know they are listening. If they tell you that thing, you know that will hurt the country because they will hate you, not them. Resign. If you know that's not going to work, resign. So I will not, even the way EMEFIELE was behaving during that pre-medium election period shows that he's interested in what they told him to do. Even if it's another person, that thing is the most shambolic currency regime I have ever seen in my whole life. In fact, how Nigerians survive those things, sometimes I look at them and say they are my heroes. How Nigerians survive, I know most lives were lost then, but majority survived. How they survived, I don't know. Because you try that in some places, everywhere will be in flames. But they survived it. You know why? They were blaming, questioning others, not themselves. They survived it because they were told that one man they hated. This is the only way to kick him out. And they calm down. There's one adage in Igbo land that they say, Ndona Lonya. That is sorry heals the wound. It doesn't actually heal the wound. It calms your nerves. You never find yourself hitting your hand somewhere and somebody say, Nto. It's as if the pen went up. No, he excited your nerves, not the pen. So that word that is against Tinubu, that was what made them get over it, which is not supposed to. So for me, if you have a position that is going to be detriment to your career and your image, and if he made a lot of money, he would have resigned. If he doesn't have a hand in this, he would have resigned. I still insist that man should be arrested. I don't care any excuse anybody is making for him. Buhari has NEPA bill. You guys said so. So the hypocrisy should end. You can't say Buhari has NEPA bill and now say how can Buhari put up such financial proposal. He employed somebody. So that man should be arrested. Now, the next one, back to Obasanjo. Can I continue?
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I think I have to.
Yeah. Okay, let Rational Mind target, then you continue on Obasanjo.
I think this issue of maybe EMEFIELE wants to escape or not. I don't know. But I think not only EMEFIELE that is that wants to escape, if at all that's what is the plan. With this is it whatever leave they said is granting him to go. Even this guy they call Tunde Sabiti or whatever they call him, the Tunde guy of is it the nephew of Buhari, that guy that is his personal secretary or whatever. The guy too, I think said Buhari has approved his deployment to NIA to go for a course in, I think in the UK, somewhere in Europe, maybe UK, I'm sure, for National Intelligence Agency, Nigerian Intelligence Agency. So we're working for them. But then the thing is, there is according to the article, when I read the article, there's a process. You must be a cadet in the NIA before. These people are just so funny. So if the guy go, he could get some kind of immunity because it's more or less like a diplomatic status he could get because so it won't be away from Tinubu's grip. So I think
no, it doesn't work that way. If he's going in the name of the government, that's very easy. That one is not a problem. It's EMEFIELE that is problem. If government is appointing him,
Madam Zita,
are planning their exit.
I want to ask a question, please, if you don't mind. Can I go ahead?
Go on.
I had this news of when we discussed this 2 days ago about EMEFIELE requesting to go on study leave. I checked all the newspaper. The only place I saw it was on Sahara Reporters. I checked in the major news. I checked all the newspaper online, at least. The only place, except if anybody had seen it in any other news, what do you call it? Please let me know. Is it
okay?
only
I don't even read Sahara Reporters anyway, so I'm just hearing it here anyway.
One man
heard it 2 days ago.
If one man brings us news, we'll talk
Yeah, that's
about
what
it.
I'm saying. I had it 2 days ago. I only said I'm waiting to see where it is coming from, the content before I can comment. But I went, yes, please.
Yeah, Bishop. You see, one thing about the news in Nigeria is that there are some news that Sahara Reporters break that some other you won't even see it anywhere. Maybe probably.
But more than 80% of the time, it's rumors they break. It's just that they don't go back to it.
Well, you can say
It's
that.
rumors and lies. No, it's not that I can say that. It's verified. Go back and check.
For what I know about Sahara Reporters, they're not your regular news outlets in Nigeria. But the thing is that I found out that some of the news that they break sometimes, maybe not actually the way they break it, but there's substance to it. Later you find out that it's being discussed maybe after a year or two, or even months.
Well, I just felt like I should point it because I deliberately wanted to go. Because the reason why I looked for it was that it's amazing. It's just that things are just turning upside down. It's amazing when it has now to be the president that will grant the CBN governor. Then you want to go for study leave. Your term expires by June next year. So if you want to abscond, you can just abscond. I mean, you can just travel and not come back. And he will stay away wherever he wants to stay. You have 1 year to go. You want to go on study leave to abandon it's a term, something. Either you can resign, which is allowed. You can resign on whatever ground, on health or family pressure, or you're not just so interested again. So when I had it 2 days ago, we contributed. I was thinking I will be able to read from some other news or hear it on any of the major TV stations. I have not had anything of such. So just to point it out, if anybody has, I'll be willing to just read, just point it out, not for anything. I'm not discrediting anything we have said, because I really was very angry with even not with EMEFIELE, even with the president, and I documented it. I documented my thought on some few things I dropped here and there. That something was a complete unnecessary. The kind of agony, kind of pain, the kind of troubles, all the suffering they subjected people to was uncalled for. And I did say to some of my brother who know that I really, really admire Buhari, that on this one he dropped the ball, and that was not the first time. He's dropped the ball quite a number of times, but this one was a very sad way to say goodbye. But on this study leave something, I just want to address the fact of the matter. Okay.
Actually, I was going to ask Zita before she left. Has any of Nigerian officials resigned on their own before? Do we have any that actually mess up, did something wrong, and just resign? That I can't, because of what I caused, I have to resign? Because I don't think anyone ever did that before. So
No,
she said,
some people did. Some people
like,
did, but like a
like,
partner G now when there was a conflict of interest, when it
when
was
was it?
with power. That I think a minister of state, or maybe it was the direct minister in charge of power. Yeah.
He resigned.
Okay. So that would make sense then. Because
So
I never
Awolowo was another person, but that was
wait, that's long. I'm not talking about past. I'm talking about
Bank Najee is not your regular kind of politician.
recent.
He was a trained engineer, as an engineer here in the United States.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That do we ever have like big officials like that? Like, I did something wrong, let me resign because I'm not fit for that position. So saying EMEFIELE should resign, I kind of like really.
I think Adeosun too resigned when the situation was becoming embarrassing.
I was forced now.
No, that was somebody with
moral. I don't know.
I was forced now. It was after she was implicated.
It wasn't forced. The presidency was even eager to retain her, but based on a moral ground, she decided to throw.
That was not the story. The story you heard. I mean,
it's the one you see on the pages of newspaper that you go with. She resigned.
No, rational mind it looks like she resigned at least to save her career instead of.
The person that employed her could also retain her. It doesn't matter.
There was pressure now to resign.
Which pressure? Which pressure?
From the president.
She was serving at the pleasure of the Mr. President, and the same person could also retain her. To become a minister does not require you to have a college education. You can be hired by the president. It's just a matter of being, approved by the Senate, and she was approved. What happened was, scandal. Was scandalous enough, but she resigned. The president could also say, you know what, yeah, but this doesn't result into criminal issue. Why must she go? But the government also wants to say fair at the same time not to be. And Mr. President accepted a resignation. Not that she didn't go to school.
We quickly forget history. Story. How quick we forget the whole scenario that played around that lady's exit. No, it wasn't as the way you're saying it. I remember.
Which lady was that, please?
You said what?
Which lady are we talking about?
We're talking about this lady.
Former finance minister.
Okay, it was NYC certificate and not an educational certificate.
It was NYC.
Yes, rational mind. Remember that even Buhari himself, his own certificate is even subject to some kind of controversy. So who forced him to resign, right? So to me, anybody can, this is a personal belief anyway. I'm not sure. I think she resigned to save her career.
No, I know she doesn't even have any political career in Nigeria. She was brought in.
No, I mean like his career, her career generally, not we
can premise that as on moral.
I think what happened in Adeosun's case is a little bit different from what we're saying. Two things, if I may. Number one was that she did not school in Nigeria. She did not serve. She was made because she needed a certificate of exemption. What do you call it? Exemption from service, because she was not in Nigeria. She actually applied for that certificate through her aides, and eventually she submitted the application for the exemption certificate. And they processed it and they brought a certificate to her, which she was using, which she submitted. It turned out that it was those aides that went and arranged for that certificate. They have not processed the application she submitted. So this one that they arranged for her, according to her, without her knowledge, because she submitted, NYC actually acknowledged that she submitted a certificate. I mean, an application. But who now went and forged? And from very reliable sources, it was the same people that arranged the thing for her that went to what? How do I say it? To best speaker to leak the secret, to blackmail her, to leak that thing to the media when she fell out with Amosun in Ogun State. If you remember, she was actually a commissioner under Amosun in Ogun State. So it was from the commissionership she was seconded to the minister. So the problem was not because she did not have NYC certificate. The problem was that they arranged one for her, which turned out to be a forgery. Now, Buhari's case was that he had WAEC. It was through the WAEC he went for the military cadet, whatever. But he said that he lost the original of the WAEC or the WAEC certificate. And there was so much noise about it. He did not have worker. So he applied to Cambridge that was conducting our WAEC the year he graduated. And Cambridge came and presented him another certificate with the, what do they call it now, the transcript of the one. And one of the most embarrassing things that happened to me then was that I saw a supposed learned person, apologies to Ogbeni if he's still there, that came to say that why should the the certificate of Buhari carry a recent picture? And I was asking myself, what the hell? How did we get here? The man applied, they saw his data, and they were going to produce a new certificate for him, and they took his current picture and put it on it. You are not asking that, was it that old? Well, that's not surprising. It's the same people that said that Buhari, Tinubu was 8 years old when she married.
But Bishop, there was nothing wrong in questioning that, though, because someone did something in 1950 or 1960.
Yes,
and you are now putting the current picture. So
let's get it straight. Let's get it straight.
Okay.
Let's get it straight. The man took it in 1950 or whatever. There was no picture on it. They don't put picture on their certificate. Even me, when I wrote my WAEC, there was no picture on it. It is recent that they are putting picture on it. So when they reissued his certificate, like a certified copy, or he reissued an original and they came to present it to him, it was the recent one because it was Cambridge he wrote them, not even WAEC. If you saw the certificate there. So it was now that the picture of now that they put on it. It was even one of the executive of the exam body that came to present it to him. That enough should have answered whatever question that we had. There was evidence that he went to one war school. I don't know whether that war school is in Dallas or is somewhere in America. And he was even a honor student there. It's just this attitude of wanting to derogate people. Any others just on the side. It's the one of Adeosun that I wanted to
It is fair game.
So Adeosun really had to go because that certificate was painful to see her go. But if it turned out that the same people that did it for her were the same people that now that blackmailed her with it, and I think the best thing was for her to go. Yeah.
But I think the government that she was serving should have done more to protect her integrity. But the government should have come out, to be categorical about what actually happened, and then process a new exemption letter for her.
That's what should have made.
That was the government should have. But Jonathan at that time was also, you remember, she was not in the good book with. Let me say, half of the country.
It was not Jonathan. It was Buhari.
Was it Jonathan? Oh, Buhari. Okay, sorry. Buhari, my mistake. And at that moment, the government, the president at that time I mean, it was more or less like, okay, I give you this task, go ahead and do it. None of my business. I mean, the government should have been more proactive about, quelling that scandal at that moment, because this lady is even overly qualified for the
She
position.
really performed. She did it.
She was doing well. She was doing well,
did a
but of
good
course,
job.
everything is fair game when it comes to politics. No matter what, they will
No,
get you.
Adewale, I think anywhere they may house the lady to go, because there are a lot of things around it. For example, the question you would like to ask that time is this: was the woman even qualified for exemption letter as at the time she graduated?
Yes.
So the point is that, okay, was she over age when she finished first degree or bachelor degree?
I don't
I
think so.
don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
So normally she should have served, or maybe they should have found a way to.
But at that moment, it's like our children being born abroad now, going back to Nigeria
to serve.
the
Exactly, that's the question.
Just
No.
like here in America, you would need, for the male, you would need the exemption letter for. I think, what do they even call this letter? You remember the letter?
Selective service.
Sorry.
Selective service.
Thank you. Yes, you would need exemption letter for that. So I think the same thing also apply if you are coming to Nigeria to serve in that capacity. You will need to be exempted and all that. If not, you'll be running foul. I think it has to do with civil service or something like that. So, but the government should have been the one. Unfortunately, you see, the prayer is Allah Mamowa, and she too, she's not like a Nigerian, a Nigerian to the core. Nigerians knows that, look, when you are now at this level of your career, there are some things you can't take for granted. She should have done the due diligence and look inward, or else you would have been ended up like
it was what's his name that set him up?
Amosu.
Yes, Amosu.
That guy is mean, man.
Wait, question real quick. So you're saying that if you don't have NYSC, you can serve the Nigerian government?
To some level, I think so, but I'm not so sure.
Can you be a Nigerian president?
Huh?
Yeah.
No,
if you don't have NYSC,
it's a requirement.
I mean, being in the public office is different from serving in certain capacity. If you are elected
either one, public office or serving, can you do either?
It's both. It's both elected and unelected.
The service is mandatory, bro. It's 1 year mandatory.
Yeah, but the thing is this: I don't think it applies.
Even for you to secure
like myself, for example. There's some of us that we don't serve. We left so young, so we didn't serve. So we can't go back and do stuff.
No, it's that situation you would get exemption letter. I don't think it applies to elective office. The reason why I said this is that not very many of our elective officers actually went to college. So take for example,
if you did not go,
yes.
If you did not go, you are exempted.
Yeah.
Like if you present that you are a graduate, then you definitely must present your NYC discharge.
But it's not that hard to get exemption letter. I mean, with working there, somebody else will help you bribe your way in, and
if they really want to share the light on
you the right way,
discover.
Yeah,
there will always be
easy. It's super easy.
No, you see what I'm saying.
Lady you just talked about, you say it's super easy, but that lady you just talked about now, that somebody they mess up. So the same thing.
But there are some things. This is what I take exemption to. There are some things you cannot delegate. If you are going to delegate, you have to make sure that you are doing the right thing. This has to do with your career.
Okay. Right? Let me respond to what you just said. You are not delegating, but you are not going to do it yourself. You go to the office.
I understand.
Let me finish. Sorry for cutting. You get to the office. You met, whether it is a messenger or a clerk or somebody, or just name it, that assisted you in completing it, and you finished and you went away, and the man sees you in another 5 years as a minister or as a governor or as a deputy governor or something, and he wants to come and call you some unnecessary favor, and before you know what we're talking about is turning to something like a blackmail. And the man wants to go and sell you are not giving him the attention he believes he deserves. And somebody somewhere is telling him, look, I'll give you 1 million for that news, for that story. Just tell me this. Yeah, I have the story there.
If I may respond to what you just said, at
Yes.
the time this lady got this exception letter,
yes.
she was not ordinary person. She was already, rolling with the affluence and politicians.
He was already coming to serve as a
commissioner. Yeah, so she can't tell me that the same way someone like you and I will be, will still be at the gate talking.
Adewale, don't be surprised if you do such a thing. Even 20 years ago, they can still dig in. There's no one thing about politics is that if you have any hidden something, they will expose you.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that if she had done the right thing, go the best route, instead of delegating and leave it for them to do things for her, she could also use that opportunity of her closeness to the government to do the right thing.
I think BUHARI was not ready to actually protect her. He was not ready. I think that was what happened.
If she were to be someone from the north, who is more closer to the power brokers up in the north, probably maybe
I think BUHARI was happy for her to leave, and that was why she put the woman that did not perform.
Yeah, I'm not even.
Good evening, guys. Can I chip in a bit? Good evening, guys.
Yeah, please, someone. Let's hear your voice.
All right. It's just about this Kemi Adeosun, but just to mark the question Oriola asks, she would resign honorably. She's unlike other Nigerians. That's just the important thing. She's like other Nigerians. If you could remember one guy, Meina or whatever, I don't know what he was heading at that time. The guy who went to Nigeria and was speaking about some politician who wanted him out because he exposed them. That guy came back and they still reinstated the guy.
The pension man.
Yeah, God bless you. So the thing about now, but he went away and still came back. He had corruption issues on his neck, but he ran away. He came back and they reinstated him to his position back.
Can I answer to that?
No. Wait. Let me land my point. Let me land my point. No, let me land my point.
No, there is a perspective to that.
No. It's not about perspective. But as long as something is hanging around your neck, that is the same thing that hung around Adeosun's neck. But she's trying to leave. No, just to answer Oriade's question, that is there any person politician in Nigeria that has ever resigned based on issues? That lady left because of those issues. If she wanted to stay, people will run around. She has loyalists too. She has people who like her. They will just go back and forth with what was. She'll still be there, but she didn't want to be there. She left honorably.
No, yeah, see, the truth of the matter is that the kind of opposition and the one we call civil society and the media, the kind of campaign that they waged against her, any reasonable person would have just bowed out.
No, not like Nigerian politicians, please. They will stay no matter how, except they don't want job.
It's not all of them. Let me go back to what you said about Minor. Let me quickly say something about what you said about Minor. I think in the world, sacking the civil servant.
Name two people that respectfully resigned if you disagree with what you said.
No, but should be when was this Minister of Aviation under Jonathan, when the issue of BMW came up, what's her name? Stella, is it Stella Udwa?
Stella.
She resigned now. After the scandal, she resigned now. But that's not what I'm saying. What I wanted to say is about the civil servant.
Distinguish herself. We remember when they were having a public hearing when she accused the chairman.
That was not Stella Udwa.
That's Stella Udwa.
No, that was what's this woman's name? The woman in the SEC.
Aruna
Ote.
Okay, I'm messing up.
That was Aruna Ote. That was not Stella Udwa. Then what I want to say about the civil service in Nigeria is this: one of the most difficult job, one of the most secured job that, except you really cross the line, that anybody can sack you, is civil service in Nigeria. especially if you have grown beyond one certain level, to sack you, to dismiss you. It has to be. So what Maynard did was to get an injunction, a court injunction. Even after they had declared he wanted that he was supposed to go for a disciplinary. So that court injunction reinstated him back.
No, Bishop, how come Kemi Adeosun didn't get injunction to go all the way to get? No, wait, these corrupt people they know all the loopholes. Kemi Adeosun can what do they call it, search for court that will be in her favor. She will get it too. If she didn't go for that, agree that this lady, she's not doing it for do or die. Take it or leave it.
Me, I like Kemi Adeosun very well. I really, really like her.
I mean,
so
when you see
I'm just trying to be objective.
Know that these are professionals. It's not very hard.
That's what I'm saying. Maynard shopped for court.
Yes.
Maynard shopped for court to reinstate him. You know,
but they are not
if somebody didn't shop for court,
they are not the same thing. Maynard is a civil servant. They call civil servant. The Adeosun is an appointee.
No, what I'm saying is that you see, if she even pushed a little bit, you will know she's a kind of greedy appointee.
No, what
she
if
didn't
the
even
president?
push?
What if the president requested for resignation? What if?
Well, you don't know. You say what if, but as long as we don't know
that possibility is high.
Why? No, but as long as we don't know that, let's stay with what we know.
Okay.
That this lady left honorably, or even at this present, people are still calling for her because of what she did at that time. Have you heard about people mentioning her name now?
If I will mention.
No, she actually did well though, because in fact,
that's what we are saying.
The recession, it took us out of the recession.
No, her performance was excellent.
Between 2016 and 2018, Nigeria economy was doing well. Believe me, she really did well.
Simba, what I'm saying is that Oriola asked that question, and we mentioned her name, and we are trying to add that to some kind of people. But I said what she did then was why we were still mentioning, because she performed well. She had a scandal. She didn't argue about it. She left easily, and now she's getting recommendation. So we should not stop adding her like people have done. Whoa. She did whatever we want to say about her. As long as she left without rancor, she didn't even try to push back a little bit. No, as long as it's open to her that, okay, these people do. And it is obvious that people, we said it here, and they tried to blackmail her. It was people who did that thing to her that brought the thing back. And she just said, well, no matter how I love this country, as long as this thing came up, let me just leave. You know, that's just what we are saying. It's not like we don't have to keep adding. Let's leave Kemi Adeosun out of it and continue.
If it is possible for Tinubu to bring, I think I also agree with that.
Yes, likewise. I agree with it. Absolutely.
Okay, I want to ask two questions. It's completely off what we are discussing now. Am I allowed to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. This one let me start from the poor. This girl, is it Temidayo or Ifedayo Awe in the UK? You guys in the UK, the one that was tried for murder of a certain soul, something.
Yeah, she's in the UK.
Yeah, she's in the UK. It's a sad story, but what's your view about it? That's number one. Secondly, nobody is talking about this. Peter Obi just clawing up and down everywhere. Just the claw. Is it? I don't even know how to frame that question. Is it so much? Is cultism such? I'm sure if it is other people that were doing those things he's doing, because I saw somebody did a catalog of almost about 6-7 times when he was seen in public. Clawing.
You mean that handshake?
Yeah, that's in claw. They call him clawing now, so nobody go harass me here. Clawing people up and down. You know, it's a deep message for people that know. Is this suddenly a norm, or is it because it's coming from Peter Obi? It doesn't matter.
Nobody can rule Nigeria with a fraternity. So whether it claws from now to tomorrow, that won't change anything.
Claw what?
Chlorine as in fraternity chlorine, as in fraternity greetings. That's what he's saying.
The picture I saw was when he.
Why are you guys making issue out of an
handshake?
But it happened now. The pictures are everywhere. The pictures are everywhere.
We back to B again.
The pictures are. He just raised
public
it.
figure now. Can't we discuss him? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
the pictures are everywhere.
I'm not a member of any confraternity.
Yes,
how did you know?
Hold on, I shake people like that too.
You don't claw people.
Yeah,
Come on, rational mind. Come on, you don't claw people. Don't adjourn to. Come on.
Don't what?
Don't say that. You don't claw people up and down.
Ah, God.
You don't. I don't know you, but I know you don't.
I don't.
Yeah.
How do you know I don't?
My goodness.
Rational mind. If you do, somebody will have confronted you one day. If you are not a member of a frat.
No, that's even lenient. If you do, you only do it to your cultist comrade. Not to everybody.
Maybe ignorantly. It's possible ignorantly he does it, but you'll have been confronted one day.
I won't want to, because I think a bishop said something today that really got me rethinking the whole thing.
What did I say?
Don't stake your reputation for these politicians. Well, maybe I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand that. Yeah,
we went to school in Nigeria.
Oh, me.
I have friends across.
I didn't go to Nigeria. I didn't go to school in Nigeria.
No, me, I went. So maybe you went somewhere. I understand very well. He's clawing. I know it is not just clawing. It's not everybody who claw. He knows the one that he claws.
Okay.
Because I know there's a handshake here that everybody usually do, but I know this in Nigeria. I'm not sure exactly which fraternity that does it, but they actually do it. But it's just a regular handshake that, especially Black people, when you see each other, when you do that type of handshake. Maybe that's what you meant, the claw one. I'm not sure. Is it the one that your thumb, like you?
No. That one are just guy man something. If you know what I'm saying, clawing.
This right. The one he's talking about is like hooking yourself with this anchor, this sailor anchor.
It's sailor anchor. If anybody is a flyer here, you know what they talk.
I say
regular people does that though.
I mean, this is something that people do every time in Nigeria.
It is not. Come on, no.
Common thing. I mean, what is it? People have to
let's leave Obi now. Let's go to your second question about the meeting in the UK.
Before you go, let me ask you. Before you go, so that what you just said now. I initially mentioned that. Don't you think he has powerful people behind him? You remember the people that sang "End the Shake, Like the Shake"? They're also fraternity. That's saying that I think powerful people are behind him. So if you're saying he's doing that thing, don't you think he might have Godfather that tell him he's safe, he can do whatever?
But let me ask a question. This one I don't know. Does pirates, do they claw? Is that their own greeting pattern?
No.
I know Aya does.
No, pirate doesn't do that.
Yeah. So what if he has Aya people behind him?
Okay. No, I mean, I'm not talking about
if you're not one of them, then you won't do it.
I'm not saying that hands they shake, leg they shake. I'm not talking of those ones. Those ones are pirates. And they identified themselves as pirates. They were doing their, what do they call it? But the clawing, no be by accident, no be one, no be two, no be three. And somebody did I wish I could have kept that picture. Is select people across. I mean, I saw 10 of his pictures, and you see some he's done it over and over with them, 2-3 times. I mean, it's not everybody. If you greet 10 people in a row,
it's possible though. It's possible that he does that subconsciously. It's possible.
I disagree with you, sir. Let's move forward.
It's just 63 years old, right? I saw the picture you're talking about. Picture can be very deceiving sometimes.
No, he the claw. Forget. He the claw. I don't see him a video. He the claw. Make it no good that side. I mean, we know the Ibinedion and Ibori, all of them. We know people, big shots where they there. It's just that it's taking it to another level, because where you are, people will hold you to ransom in so many ways. That's the truth. I don't know where he attained.
It was doing the picture shows it was doing it to a lawyer.
Bishop.
Yes, yes.
Is there anything wrong in it?
Yes, in Nigerian law, it is wrong.
I remember going to Yabatek one day. One small boy told
Most
me
of
that
our
the
politicians
hat
belong
that
to
I have on
one
my
court
head.
or the other.
Well, unfortunately so.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yes, they all belong
Maybe
to
so.
something.
But it
it's
doesn't make it right. It's wrong.
Yeah,
No,
but my general
fraternity
view
is
is
not bad
it
though.
doesn't take.
Fraternity is not bad. It's us that we make it seem bad. Fraternity is not a bad thing.
Not the
In
one
the
that is being
Nigeria,
practiced
in the Nigerian context
United
from the
States and stuff.
1980, late 80s, 1990, fraternity is bad. I
Terrible
witnessed Ife, the massacre. I witnessed in Benin. I saw what happened in Ibadan Poli with UI and Ibadan.
Right.
So don't say
I agree with you, but I'm
Okupoli,
saying that
Ojere,
the fraternity itself, the
the
meaning of
number
fraternity is
in it.
brotherhood. It doesn't mean for us to
my
No,
brother,
actually
you
fraternity,
are saying
just
the
the
thing I
name.
learned
Fraternity
from the
itself is good if it's for good
Prism of
purpose.
American
Right,
College.
right. That's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
the
saying.
one we
Yeah.
practice in Nigeria in the early 90s,
Yeah.
if you know the number of young people we lost to all this nonsense, whatever you want to call it, young people, they were
Yeah.
misled. Some of their lives have been ruined.
Right, misled. That's the word. Yeah, they were misled because fraternity is not bad.
Okay, so thank you. I mean, I was just wondering that it's just.
Yeah, Bishop, I want us to talk about the London girl too.
Yeah, please do. I saw the video about 2 or 3 days ago, and it broke my heart. And because that girl, it shows what influence can do on our children. I mean, I have kids in the UK, and I would be devastated if that had happened to my daughter. I would be probably, because it takes. I mean, it was. I don't know, and it's happening every day. You know, children are being
Are you
misled
talking
by
about the one
peer.
that got killed or killed somebody?
Yeah, the one that they killed once saw something. The girl that got herself involved in that thing, that young 21-year-old girl.
They went to
Something
rob
that
a guy with a Rolex, with fake
yeah,
Rolex.
fake
Imagine.
Rolex. Yes, fake Rolex. They wanted to take fake Rolex. You know, they set the guy up for they call this salty whatever, honey something, and they try to put something in his drink so that he would sleep off. You know, unfortunately, the guy did not sleep, so they had a backup plan. She called other guys, and they came, and one of them stabbed another Nigerian guy. What's his name? Stabbed the guy to death. Unfortunately, CCTV caught them, and the girl is she just destroyed herself. A 21-year-old girl
The one that
in
was saying
University of
no
Coventry.
comments, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. You saw it.
Oh,
That's a
she must have
7-minute
been watching
video.
CSI too many. She said no comment, as if he knows.
No, was that no comment? Was it her voice, or she was not saying anything?
No,
And they were not saying, she was one that was saying no comment.
Our Miranda right is not going to help her if she say anything, contrary to.
But she gave herself hope that her mom will be greatly disappointed with her.
That was when she was caught on camera. Yeah. Initially, she didn't know the camera saw her. So that was when she was saying no comment.
Oh, okay.
But when she finally saw they showed her a picture on camera.
Yeah.
So that was when she had to. She gave up eventually.
Yeah, but she shouldn't have gave up like that. She was doing well when she was saying no comment, and that is what she's supposed to do.
They didn't show her evidence that they know it's her.
Even if they show evidence, you still have to deny and deny.
Well, a 21-year-old girl.
Not where these are professionals, and not where the evidence is compelling enough.
Even if it is compelling more than anything, you still have to deny.
Well, she denied. It was just her body language gave her out. And utterance.
So Adewale, you said when in doubt, deny. Keep denying, right?
Keep denying till Jesus come back. Your lawyer will tell you.
Get a good lawyer. Your lawyer will speak for you, and your lawyer can.
You're 21 years old. What do you know? So let your lawyer do the talking. While you
exactly.
Just sit down there. When I heard her say no comment, I was like, yeah, you are doing well. Even if you kill that person, you are doing well. But when I hear and I heard that she confessed, I was like,
Adewale, call
No. But she can still get a good lawyer now. The lawyer would just say
No,
she
I think
was
she got.
under
I think she got
pressure.
7 years.
When
She was
you,
under pressure. That's why she said
think
she was the one who did
I
it.
think she got 7 years.
No, I
lawyers
think
in the
life.
house can attest to this.
She got life. Oh.
Yeah, you know
Oh, she got
you are
No,
7.
guilty as
it was
charged.
the guy that got life.
The best thing you can do
What's his name?
is to look to make sure that the case go to mistrial, so that at least you will be one way or the other. The court will stay, because even when you know that you are guilty as anything, still try to go for mistrial, so that at least it can help you maybe go for different route.
Lawyer would do all of that. Like once
Yeah.
you.
But why are you saying this? She committed the act now. So
Let me
why?
see, I am not in position to say somebody
She
committed
did.
one thing.
She
Wait.
No.
committed. She
If you watch
committed
the
that.
video, the video says it all.
I
So
understand.
there's a lot of
See,
people that do bad stuff and they get a good lawyer and they
if you are
get
to get 10 years,
they get off of it.
how
So
you put your
that's
case together will help you to reduce it, maybe cut a deal
yes,
or
that's
something like
another
that,
way.
instead of just agreeing with everything.
But why are you saying you want her to get a lesser
She's a
term?
They
Nigerian.
actually,
No,
she
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
she
matter.
participated in an act that led to the
It can't
death
be
of another individual. That's
I
horrible,
understand.
man.
And she's the masterminder. That's not just a fact. She masterminded everything.
I understand.
Oh,
A
No.
good defense lawyer will tell you, even though if you are caught with a weapon in your hand, you're still going to deny it and let's go for trial.
Okay.
Right? The purpose is to get a deal.
So
what she did was
you wish
heinous.
she get a better lawyer and she's free, right?
Not
Is it
necessarily.
what-
No, that's not
Not
what he's saying.
Not necessarily free.
That's not
See,
what he's
I'm
saying.
analyzing issue. Not that I can support what she did.
Yeah.
You understand? But in a criminal case,
No.
maybe I watched too many
No,
CSA.
I'm just curious that somebody who committed that heinous crime.
No, I'm not in support. However, you see, justice is not straightforward. Even though she committed that crime, all right, the law will still take its course. But it's just that in certain circumstances, she was doing well until she started saying, "Oh, you can be remorseful, but at the same time, a good lawyer will tell you there's some things you can't say, even when you are caught with the."
All right, can I give an example real quick? So I'm sure some of you live in UK. So do you know that one of your friends committed rape or sexual assault in New York City? And because of who he is, and they get a good lawyer, like he didn't have to serve any jail term.
He can't even come to the United States for now.
Yeah, but he didn't have to serve any jail time. He didn't have to. Exactly. That's what I think where you're going to. Like, just because anybody can do anything.
Yep.
But the thing is, if you have good professional lawyers, they can work out a deal for you.
But
I'm not saying what she
US
did is
diplomat,
good. I'm not like co-signing what she did. I'm
a
just
US
saying if you have money and
a
power.
US diplomat drove in what country was that? Drunk drive and killed a pedestrian or something here and escaped to the US, and they've not returned her.
No, immunity covers. As she's the spouse of the diplomat, not the diplomat.
No, I said the wife. The wife.
She's the spouse.
Of
Yeah.
the spouse.
Yeah,
They whispered
but
away.
Just like you
but
said.
why did she run away if immunity actually covered her?
Look, America will tell you not there are some things you can do and America won't return you. America did not return her because she's the wife of a diplomat. What do you expect? What they will pay fine. They will compensate the family.
Wait, are you sure they didn't compensate the person that she killed?
No, you see,
because they probably work out something.
That's why
they probably work out something. That's what I'm saying.
That's what
they probably just work it out, pay some money, and it's like okay.
Just know that maybe status of limitation is 10 years, so a decade. You are not coming to if you fly in a British airspace, your plane might be grounded because of you. So, I mean, that is the practice. The country is not going to surrender you, just like Amanda Knox, even though eventually she got exonerated. But
At the end of the day, it's about responsibility of citizenship. The girl in particular, see, this life, I always pray one prayer. I will say in Yoruba, Kinyamani and Infesesi. She did it, but what if one day it happens to not also but our enemy?
Wait, excuse. She was drunk and driving. That
No, I'm not
excuse.
even
You're
talking
giving her
about.
excuse. Don't give her excuse.
No,
She
no,
But
no.
we're
was
talking about the
what?
Nigerian girl.
I'm not talking about it.
Oh, the Nigerian
I'm
girl.
talking about the
But
Nigerian
do you
lady.
know, like, they probably forced her to do what she did?
Nobody
It's
forced
big.
her.
See, she's an adult. At 21, she's an adult.
Oh,
Okay.
that's what you're saying. Even a
No.
grown man can be under pressure and do a wrong thing.
That lady she doesn't appear like somebody under pressure.
Sorry, guy. I'm planning to end the broadcast, but if you still want to chat, I can just leave you behind the screen. So after this, so I just want to close to the public. So you can have a discussion after if you want me to leave you behind the live broadcast. So I can give you like 2 minutes to have the final word for today's broadcast. Then I can hear the live broadcast. Then you can go behind and have for that discussion. So I will start from Simba. So Simba, please have your final say for today.
Okay, thank you, Ola. Well, I don't have much to say, but the only thing I want us to say is that whatever we say here, we should be more objective, and then make sure, because we have listeners, so we have to discuss issues objectively so that we'll not actually give wrong information to our listener out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Simba. It's been a great play. Fatai, are you still there? I doubt you're still there because it's been so quiet. Patoski, are you there? Okay, I think he's not there too. Then Adewale, what do you have to say before we call it a day?
No will cover, but I'll try as much as possible to shorten it. But I've been trying to get in all this while. Speaking of Obasanjo, I didn't actually see the video. I think there's a video concerning the him supporting the I believe the legislative principals officers and all that. Anyway, as far as EMEFIELE is concerned, when you put somebody's punishment inside cooler and you are warming it up, one day, study leave will be over, right? So study leave won't be forever. Maybe after 4 or 8 years, it will come back. Nigeria is still going to meet him at the border. So speaking of Tinubu's traveling abroad this time around for investor, man, that guy needs to be cautioned. It seems this unnecessary traveling, I mean, there's no way we can say that man has gone to take his booster shots. I mean, it's so evident, but let's just say, let's be a devil advocate and say, look, somebody said he cannot be acting a role of president. Getting investor is not a function of president alone. Even you as ordinary Nigerian can still go abroad, seek for investor and bring them in. I mean, if there's involved huge volume of money, that's when you involve the government. And if you are bringing money into Nigeria, it's not as if we are taking money out. So, I mean, I don't see him acting in that capacity as government functionary. Like I said earlier, we need more foreign money investors in our country, because right now Nigeria is broke. Anyway, so let me just put it that way. We will continue the discussion after the show. Thank you, Ola.
Okay, thank you for keeping it brief. Prince Daddy, do you have anything for us to the final word for the audience for today? Prince Daddy, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I hear you.
Maybe Prince Daddy. Okay. Rational Mind, are you there? Any word for the audience?
Yeah. Well, I don't have anything to say. I think a lot of things have been said. Just would want us to just keep our fingers crossed and see. Our fingers crossed and see. I'm talking about. I'm looking at pizza here. I wanted to order pizza. The next thing from my mouth is crust. Cross. I mean, is it not crust? Anyway, so
Let
yeah.
me make one for you here, Rational Mind.
You want to make pizza for me?
Yeah, and I will send it to you.
Which one is your favorite? Is it Domino or Papa John's, or which one is your?
I don't like Papa John. I like thick crust. That's why I like Pizza Huts. You know, we have Pizza Huts here in Texas.
Okay. I mean, I'm just looking at what's it called? Domino. Anytime I go to Nigeria, I like that Domino with suya. Nigeria,
That one, that's a different pizza with that.
that different pizza with that, yeah. I used to go to one on is it Bode Thomas there along yeah, I didn't know there. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, yeah, a lot has been said. It's just we just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how this whole thing will play out. Like I said, I just want that court case to play itself, take its course, and let us resolve the 25% and other issues, and from there we go from there and see if Tinubu really deserve to be that president or not, and if he's fit for that office. Well, time will tell. That's all I have to say. Thank you, One Man. Thank you, Mr. Ola, for being the anchor after One Man. And I think I'll have to take a leave right now. I just have to go pick up my pizza and chill here and watch it.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. It's been a pleasure, and we hope to see you later in the day. Pesoma, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Thank you for having me. I've been listening since the beginning of the show, and just like Rashama mentioned, the 25% now. I've always been wondering why every time they keep talking about 25% in Abuja. It is just as if 25% in Abuja is must, then we don't need to spend 4 billion on the national election. Why don't they say every contestant should come and campaign only in Abuja, and whoever wins Abuja wins the election? That's just how I see it. And let me bring in something else about people who are saying they should rush the court case before 29th of May. Yeah, it is good to say that, but that looks like it is like they are saying in a football match, when it's like extra time, they should change the rules. That's not possible. To change the rules of a football match when they are about to go to extra time. This legislation should come after this government. People should push their legislature to pursue the time limit of the litigation. So that's what I see in that. And I wonder why people are lenient lawyers, sons are always arguing it. They didn't argue it in the previous government. They didn't argue before this one, you know. So it's mind-blowing sometimes when people try to argue on that level. And on EMEFIELE is getting a very soft landing, because as far as I'm concerned, I know EMEFIELE is under DSS radar. He had that issue like 4 or 5 months ago before the election, where DSS took him to court on terrorism charge, and he has been moving with soldiers. So the study leave we got from BUHARI is soft landing, because DSS are watching him. And there's one final one again. Okay, about Tinubu going abroad for medical tourism. Well, for me, I don't actually see anything bad in that, but the only thing I'm concerned about is that the president-elect and the commander-in-chief are both out of the country at the same time. So it baffles me. So we shouldn't encourage such thing. At least one of them should be in town, so we know when one disappear, one can take over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Playsummer. Special thanks go to all the audience for your time and for staying tuned with us from the beginning to this time. Uh, I'm very sure that you all will agree with me that this is the only forum whereby you come and have a balanced view. And we have super intelligent people on the panel just to share their view and to make us learn better. So our view is balanced. We are not for anybody. We are for all. The only thing is when you come to the studio, you must be able to say something factual. So you don't just conjure any statement from nowhere. You don't just fill the place with fallacy, something that cannot be defended. So that makes this forum special. And it will be also good for us if we can spread the good news and don't let us be selfish. So in the sense that we try to share and invite many people to come in. Like when I initially joined this this particular forum, I kept asking for people, super people that will come and give us a special view. And I'm more than happy today that we have the likes of Play Summer, Adewale, Prince Daddy, Enigmatic, Ogbeni, yes, I met Rational Mind there. And so there are so many brilliant people here that they will just give the balanced view. So
Rational Man, I sent stuff for this show.
yeah, so ancestors, so and Ajale Coco,
Yeah,
so
those are the ancestors.
so this is a special forum, and you will understand me perfectly that you've been to other forums, so they have agenda for a particular candidate, whereby you dare not talk of any other candidate there. I'm telling you, they will roast you with words, and you'll be intimidated if you don't have if you are not strong enough that you even want to run away from YouTube. So so you can always feel free to come here and share your view, and your view will be appreciated. You'll be here, and one thing I know is even the argument may be so intense, but I trust one thing you can be very assured of is your view matters a lot. So I thank you all. So I want to just make a special mention of Ayo, who is the official sponsor, like what woman will say of the forum. Then Uncle Alex Gomez, who is our grand patron there. Then special mention to he goes under the name Lexi now. So Alexander Akache. So Prince Daddy, thanks you for a super shout to Oga. There's no way I will not mention your name. I call you Barrister in the forum. Then Professor Adeola Ogunleye and Eze, Madam Zita, just so many people that I can't just mention. So maybe I keep mentioning your name one after the other anytime I have chance to do so. So I thank you for your time. And I know that we come prepared tomorrow when the eagle will land, the one man himself, the father of all when it comes to public forum discourse, where you can get balanced opinion, no skewed one. So you get it balanced. And if you are with facts, you will enjoy the forum. But if you are with fallacy and you have with some fabricated statements, I can guarantee you that you will sweat under the AC. So that's how the forum is. So I thank you all. I'll see you later. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good day wherever you are. Yeah. Bye.